esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
The road has been long, but now only 2 more days remain here at the 25-year anniversary show here at Pinnacle. I'm here Freak, joining me is Skips, and we're gonna be taking you through all of the matches that are left today. We have 2 best of 3s and tomorrow a best of 5 to find out who is going to be winning the tournament. We're going to have Team Falcons versus Virtus Pro, and the winner of this series will be going up against Team Tickles. And of course, Skips, in the grand finals already waiting are your favorites, the Dudley Boys. So which of these 3 teams today are going through?
Ooh, that is a very rough ask, especially because you're asking me to already predict the result of the second match in one go. I'm still feeling that this is a Falcons versus Dudley Boys final. If you look at where Falcons has been, who they have beaten, and the condition in which they have done so, I think that they are, rightfully they were considered to be the favorites to win this, and I still think that they are the favorites to go through. VP has looked pretty darn good everywhere, except for that match versus Team Tickles, where I think we had some uncharacteristic misplays, and I don't want to like specifically call out one player, but Kiritich did have some rather noticeable off moments in that series. And so even if VP somehow gets past Falcons here, like the Team Tickles rematch would probably be a bit of an issue for them. But yeah, it's Falcons for me.
So overall, I think both you and me can agree that even though there was that one day full of upsets, that now in the top 4, that these 4 teams would most likely be everybody's pick. Maybe not in the same order, but we would still be coming down to these 4 most likely at the start of the tournament. Do you think they have through the group stage also shown, considering that they were first, that we are the strongest, there's nobody else that can beat us? Or do you think there were a couple of flukes maybe that happened in the playoffs that really did kick out some of the teams that maybe deserve to be here more?
Teams that deserve to be here more, not really. Like, there were some possibilities for example, Level Up to make their way through. We've seen some really good stuff from Yellow Submarine. But ultimately, I think that those are not really like, and it's hard to call these 4 teams that are left tier 1 teams, right? Because we haven't seen any, we haven't seen them measure themselves against like some of the teams from other regions, some of the best in this region. Like, we haven't seen Game and Gladiators yet, you know what I'm saying? So, but for this tournament, certainly these 4 have always been head and shoulders above the rest. And even if some of the enemies moved up to touch the shoulders, they are never going to get to the same length right here, right now.
So before we get ourselves into the draft, gonna pick your brain here a little bit. So people usually throw around tier 1, tier 2 teams, stuff like that. How many you would say of the top teams in the world are tier 1?
Ooh, I mean,
Give me a rough
I
one.
think that because this is more of a semantics question, right? Like, I would try to use the words that the most people agree are, you know, mean the thing that I want them to know. So in this case, when you say if the top teams in the world are tier 1, I think tier 1 is usually used as a word to describe the top tier teams in the
Okay.
world. I think maybe if you want to give that a little bit of a harder definition, I'd say that you would use a tier 1 team for anyone who could place top half at TI. I think that is like the real tier 1 here. And tier 2 can make it to TI, but is in most likelihood, like unless they do something absolutely incredible, never ever going to make it to that top half of TI. That's how I define it if you want like numbers from me.
Okay, I get it. So then, Team Tickles and the Dudley Boys, we already consider them tier 1 as Virtus Pro were on the top half of TI, and if Team Falcons win versus them, then we have 4 tier 1 team skips. That's how it works.
Yeah, that is how it works. Clearly, if you beat someone, you are better than everybody else who got beaten by that person. Chaos is a ladder.
That is true. Okay, let's get into the rosters real quick here of Team Falcons first, as we're gonna be seeing 2 TI winners, 2 I don't even want to say young hopes any longer, because ATF, he has definitely proved himself in a couple of rosters, but Malrine maybe doesn't have as big of a portfolio, and Crit, this guy needs no introduction, just like their opponents need no introduction. So let's move on over to Virtus Pro and their Skirtich. I really want him to shine today, because if he doesn't, you know, that could hurt him in the long run.
Yeah, it could hurt your confidence as a player and the confidence of your team in you as a player. And the confidence is so important on a carry, because you need to be able to stand there and say, I need this item and then I'm going to carry us, boys. Like, that's what we've been playing for. And the fact that it hasn't worked out several times, like, the reason why I bring him up is because it's uncharacteristic for him. Like, that series versus Team Tickles just felt off. It's like, I don't know, did his dog have to go to the hospital that day or something and he couldn't be there? Like, it really feels unusual. So I'm hoping it was just a hiccup. We're going to see none of that, and they're going to give Falcons a run for their money here.
Maybe it was him being overly confident, right? Because most of his mistakes happened when he had the Aegis, and I kind of remember, you know, local LAN, smaller circles of solid Dota players, and mistakes like that would happen from time to time when somebody had pretty much ensured victory, which wasn't the case there, but they were doing well for themselves if those mistakes hadn't happened. So who knows, maybe he thought so highly of himself, maybe he underestimated his opponents. Hopefully those are the reasons his team is gonna back him up, and we're gonna be seeing VP at their full force fighting off versus Falcons. And we do have a draft, so we're gonna get that fight starting right away.
Excellent. And yeah, I do want to bring up, by the way, for everybody who has been not really following this tournament or only picked up a couple of games here and there, at least in the matches that Harry and I have cast, the Aegis has been particularly cursed. I think we've seen more Aegis taken away without any significant gains from them than in any other tournament we've done together before. It's really been up to the point where persons with the Aegis will die in the exact same spot to the exact same gank 10 minutes after the way they lost the Aegis previously. Like, we've had some real glitches in the Matrix happen.
That's how it should be, Kips, right? If you would find in movies or any kind of fiction, you know, equivalent of a cursed item in Dota, it has to be the Aegis, right? Thing that gives you unnatural powers, reincarnates you. There has to be some kind of a downside. It's not specifically pointed out in the game, but it does impact your brain to think, oh, I'm invincible now, and that can bring upon your demise.
Yeah. Alternatively, of course, it's karma for the whole Roshan thing, right? I mean, as Pyrian Flax always put it, like, you come into a man's house, you murder him, and you steal his cheese. Like, that's not good karma, no matter which way you think about it.
Yeah, but if you would go into a man's house, murder him, and leave the cheese there, it would just go bad. So I think at least that last part is fine. Anyways, though, Virtus.pro, they do ban out the Lina pretty early on. Okay, this is a ban that I'm kind of surprised about, as we haven't seen it being banned out in the first phase all that much. But on the other hand, Malrine has played a lot of Lina. Do you think they're targeting him here specifically to make sure that he doesn't have anything to play?
So the real deal here is, I think that if you're really targeting any one player, then you're going to leave, like if you do that for Malrine, you're going to leave ATF open. If you do it for ATF, you're going to leave Malrine open. You can shut down one of these players through their small hero pool, but certainly not both. So I really think it's more about the greatest hits here. So no Razor for Mar, no Lina for Malrine, and no Chen for Sney either. And we've seen the devastating effect he's had on laning stages with that hero.
Yeah, out of all of these three, sure, Malrine is great on Lina, sure, Amar is great on the Razor. For me, those heroes seem beatable. When it comes to the Chen, I would never want to go versus that. If I had one ban, it's the Chen, and I'm glad that Virtus.pro got rid of it.
Yeah, I completely agreed with you there. I think the way that hero changes the playstyle, right? You have to compare it to a Broodmother. You have to compare it to a Meepo in terms of what it does to... You're playing a different game now. You know, old techies, when that came in, the entire rules of the game changed. Chen is like that. You need way too many heroes to react to that change. And first phase Shadow Demon. Now it's getting spicy.
We haven't seen him much in the playoffs, but it is definitely a hero that is present in the current meta. Once you get the shard, you don't care much about the overgrowth, about the roots of the Treant Protector. That is nice. Overall, though, I for sure didn't expect this as a first pick. What do you reckon? Is it more of a crit or more of a snake hero?
I'd say that in this game you'd probably be looking... I mean, you need to keep it flexible right now is the thing.
Sure.
Shadow Demon, not the strongest of laners unless you have a really good combo. And I think that is what you're doing if you're picking up a Shadow Demon, is you're threatening all kinds of combinations. And most of those are going to be with the offlane hero. You can think about SD Centaur, SD Slardar. On the other hand, of course, we are also all familiar with the SD Luna, though that's a little, I want to say a little cheesier than we used to seeing, but on the other hand, this is the legacy of Tundra we're talking about here. Falcons has already shown signs of that same kind of map control play, and making the Luna illusions would fit perfectly in with that plan.
So yesterday they played the first Shadow Demon of this tournament, and it was Crit that played it. Fishman was standing in for snaking, however, but doesn't matter. It still doesn't change the fact they did go for it. They laned it with the Slardar, which will now not be allowed, and I think it's for a good reason. Yellow Submarine yesterday, they allowed the Mart to have the Slardar twice, and they lost the series in less than 50 minutes. It kind of goes to show just how powerful this hero is and how well Amar does understand it as well.
Yeah, and Virtus.pro got that Shadow Demon as well to pair it up with the Centaur in their case. So it's definitely... They're threatening a bunch of different heroes here, and the Centaur is most likely going to make it through for Falcons if they want to pick that up. Of course, Centaur not always the best versus the Treant Protector, because of course you can get your ultimate cancelled with the Overgrowth, or I should say negated with the Overgrowth. It's still going off, you're just not going anywhere.
Okay, so he doesn't do anything, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, it's important to make those distinctions, accurate use of language and all that. And of course, in the lane, trading, Treant Protector is very good at keeping their cores alive and engaging in you with the brawl. So let's see if Falcons does want to go for it. Right now, taking out the Spectre, and now it is the Mars.
You thought they were gonna get the Centaur L. Mars is actually pretty solid versus the Treant, right? Because you have a solid amount of physical damage in lane, a pretty good amount at that, and you can catch the Treant Protector when he's going into the trees. He might be able to go through trees, but he cannot go through your arena wall, so I do like that quite a lot. And Virtus.pro, they go to a Luna despite being against the Shadow Demon. Yellow Submarine made the same mistake yesterday, so is this something that is fine, because those Shadow Demon illusions, they really do pack a punch.
They really do, and you're also, like, as short range as you are also still a ranged carry up versus the Mars, so whether you're inside the arena or outside the arena, you're not exactly happy with where you are at. Virtus.pro really saying that they're going to be relying on tempo here, and I would really like for this Luna to get another steroid or some form of a save right now in order to make sure that she can actually survive those Mars initiations that are coming for sure. The question is, of course, which one? Because normally I'd say, oh, well, that's easy. You pick a Shadow Demon. You disrupt her when she's inside the arena and everybody's happy. But Sir's on the other team.
Well, let's see. Virtus.pro, they've shown their safe lane. We've seen so many Treant Luna safe lanes do incredibly well.
Yeah.
Very, very rarely do we see this lane suffer, though. Shadow Demon and the Mars are the type of heroes that can actually punish you, because the strength of the Treant Luna comes from their pressure. Pressuring down the Mars and the Shadow Demon isn't easy. Dark Willow I do like. It's somewhat of a deny pick, as well as Dark Willow loves laning with Mars, playing with Mars, but also it is kind of a save for the arena as well, right? At least you're gonna be fearing some of the heroes that do not have BKBs, that are focusing on whoever is the target of the assault.
Yeah, it's true. You get at the very least a little bit of counterplay potential there. And of course, the Dark Widow herself also very hard to actually be brought down when she's caught in the arena. So there's a... Yeah, it's alright. I still think I want to see more, though. And it's a little bit hard to tell right now in what way. Because like normally the way that Luna beats people that want to go toe-to-toe with her is like, haha, I have more damage, sucks to be you. But for that kind of steroid, you want something like an Invoker on your team, right? Give that alacrity, make sure that the Luna is way bigger than she's supposed to be at that point in time, but he's also not in this game. And now there is a puck.
Really good puck pick, right? I guess now Virtus.pro, they can respond to it, right? You can go Kunkka, you can go Dragonite, both of those heroes will work. You'd rather see Kunkka?
Yeah, like with the boat into the arena as well. Of course, the Shadow Demon is a really good save up versus literally everything that the Kunkka has to throw. But nonetheless, I think that as far as your draft goes right now, you've already decided that this is going to be a Luna game. You are relying on Kiritich here, and you're going to have to support him in order to make that happen, I think.
Yeah, I like the Kunkka better as well. Dragonite might be better at killing the puck, but then again, we talked about the Shadow Demon, and well, he does save you quite easily. But if you save somebody from the Kunkka X, there could still be a Torrent and a boat and a Bramble Maze waiting for you after that. So plus I think Kunkka 100% wins the lane versus the puck, whereas we've seen Dragonites flop from time to time. Even though it's a heavily Dragonite favored matchup, there are just some players that can play around it well.
Yeah, agreed. And as a DK, that lane is also really not up to, like, to how you play it most of the time for if you're going to get outdone or not, right? It's all about how much is the puck willing to dance around you.
True, but overall it's a really good puck game, and it is the type of hero that Melrine is good on, even though he hasn't necessarily been super famous for his puck performance. Also, one interesting fact, okay, they go for the Dragonite, so they go for the more standard choice, I guess. Overall, though, I'm not sure about the Mars versus Luna matchup. You know that the glaives pass through the arena, so if you're attacking an initial target, the glaives are actually bouncing out of it, which is that fair? Should that be legal?
I don't think it's really about fair, more about balance. No, I do think that is that is probably the correct way to do it. And I was expecting them to do it as well, but I think it's all right.
Okay. Makes sense. So Dragonite, is this 100% now a Dragonite in the mid lane? Is that what they're looking for?
I mean, it seems really weird if the Kunkka is still on the board, who has been banned for most of this tournament, I want to say, by the way, to not take him and then be like, well, fingers crossed it doesn't get banned out for the last phase. So unless they have some kind of gotcha pick for the end here, which is a little hard to imagine. I mean, they are banning out the troll. I always wonder when I see the troll ban if you're going to try something that, like, you know, if I see troll ban, I'm like, brood mother?
Yeah, maybe, but
that would be a little wild, especially versus the Mars. Like, I understand that brood is oftentimes still good versus Mars because you draw the Mars to the lane where he's only hunting you and not actually doing anything for his team, and you can often outplay him, but still it's speculation into the dark right now.
And Falcons, they ban out the Centaur, so they're definitely thinking this is a Dragonite mid, which I think is it's a good guess. There's no doubt about that. But when it comes to offlaners, are you okay with a Tidehunter? I guess Enchantress is annoying, but the other heroes not so much. Is that maybe the type of hero that you want? Okay, yeah, there's my answer.
There's your answer. I mean, I would have given you the same answer. Tide's really good in the combination with all of the heroes that they have right now as well. And really what I said at the start of the draft stands is that if you go for the Luna, you're going for tempo. And the rest of this lineup has confirmed it. Like, if you go for a Kunkka here, you don't push towers as hard. If you go for anything other than a Tidehunter here, you don't push towers as hard unless you get a Beastmaster, right? And with the Tide now on the board, it looked like a really good puck game for Falcon. Yeah, I could see an Ursa here.
Though they don't really play it that much. There it is.
Oh.
There it is. It does come out. I like it. We have seen it resurgence here in the playoffs, and teams are actually playing really, really well for it with it. But this is a different kind of Falcons lineup, and we haven't really seen them shine with this approach.
And I was wondering about that the day before yesterday, right? Like, hey, we see some of like the passiveness shine through here, like hey, we're going to play forward pressure. And you also brought it up, like, hey, this is ATF and Malrine. Like, this is two very aggressive core players that are going to want to do things. Are we really going to like sit back and hope that they inherit the Falcon, or sorry, the Tundra style somehow? And Falcons, at least for now, have said, you know what, nah, we're going to lean more towards active. The way that Dudley boys beat us up was really unacceptable, so it is time to show our own claws and teeth. And I like that. I think that's exactly the way that they should do, at least for this tournament. And then after, you can always have longer discussions about your style. But for now, if you want to do well here, this is the way you fix your issues on the short term.
This is, out of all the games that you and me have cast, and a lot of the games I have watched as well, our colleagues do an amazing job. This is the freest Ursa game ever. I don't know how you deal with this Ursa. If Skitter plays a good game, he has so much lockdown to work with. He has really good heroes to lay in on. These tanky heroes that Ursa is amazing at dealing with. He's really good versus the Luna. He purges off a lot of things that the enemies has with his enrage.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just looks phenomenal.
I do think so as well, and unlike his counterparts over on the other side, I don't think he is very bound to any one timing either. Neither of his side lanes are particularly, or side lanes to say, his other lanes are particularly greedy. Like, we're going to probably have to see one item come out from each before they get active. Like, you know, you're going to want like the blink on the Mars, you're going to want the Witchblade on the puck maybe, but after that they're pretty much free to make however much space they want. And this Ursa is not waiting for a particular moment in the game where he has to make things happen. He can do things throughout, whereas Virtus.pro have very much tied themselves to this Luna timing, and if they don't get to hit that, then they are in trouble.
Let's get ourselves into the game and see if they're gonna be able to hit it. Over Virtus.pro, one thing that I've liked from what they have done in the last couple of series that they have been able to set around to at least start that tempo gameplay, right? So this lineup of theirs, I think it can work, but they cannot make those small or even big mistakes that we have seen from them yesterday, or sorry, the day before in particular. So Kips, now I'm gonna be needing a straight up prediction. Virtus.pro or Falcons. I'm gonna go first. I'm actually siding with Virtus.pro. I think they can't have two bad gameplay days in a row.
I mean, understandable, and I do really enjoy their lineup from like a purely gameplay perspective, because it's very simple to see what they need to do. It's very simple to divide the roles, who does what, who does make the plays. But I do think that as far as like actual, once you're behind, you are going to stay behind. It's going to be very hard for you to properly move the game, and in that regard, Falcons, they have so much playmaking capability. They have a bunch of burst damage ready to change things up if they ever end up behind for some reason. I'm going to go with Falcons.
Kiritich, the blood grenade is there. Okay, both him and FNG are gonna be taking a lot of damage. He actually stands his ground and fights. Another blood grenade connects. Luna is a fast hero. Are you fast enough, Sticks? Nope, it's gonna be enough. They had maybe one, even two more hits from the Shadow Demon, so Kiritich was never gonna survive that.
No, he wasn't. I mean, it's 3 versus 2 as well, which makes me wonder why they didn't start running away earlier, honestly.
Yeah, just run. Maybe he thought that if all 3 of them chase him, that then he's a goner, but if he pushes the Mars back, I don't know, Kips, he should have ran away. That's the simple answer.
That's the simple answer. Well, nonetheless, he's going to be right back to the lane as we watch the early stages here. And of course, the Tidehunter is going to feel pretty decent about this lane at the start, but as soon as that level 3 hits on the Ursa, things are going to rapidly start changing. And you're not going to be able to anchor smash your way out of the fact that the Ursa's stacking damage is just too much for you.
Overall though, other than that first blood, we still haven't seen any big fights. Crit and FNG are having their brawl in the jungle, as it is leaving Luna alone, and the Enchantress is dropping low on the top lane but will live. If you leave the Luna alone versus the Mars, does that benefit her?
I think maybe in the early stages you're going to be fine, but eventually the Mars is going to start getting actual kill potential on you. By the time you're half health, his burst is going to be significant to threaten you. So if you leave her alone at any point, like, this is probably the moment to let her get a little bit of EXP advantage. As said, if you draw the enemy support off, the Mars is going to get exactly the same. So it's a little hard to say, but this is the moment where you can still do it.
And Kiritich is doing relatively okay for himself, but of course Mars, good animation, 2 spells to secure the creeps. It's not gonna be easy once he gets more levels in those spells as well, though for now both of the supports are gonna be coming back, so our theorizing about what happens in a 1 versus 1 really aren't gonna be as important. What are we gonna be looking at for the kills? From what I can see, there is some kill potential in both of the side lanes.
Yeah, I'd say so. We already saw Snaking get very low, and the amount of damage that both Notice as well as Siege are going to be able to do into him is significant. And with the roots and the slows, they have a good way to keep on dealing damage into him, even if he has the heal. Don't expect Skitter to die necessarily though, but once we hit level 3 on the Ursa, we have to keep an eye on Notice on the Tide.
Whenever I look at a Tide or any kind of, fat melee hero, frontliner in a lane versus heroes like an Ursa, Monkey King and stuff like that, I always feel like you have to go for them. They are the ones that have to be low, so even focusing on snaking in my mind is a small mistake that could be a problem for you. Ursa stacks up a couple of hits, then you start running a little bit too late and you're in trouble. But we are seeing that they're not pressuring anybody, but that is also making sure that the Ursa is crushing the Tide in the lane.
You're talking about deterrent, right? Like, as long as the Ursa is like half health or something like that, he's probably not going to feel safe going on you. Yep,
pretty much. And he's full health right now, has 20 CS where there's 11 on the Tidehunter. The Dragon Knight is winning the mid lane, not by a huge margin, especially with that wave coming to the Puck's tower, but overall it is at least expected to be this way. Still Malrine not dropping low, not getting into any kind of trouble, getting a solid amount of CS himself. Overall it's okay for him.
Yeah, he's going to be quite happy with the way this lane is going, and with the puck rotations, I do think that you have a really good target on the bot lane in the Luna as far as like possible pick-off goes. Like, once you hit your level 6 or maybe a little on top of that, sure, you're going to take damage on your tower for that rotation, but getting early kills on somebody like Luna does so much work for your team.
There's the kill on crit, and we are going to be seeing the laning strength of a Luna and the Treant Protector. Luna is farming just as well as the Mars, but now she's gonna be getting the kill, showing that you really have to be careful how you use your disruption. If you use it aggressively, very easily can Virtus Pro turn around on you.
And I think that the same is true in the top lane here of these Brambles. This is the main mechanism they have to keep the Ursa off of notice. And every time it's spent, like you see him, especially now he's getting harassed by the Enchant Chorus as well, like he does have to go all the way back to the tower just because there's not really any way for him to survive if the Ursa gets on top of him now.
So with the things developing as they are, first 5 minutes, any team that is particularly happier than the other, or is this pretty much how everything was expected to go?
I think both of them are roughly content. The real question is, of course, the fact that there's just slightly more. Falcons are going to get slightly more out of the items that they're going to get directly after the laning stage, like especially the fact that both Puck as well as Mars, neither of them are going to have to sit around waiting for the other to get their first item up. That's going to do wonders for Falcon's ability to make tempo.
An attempt on the Luna. There's gonna be a spear as well. 3 stacks already. There's gonna be a 4th one. Crit. If he gets the 5th one, it's gonna be a problem with that slow. It's gonna be more than possible. And Amar gets the kill. Even more perfect there for them. Crit might be a casualty of war, but he does have 1 charge, so he's actually baiting in FNG. Come over. Yes, we wanted a bonus kill. The Centaur Stomp will help as well. FNG has a lot of sticks as well, so he'll be able to survive for a little bit longer with the Blood Grenade. That's a lot of slow, and Crit will be finishing him off. Amar coming over, maybe to credit his skill, but Crit will be the one to claim it. So beautiful footwork from both of the Falcon offlaners. In the end, Crit survives and they get both of the enemy heroes.
Yeah, beautifully played there, and that's a really big problem for that Luna now. She is not safe of her life even with the support in the lane. And notice, yeah,
Bye-bye.
no Brambles for you.
No Brambles, and there's a Centaur to stun him if he attempts a TP. So just beautifully done from Snaking. This is taking a little bit too long though. And he's dead.
So it's a tide. He's gonna be anchor smashing. He's going to crack enough your slow, you know.
Squadix? Okay, he's dead as well. Right now, Falcons are destroying Virtus Pro. And we talked about tempo that you needed to get in the start. Well, the ones getting the tempo rolling here are Falcons. That the enemies were there as they were chasing his teammate for like half a minute. But he still stuck. He stayed around.
Yeah. I think the real surprise for him was the fact that Crit was there, because he came off of that kill on the bot lane super low, right? Surely he's just walked straight back to base. Like the fact that he's there to actually set up that kill, because you know the other 2 heroes are there, sure, but there's nobody set up for them until Crit wanders into your lane.
This is the thing in Dota. Sometimes you're distracted by one thing happening, and then you just can't understand how much of a time has passed. Notice he's being chased down by Skitter. He cannot even get close to his tier 1 tower. This lane, it is not yours.
No, it's not theirs anymore. And the fact that that's happened on all 3 lanes is a real problem for the side of Virtus Pro, because now they're going to have to decide which lane they're going to definitely leave in the dumpster to shore up the others. Because if they stay spread out like this, we've seen that it only takes Crit coming over to get a kill anywhere at this point. You can't risk that. You need to make decisions now before you lose more heroes spread out across the map. Who are you going to bring where to reinforce? Are you going to go for a counter kill? Do you have any levels to do that with? The Tide right now, very close to the 6, might opt to take the Ravage here if his team wants to come make plays around him, but that's going to be a tough cookie.
And speaking of Crit, he was targeting the Dragonite. He didn't want the second Dragon form to do anything to their tower either, and he managed to do it, right? This is one thing we haven't really talked much about in the drafting phase. The Shadow Demon is amazing at killing the Dragonite, the Tidehunter, early stages of the game, and you still went for a Dragonite despite knowing that the enemies have this Shadow Demon. But I guess it's just not something that you think about that actively when you're in the draft.
No, maybe not. Then it's one of those things that it's not a huge advantage. It's not guaranteed like, oh, you don't get to push the mid tower. And here it is, finally the grouping up of the supports. One of them banished.
CMR has the arena, the spear will connect, but he's still in a ton of trouble. The Cursed Crown will connect right after he leaves, so currently they're really not doing that much damage for him, but just like it was built, it will fall pretty fast as well. Crit's still alive, and he's definitely gonna be zoning him out. A 2 versus 3 scenario, and FNG is the one gets taken down. This is the strength of the Mars, as the puck does deny the tower. This little move of Virtus Pro, it does get some attention of Falcons, so it will allow Malrine or Squadix to get down the tower of Malrine, but still, it is a 3-man movement that doesn't land you a kill. You actually lose a hero.
And that was your opportunity to get something going in the bottom lane, and now Yadaluna is just going to have to retreat again, and you're going to have to look for opportunities elsewhere. This Dragon Knight, I presume he is going to go straight into a blink here. Yes, oh, and the haste rune lost. Why not?
And the thing is, now they can run circles around, and Crit is coming also as well. They will use the coil onto the poor Dark Willow. No mana for the Shadow Realm. No cooldown either. And Malrine gets to the high ground there. He also still has the haste rune, so his life is never gonna be in danger. Virtus Pro are being outplayed everywhere.
Yeah, and I think as well, with the amount of utility that they're getting out of the supports in this early phase, the fact that the Shadow Demon gets set up, the fact that you get a ton of lane push, as well as just extra utility out of all of these creeps and Enchantress, means that the puck feels completely free to actually go for the Maelstrom bolts. So we're going to see a ton of farm coming out from Malrine, as well as a ton of lane pressure in this game, opposite to going for the Witchblade, going for the Diffusal, which naturally show him down and force him into a more ganking role.
So 3k gold lead currently for Falcons, as they're starting to pressure everything. It's very hard for Virtus Pro to get anything done. I'm thinking more and more about this Luna getting more points in the Lucent being, getting the ulti and helping her team, because currently they're heroes, they can't get kills.
No, absolutely agreed. I was thinking the same already when she was caught in the arena on bot just now. It's like, man, if only this was like the time where Lunas would just, you know, get points in the beam and then ult, because they would turn that one around just like that. But that's she built for farming.
Snaking came over to the mid lane to help get that tower down. It still has level 6, is untouchable. They're trying to finish him off with the overtime damage. Snay is still living with an HSL trend that's keeping him alive. Squadix is coming as that blink should have the breed fire. One more hit, the stun, it's still not enough. Finally, he will be able to finish him off, but it took so freaking long.
Just Enchantress things, am I right?
It's kind of annoying.
Kinda. You are the most patient man in the world, I swear. And another setup. Oh, they make it so easy.
They're killing him. He has 14-1 charges. The Squadix will be coming over to turn it around. Demonic Purge. Is it enough to finish off Kiritich? One more hit. Not gonna be enough. The illusions. The glaives are not gonna be bouncing the way that you wanted. Amar, he could have given his life for that kill. Decides that he's worth much more. And the smoke has been used. Virtus Pro, they're not done. This Blink Dagger of the Dragon Knight, it really has to pay off. And they do have the Bedlam as well.
Yeah, and so far it's done decent work. He's gotten 2 kills with it right now, which is exactly what they needed. But this is also sort of the extent of their playmaking capabilities until you get a Yules over on the Dark Willow, for example. Well, that said, Amar was a little greedy. He's dying right now.
You know what killed him? It was the Shadow Demon courier. Shadow Demon sent his courier, gave him the sentry. They checked the hill, and then he sent it base, and then this smoke of Virtus Pro actually knew where to look for a hero at, right?
I saw that courier, and I was wondering what it was doing there.
It was bringing a sentry. So, yeah.
Rip, but he did get the stack as well. Sure. And during all of that, by the way, Ursa also took the top tower, so both of the side lane towers as well as now the mid tower have fallen. No more outer tier 1s remaining for Virtus Pro.
And that's a problem, right? For Roche control, for your ancient control, the triangle and the statue area, both of them are now very easy to invade. And we're already seeing Falcons trying to make use of that with the 14-minute wisdom rune. They're coming over.
Yeah, just threatening, poking, seeing what they can get. And is this a Tidehunter with a Meteor Hammer as well? Because we're talking about a lineup where all 3 cores of Virtus Pro push, right? Especially the Meteor Hammer.
Not yet.
He's still working on it.
That's so sad. Oh, Malrine, he steals it. Yeah, there's those reflexes coming out from him. Beautifully done from Malrine. He's gonna get the Wisdom Rune. He's gonna have the Maelstrom finish, so that's gonna mean even more. That one for the puck snaking will get caught with the Bedlam. Well, you're untouchable. We don't care about it that much. He turns into a piggy, though. That means he has more fat on him. And with the Nature's Attendance, he will be able to survive.
That's... I think that's one of the first times I've actually seen a Bedlam jump that hit this hard, not actually finish the job, and it just goes to show how it did. A little bit annoying, you said. I think snaking is going to be a little bit annoying during this entire game. He's already insufferable.
Ursa does deny the tower. Coil onto the Luna. Needs help now. Help is coming, but it's a little bit too late. Sure, you're here now. Maybe they can go for the puck, but with Mars being in the vicinity, it's just gonna be a bonus. FNG dies as well. He wasn't able to protect his carry. It only makes sense that he goes and kills himself. Amar will be the one to pick it up as Falcons continue to control the map.
And they haven't even been able to get together around a Tide to threaten with the Ravage, for example. I mean, the Tide has been so far away from the enemy tower that I guess if he would have been able to get at it, he wouldn't have been able to do anything because that meteor hammer was just so late. But none of DP's line is working like they wanted to right now. This...
Oh, snaking, all of the stuns were averted, as well as the Bedlam. At this point, you decide to just run away. The slows are there on the Tide. He's, of course, not gonna die, but this is two supports wasting so much of your time.
Yeah. And I know that I've been talking about the lack of playmaking ability, right? And with that I mean two things. Like, there's the ability to pick your battles and engage, which is what mobility items are usually for, like the Blink Dagger. There is also the other aspect, which is of course the burst damage. You need to be able to remove people before the enemy can mitigate. And that gets even more important in games where there are saves and heals, like the Shadow Demon, like the Enchantress. And Falcons just is really enjoying shoving this Enchantress forward right now. Because she's already hard to kill, and then all the SD has to do is have enough time to walk up, and the amount of burst damage VP has to kill her inside that Spanish is simply not enough.
Squadix with his blink, he definitely did slow down Falcons as they started to destroy the map, but he did well at least threatening them, and now he has the Midas, so overall it's not looking that bad for him. But back to the annoyance of the Enchantress. Do you think it would actually be a viable trophy to give it to a Dota player, right? The most annoying player of the year, but not about using the chat wheels and stuff, but things like this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's an honorable position, and I think the first award should be retroactively going to Ice Ice Ice, who has been the most annoying player by far. It's incredible. Like when I was in SCA, just talking to, especially to people like BJ, it's just like, never chase him. Never chase him. If you chase him, he wins. It's like, yeah, but he's too far up. He's not allowed to be there. I'm like, no, but he's Ice Ice Ice. He knows better than you. I'm sorry. It never ends well for you.
There is this path in the trees that he has calculated will give him a perfect escape, and you don't know about it. Only he is aware of the catacombs that he has made for his grand escape.
It's like, or maybe you do know it, but he's just faster at using it because he's done that more often. Because he's an annoying bastard, and it's incredible if you go back and watch some of those replays. Like especially offlane Nyx Assassin. When you think of offlane Nyx Assassin, what in the blazes? The amount of things that man was able to get away with on a hero that's frankly not very good at that.
They're trying to make something happen. Notice having the Aegis, it is going to be a Ravage forced out, but is it really worth it? Skidder, he pops his ulti. Notice he's not going to be leaving the arena, and well, this Treant, he might be dying as well. Skidder still okay with losing his Aegis if it means getting more kills. Enchantress did drop down. Skidder will lose his first life. They have a stun on Squadix. Let's see if they can use it properly. The Terrorize is being threatened, but he gets the blink out. Crit putting himself in trouble as he doesn't mind giving his life away for the Ursa. That's the first Ravage being forced out, the Overgrowth as well. You force out all of the rotations and you still come out with only losing the supports. I'd say Falcons are okay with that.
Absolutely. I wouldn't just say they're okay with that. I think this is what they were actively aiming for. You don't go in on the Tidehunter like that with all of your cores under the tower. unless you are really very sure that you can get away with a result like this, or you're gonna kill him. But I don't think they would have done the damage calculations that badly, and especially with the way that the supports move there, like they weren't actually fully engaged. Mars specifically using his BKB to get out, the repositioning afterwards, they're totally fine with this, and now the Ravage is off the board, and the Ravage is really the only thing that's stopping Falcons from doing whatever the hell they want on this map.
Overall though, the Luna has been farming well, and
Yeah, she has.
I still don't know if this is enough. I still look at this Virtus Pro lineup as you need to be ahead.
I'm wondering if you don't want to do something crazy with Kiritich here, and for example go for the Adamant Scepter instead, and grab yourself the Orbital Cannon. Yeah, you need the BKB first for sure, but no, he's already got the crit open afterwards. He's going the traditional right.
Having an opening here onto a Mar, the Terrorize will connect, but the disruption was there, so really it's not gonna do that much. Mar gets his BKB off, looking towards FNG. He's the only one caught. They've already lost the Dark Willow, and it is gonna be a 2-for-1, a really quick death for all three of those supports. But again, a victory for Falcons. Still though, they are going through a Mars BKB quite rapidly.
Yeah, he is really actively using those charges right now, and that means you gotta get enough out of it. All the cores are still here though.
Okay, let's see. Maybe there is gonna be a fight. I understand that you wanted the Wisdom Rune, but they're not gonna do it. Falcons are done for it seems.
Yeah, I think it's very close to the Ravage being up again, if it's not already. Yeah, there it goes. So that's, once again, every time they do want to fight into that, they are at risk. And I think they didn't quite catch, because for sure they calculated that, right? They move up there, see if they can catch somebody, but the fact that it's really only the tree means that they don't get enough kills to actually go for Wisdom or that tower. And as a result, it's actually an economic loss for them, just a little bit.
I'm loving the item choice of the Tidehunter. You understand that you're not this tanky beast that is just not gonna die. You need to make sure that you're getting the Ravage off, and the Yules really does make sense. Not to use it on yourself, rather to use it on the Ursa. If you use it on yourself, you're most likely gonna be demonically purged anyways, and it won't do anything for you. But as a Ursa deterrent, it looks amazing.
Yep. And combine that with the fact that there's also going to be a Yules on that Willow, of course, and you could very easily go a Halberd here for the Dragon Knight, for example. There's a lot of ways to annoy the Ursa with your itemization.
And the Luna has gotten herself at the top of the network chart. What does Kiritich have? Okay, he has the Manta and a BKB plus a Mask of Madness. So once you get that crit and you start getting the damage in, this Luna is not to be underestimated whatsoever.
And that means that now you really have to wonder if that use of the first Aegis was good enough for Falcons. They bought some time, they bought themselves a really good fight into the Ravage, and then an opportunity at a second fight, but they didn't get that second one. So Luna's now big, and they're going to have to actually contend with her for the next. Yeah, they're not going to let that slide.
Let's see. Falcons, they're again going for a smoke, looking towards Kiritich one more time. It is a BKB hero, and they start off with a disruption, so they're just going to be forcing out a lot of TPs. The Demonic Purge is there, Skinner focusing on Kiritich. Deals is there, TP out. He understands how to live. Now Skinner has put himself in an uncomfortable position, but the Ravage doesn't do anything. He pops the BKB, and now it's my turn. The Overgrowth will not allow him to move forward any longer. Nice coil into the backline. Sage is dead, and notice he has to get to the high ground where he will most likely not live. The Yule's keeping him alive for a little bit longer. Not long enough. Amar, he destroys him there, and it's gonna be 2 kills for Falcons. Virtus Pro, they get nothing.
Very nicely done. Really, the depth of the engagement there shows that they're still not afraid of Virtus Pro's damage, even if they have to respect the Ravage as a turnaround tool, right? As long as the Luna can't come back into fight, they're safe to continue.
So, whenever I see a Mars use the God's Rebuke onto a Tide and he dies, I just remember Hippos eating watermelon. You've seen those videos. That's what it looks like, right? He just, without any effort, destroys such a strong and big thing.
It's incredible, isn't it? Like there's not even any. You don't see the force being applied. It just
No.
Middle tower is under attack.
I've seen the hydraulic pumps have more.
more issues.
Yeah, have more issues than that. they get slowed down. It's like goodbye.
Or
You're destroyed.
notice. He's close to his blink dagger actually, but maybe it's gonna be delayed.
And he's farther away from base than what he was hoping, and now he's gonna be taken down on the high ground. The arena gets used. Heritage is standing his ground with the demonic purge, and the BKB gonna try to leave Skidder. It is a question if he allows it. For now, he decides it is way too dangerous to go for it. Uses the enraged, and the stun plus the terrorize won't last at all on him. Falcons, they have reached their timing where they feel unstoppable, and they're just diving Virtus Pro without any issues.
Yeah, this is the point where you'd love to have a way to keep your Luna in the fight away from it, because Heritage is dealing a significant amount of damage. He would love to turn around and actually take the fight, because he's got all the tools that he needs, but he just doesn't have enough damage for Falcons to actually be afraid of him, so he stands there for a while, delays, but he can't properly enable his team to actually fight the entire lineup of Falcons just yet.
10 seconds for the Ravage. Falcons, are they the type of team to go back? With this type of lineup, probably not. If they had a Night's Iron, maybe they would be thinking about it. And look at those impetuses flying through Yules, of course. Now Ursa knows it's not going to be used on himself. And he gets in and finishes off FNG, who has a buyback. Stun on the Enchantress. We talked about the noise. This hero is hard to kill. Not hard enough. Sage finishes him off. Squatting swaps the BKB, wants to fight. For now, Falcons will disperse. It is a 4 versus 5 scenario because of the buyback. There's a disruption on the Luna with Skinner going in. Immediately there's going to be a Yules. And the coil connects. Ravage connecting as well. He has the enrage. BKB has it ready. Still Skinner does not care. Pops it now. And he's going to be destroying, dismantling that Luna. While the rest of EP, they have to run. It is going to be the Chin Protector taken down once again as Amar. He has the arena back. Nareen, he has destroyed the backline. Beautiful use dodge, but it's not going to change the fact that you're left all alone without any friends. And will be taken down. Skidder gets a double kill. Very nice choosing of his victims.
Yeah, Falcons is really just dismantling Virtus Pro now. The positioning that they have, that half circle after the sort of retreat, like the Ench dies, you can see both of the cores splitting off. Like Mars and the Puck are going to the left, Ursa is going to the right, but they're still in this half circle formation that allows them to go back in. And as soon as Skidder says we return, it is all over. And Virtus Pro really doesn't have a choice. They need to all come through this choke point in order to actually contest. And you're gonna see them. Look at this half circle. Look at it. They engage. They move up. All 4 in the same area. Boom. Skidder back in. It's all down to the positioning here. And Virtus Pro have no other choice than to give Falcons the fight they want there.
Also, I never want Nodus to use the Ravage right after the Yules. It just gives Skidder such an easy way out with the Enrage or a BKB. I think Skidder needs to be caught by that Ravage. It's hard, but it just has to happen.
It does, but where do you get that opportunity? Falcons are always the ones jumping first because they have the tempo, they have the vision, they have the quick waves on him. Oh.
He's surviving a little bit too long. The demonic cleanse is keeping alive long enough for his teammates to come over. Squadix will pop the BKB and TP out, but it's still a BKB charge down the drain, and the Chain Protector without a buyback is dead. The tier 2s, of course, are gonna be still guarding your base from getting mega'd, but I think it's time for Falcons to start focusing on those towers.
Yeah, absolutely. They can just press the issue here. And you've got the pocket already here to mop up the side lanes as well, so no real problems with any split pressure. You just... This is really textbook Dota, right? You hold the island here on the top side with the rest of your heroes. One of them mops up the side waves, and then the puck is going to, well, I can't say come right back in. This is not boosted travels, but you know what? You take the twin gates. It's close enough.
He'll be there in time. As the top tower, the tier 2 is looking very much dead, leaving your base right now. Very, very tough to do. There is a blink on the tide. The bad thing is, Aegis is ready, and they're gonna be going on to Dirsa. The terrorize does connect. Amar has been caught on the other side, but Dirsa, even if he dies the once, and he will not, he uses the enrage. He's very mad. But would you have attempted to do to him, Amar? The BKB a little bit too late, and the glaives are bouncing. He gets the arena off. There's still so much damage. The Luna doing a lot of hits there with the with the ulti, but the air is now back in. Skinner is gonna be taken down. Kirt is doing a lot of damage. The Ogre still totem goes to the left. The demonic purge is still gonna be slowing him, and the stun on the puck. Marine thinking about re-engaging. He'll do exactly that. The stuns, the silences, the damage. It will be more than enough, and it's a triple for him for sure. Mules for the time maybe allows him to blink out. Beautifully done by Notice. You're never gonna find him. He's a genius. Skinner, he knew, and he won't be able to do it.
And that fight is just going to point a finger here. That fight is Crit's fault. He took into vision on the mid tower, and immediately Virtus.pro, they just got that tool to make the jump happen finally, as well as the information that says, hey, we're actually 5 versus 4 here, we can do this. And still, Falcons, they do need to throw Mars into the middle there in order to allow Skidder to survive, but the fact that Kiritich loses so much HP in the original attempt means that once Crit gets there, they still get to play the final fight and push in for the base here.
Dead in the water just doesn't work on the Ursa. He deals with it in a second. Again, the Treant is dead. The Missile Blade, but nice use just in time. They have so many stuns for the Ursa, but also the disruption is there to make sure he's fine. Cole onto the two of them. The Tide doesn't want to break it. Neither does the Dragonite, and you shouldn't have done it. Marine does way too much damage. He's destroying everything in his wake with his Mjolnir, and he's just keeping the enemies away. He also has so much attack speed as well to make sure that that anchor gets taken out, and the Raxes are next on the menu. And another easy takedown for Falcons.
And that's a really good illustration of how this game has been going, right? We've just been watching now read up in the face of several enemy heroes who are in their fountain. Buildings fall behind, and Kiritich, how he can't stand.
He can't play. That's without the Ursa. At least the Overseal Totem allows him to leave, but what's gonna allow Notice to leave is Yules is keeping him safe. The Terrorize will be used. Skidder doesn't really care, as he wasn't used in the end there.
He cared a little.
Yeah, okay, he does care. The second that the arena stopped, the fountain kind of destroys UMR, trying to protect himself with the Bulwark. He's keeping himself alive. A lot of heal with the God's Rebuke as well, but that's still a buyback from Virtus.pro from the Dragonite. Now they find Crit, finally a great target for them, as Kiritich is thinking about fighting. That shard is protecting him, but obviously not enough. He has to run. His taking is coming forward. There will be a coil. Another one stun on the puck, stopping him from attacking, but it's not stopping. That one's Marine is still doing enough damage with his Mjolnir, and he has the orb to escape. He's not only strong. Oh, actually, he won't be able to get himself away. The Dead in the water, keeping him in place. Amar standing his ground. He's all alone. That's not going to be allowed. Your TP will be cancelled by the Bramble Maze, and now it's only a matter of time before they do more than enough damage to finish you off. Kiritich gets a triple kill, and Virtus.pro, they stand their ground in the fountain, but still standing.
Yeah. Standing, and Falcons, little overestimation of their own powers there, and to be fair, it takes a lot out of the pockets of VP. That's several more buybacks. That's a lot of very hastily cobbled together fights. But why I like this though from Falcons, even though it's clearly a bad play, right? If you compare this with how they played versus the Dudley boys 2 days ago, this is night and day. If you want to beat the Dudley boys that are going to be waiting for you in the finals, like, you're going to have to bring way more of this attitude than any of like the farmy pressuring type stuff that we saw. So yeah, this was not a good play, but the attitude is correct.
Okay. Attitude is, we're gonna break you.
Yes.
Completely. They're still 2 racks ahead versus the Luna. Sometimes it doesn't matter much. 30 minutes in, obviously it does, but we'll see if it can make a difference that Virtus.pro did win this fight. Maybe, just maybe, they can get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, let's see. They certainly got given an opening here, and Kiritich still at the top of the net worth leaderboard, and his damage is now actually going to get to the point where it's going to start being harder to ignore. That said, there's still a Mars to contend with, who is very tanky himself, and he's always going to be attracting a bunch of your damage with that Bulwark of his.
Ursa also has a Titan Sliver. His status resistance with the ulti will be off the charts. He doesn't have a shard, however, so interesting. Doesn't want to buy it. Crit. There's the Dragonite. Disruption is there. Squadex is gonna take some damage from the impetus. Not enough to threaten his life. Will be able to leave for now.
And these illusions are going to do so much work versus Squadex, who has, like, he has been going for the traditional build, going to work up into the Aghanim sector right now in the upgrade, but you know that normally you would be the one with the Manta style. You don't have the money for that. Actually, probably Mantaing first, but the real deal is, of course, that the Shadow Demon illusions are going to be doing the exact same to you. So, not being a utility here, yeah. SD just very good
Radiant's
anti-carry.
bottom tower
The
is
question is
Exactly.
though, do you use it on Luna or the Dragonite? Like, which one is stronger?
Normally, I'd say Luna, but the DK slows are very tempting, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure. And the Luna doesn't have that much in terms of stats items currently.
Yeah. I say it's a DK actually.
Let's see. Kiritich outside of the base, still smoked up. Can they find anything of value in their
They want the blink
walk out of the
ravage.
base?
They want it so badly.
Not
gonna get it.
He's not gonna allow it. The bash is there. Missile Blade not gonna be used just yet. The Whistle going to the side. Luna has the Hex. We'll get it on the Mars. Beautifully done. Maybe they can finish him off. With Ravage being used, the Terrorize is there. They don't want to allow Amar to use anything, and they won't. He's dead for 80 seconds. Breaking the coil. You have to do it because the puck is destroying you, Malrine. Take it easy. It's not fair to be that strong. The big black dragon is just dealing with the Enchantress or not dealing with her at all. And now Marine goes forward. The disruption will be there. I'm gonna save you, Creed says the Squadix, because this puck, he is way too powerful. And Darkulo is the only one left alive, but the GGs have already been called. Falcons will win game 1.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit of a foregone conclusion as soon as Virtus.pro doesn't get out of that laning stage, right?
Yep.
They don't have that much playmaking capability. A lot of their lineup focuses on taking down towers, which is something that they just never get to do once their own towers start falling. And Falcons pressing the issue, sometimes a little bit too pedal to the metal, but I think they demonstrated that they know how to do that as well.
I think at some point in this game, they were aware that the timing of the enemies has passed, so they're just trying with different shenanigans to deal with what we already have. It buying the Yule Scepters, getting late Blink Daggers, getting a Midas on the DK, hoping that the game will continue for a very long time. But in the end, if you just keep applying the pressure, at some point you will be coming out ahead. That fight though, pretty solid for Virtus.pro. Is this something that's showing us that they actually have got a shot, that they can take it back in the second game?
I'm not too sure. I do think that Virtus.pro didn't really give themselves a shot with the draft here. It was really too one-sided. And for sure they're going to learn from that. But the question is if they aren't already shaken by first the loss to Team Tickles. You know, you get one easy day after that, but now it's this again. I'm worried for them. Let's put it that way.
We'll see if Virtus.pro will be showing Kips and all of their fans that are worried for them what they are capable of as they get themselves into game 2. But before we get into it, we are going to be taking a very short break, so stay with us.
Oh, Esports. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Is everybody ready for Game 2 of this best of 3 series? What happened in Game 1 was Falcons dismantling Virtus.pro pretty much from the laning stage, and then it just looked easy until the GGs were called. I'm here for joining me, Skips, and you're watching the Pinnacle 25-year anniversary show. This is the 3rd round of the lower bracket, and there will be a lower bracket final today as well, as one of these 2 teams are going to be facing off versus Team Tickles for the other spot in the grand finals. And there in the grand finals, of course, the Dudley boys are already waiting, but we're going to be focusing on these 2 in front of us, Falcons and VP, with me, of course, having the genius Skips to give us a little bit of an insight and her thoughts of what we should expect in Game 2 even before the draft does start, as that Game 1, it looked like Falcons are going to be dominant.
Yeah, it certainly did look like that, and I think VP can fix a bunch of that by giving themselves a little bit more options in the draft. And I'm not saying, oh, you need to have a plan B, you need to count on plan A not working out, but I just want to say that there needs to be more than just a straightforward, hey, we're going to do, you know, pushing, and if we can't push well, then our hands are tied. So, you know, especially that DK pick, I would have liked to see that be a Kunkka. Have some counter engage in there. You've got enough tower consequences with having a Luna in your lineup, with having a Tide in your lineup, and just give yourself a little bit more room to breathe.
It just makes sense. Some mid lane players are usually focusing a lot on the laning phase, and with the pressures being high of this being elimination match, I can understand why Squadix would opt to go for Dragon Knight over the Kunkka, but I still agree with you wholeheartedly that it is most definitely was most definitely a better Kunkka game. But you know what? We are not gonna be seeing a Mars Heroes, and considering they have 4 bans, I think Chen plus Slardar are gonna be Virtus Pro bans.
Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see that, and maybe you know, maybe you'll get the elusive Amar Sand King game, and then you stand a chance, right?
Maybe. Who knows? He still has a Timber Saw, though we saw him not really shine on it 2 days ago. Though, you know what, Kips? Falcons, they did win game 1 versus the Dudley boys as well, and that series didn't work out too well in their favor. So there's still a chance for Virtus Pro. However, I have not been impressed with their gameplay lately.
No, not. But I do think that the flaws here were a little bit different. Like, they didn't give themselves too much of a shot in the draft. But for example, I'd been harping on Karatic a little bit, but Karatic actually played as good of a game as you were going to get in a match like that. So, as far as like their most obvious problem that they had previously, that one seems to be a-okay.
Okay, so is this the first pick Slardar now for Falcons, considering that it was allowed to pass through?
Yeah, unless they have other priorities, but I kind of doubt it. Well, you know what?
There's another physical damage hero on the block, right? Crit, we saw him get a triple, maybe an ultra kill with the Weaver versus the Dudley boys, I think.
That was insane. I mean, the man had the kind of game where you can go straight damage, and he did. That was truly a feast for the eyes, unless of course you were a Dudley Boys fan in that particular match.
So it wasn't a feast for the eyes for one of our casters here. We're actually thinking which one it is. Virtus Pro, seeing the Weaver, I think their 5th ban is most likely going to be that Slardar, so maybe they're discussing picking it now. I doubt it. It's not really a first pick hero.
I mean, it's funny that you just said that Falcons is gonna first pick it, and then VP is like, nah, it's
for
not
Falcons,
really a first pick.
For Falcons, maybe, right?
For Falcons it is, but for VP it isn't. Yeah.
No, definitely not. Even though Notice has been known to play Slardar in the past, it's just not.
No, they have really not been playing it recently at all, and it doesn't feel like this is the moment to change it. But I guess they're discussing it right now. And the answer is Trient. So, extra armor up versus the Weaver, extra catch. Oh yeah, very boring, but boring is solid, and boring means that you get to improvise in other places in your draft instead of right at the beginning, which is always very risky.
I only said it because of because they played it in the previous game, right? So they're kind of gunning for the same-ish approach. Maybe they go for the Luna once again. Kiritic, as you mentioned, he really did play a decent game on it. As you said, there wasn't much more that he himself could do. No.
Falcons are wagging their fingers. No decent game for you.
Then he's gonna have an amazing one, right?
Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps indeed. Then what else do you take out if you're looking to focus Kiritic here? He's actually had a really diverse hero pool recently. He's played Void, he's played AM, he's played Muerta, Morphling.
So Muerta could be a ban. I wouldn't hate that as a ban. You could go that route if you want to, but you don't have to target Kiritic, as he is pretty versatile. You've taken out the hero that Virtus Pro would want the most. And I think that's enough in terms of targeting a hero with such a player with such a wide hero pool. But they do target him either way. It is gonna be the lifestealer that gets taken out.
Yeah, and that does most likely say something about the kind of offlaner that they want to run here. So you'd have to think about your centaurs here. You have to think about the Tidehunter again as well, right? Like Virtus.pro get a couple of options here for their last ban of the second phase.
You're probably thinking, oh, now they definitely don't want a Slardar because they ban out the Lifestealer. Okay, that's a good ban. Lifestealer ban is, it's pretty easy to read that the Naga Siren could have been a good one for Falcons now, especially when you do have a TA on your side.
Yep, so still big core pickup in the first phase for Virtus.pro. Really does help the flexibility of the second part of the draft, right? And you've guaranteed yourself a source of burst damage here. That was one of the things that was lacking from the lineup in the previous game. You've got a bit of ghost push as well, so the traps are going to be taking out creep waves when you're not looking at them. And Falcons say, well, you know, this man has been ignored for long enough. We can take off your refraction, easy peasy. And we're going to have a whole bunch of team fight control plus a protection versus some of that burst damage if that boat comes in early enough.
And so much flexibility on Falcons. Virtus.pro, they have this chance of sending the TA to the mid lane. Squadix has been known to play it in the past, though most likely gonna be a TA in the Treant. Way too strong of a lane to pass out on. But overall, if Falcons start on the fight, if everybody is drenched in rum, then this burst damage of the TA that you were talking about, it goes down the drain.
This refraction is really not going to stand a chance this game, is it?
No. You have Swarm, you have Torrent, you have the Geminate attack, then you're gonna have some creeps as well. It's not gonna be easy, no. But if you're the one that is starting the fight, if the enemies are running away from you, then it is a completely different story.
Let's see where Virtus.pro is going to go next. I do think your second support here is still Phoenix Treant. That's very defensive. Very. Unless you're combining really 3 active cores with it and then the supports are more for the follow-up once you've claimed an area. It's a classic, but it's also a little outdated, don't you think?
Yeah, you have to pick a Centaur now, I think, if you're Virtus.pro. If you allow Falcons to get a Centaur versus this and just keep tabs on where the Treant Protector is in fights, being able to get away from the egg, you've lost your 2 supports literally without them even dying. And I don't think you can allow that to happen. Plus, if you're Virtus.pro, you do need a longer stun. I don't think a Slardar would do here for Virtus.pro.
No, like, I mean, the reason why we see Slardar played so much right now is because the cooldown on that stun is insane, right? You go down to something like 7 seconds. But the problem is, of course, that it only lasts 1 second, which is not really enough to burst anybody in if you're not a gigantic amount of gold ahead. No, still do it.
Oh, I don't like it. This is now an easy troll pick, and I'm very much afraid for Virtus.pro. I think Falcons, Skitter in general, will want to play that.
Yeah, he's
or maybe
going to...
a Terrorblade. Either way, it's good.
Either way, it's good. Yeah, I mean, I like the troll just because it's like the more proactive option, right? Even though it's probably also a little less stable. Like, there are ways for a troll to actually get behind and then not necessarily deal enough damage. But yeah, this is Skitter we're talking about. He's just going to go straight for it. And we saw MC mostly get away with a Slardar lane versus a troll. But that took a heck of a lot of doing in order to have a good time there. And I would be very surprised if Virtus.pro pull off the same.
No, the Lion was the main thing there, right?
Yeah.
Phoenix doesn't allow the Slardar to get as many hits in. Sure, he's gonna protect you a little bit, but there's 30 seconds of downtime of that Fire Spirits that the Troll is always gonna be a threat. So, and you can't go on the aggressive. You can't go on the aggressive. The enemies can go on the aggressive on you, meaning that the Troll will automatically get more CS. Plus, you have no burst potential in Virtus.pro in a sense of Troll not getting his ulti off.
No, you don't. Like, you have in general, you have 1 stun right now that's going to stop him, and that stun lasts, as we said before, 1 second. And that's whatever you bring up with the last pick here has to either be a really long disable or a ton of burst damage. The only ton of burst damage I can think you can throw on top of this is like a Lina, but then you are really just playing the glass cannon.
There is one hero,
approach.
Kips. There is one hero I'm seeing here, and I mentioned it yesterday. It's the OD. Versus a Kunkka in
Yes.
lane, versus a troll in game. Benefits so much from the Corrosive Haze, not because of the minus armor, but because of the vision. So I think that could be an approach from Virtus Pro. Get the OD, make the laning stage last forever. Just keep tabs on where the Enchantress is, and you should generally be fine. I think that's... I would try to salvage my draft with that.
Yeah, and I do think that would be a salvage as well. Like the OD versus the troll. I was wondering if you were gonna bring it up or not, because the OD versus the troll is such a time-honored classic, right? And it's for a good reason. I would hope to see Falcons notice that and make sure that the OD is not an option here, because it would fill out the damage types of Virtus Pro perfectly as well. You'd get that extra disable, and these might just be bans protecting an OD as well. It could very well be.
Who knows? Maybe they are. They're thinking there's a chance of this being an offlane Kunkka. If it is not, what's an Amar hero here?
What's Samar got left? I mean, Timbersaw is in the pool this time. Would you play that here? Well,
Not a lot
I
of
think he's
lockdown.
played worse Timbersaw games.
True. I wouldn't play a Timbersaw game here. He
Yeah.
maybe would.
So
I
how
like
about
the
that
Night
Sun King?
Stalker. I like the Night Stalker.
The Night Stalker is better, yeah.
That
Both of
one
these
is-
supports so dependent on positioning, so dependent on being behind their course and coming up to reinforce. It's Phoenix going in first just to get an egg off always smells of desperation.
They ban out the Dazzle. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at this Night Stalker and thinking it's a perfect pick. The only question is if your offlaner wants to play it.
Yeah. It's, I want to say, a little greedier.
Okay.
Well, Reed was correct. That is going to be a Kunkka going on to the offlane.
That's fine. I guess the puck now, if you would pick that OD, it wouldn't be that great in terms of laning. You could pick a safe lane OD. Just kidding. That wouldn't work here. TA would deal well with the puck. Is there a safe lane hero that Virtus Pro could go for, like a Kiritich Monkey King? Is something that he's well known for? Nope. There's my answer.
So
Is this a mid lane Doom?
No. Templar versus the puck, and that means that we're going to see Carry Slardar,
Cool.
which is of course versus the Kunkka. That's going to be a pretty nice lane for him.
Lane swaps. I'm kind of thinking Amar is dodging that. If I'm a Kunkka
Yeah.
off lane, I'm never laning versus the Slaughter. I don't care how many times I have to go through the portal.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. The problem is, of course, that Skidder versus the Doom, like, he is going to have a pretty okay time. Like, maybe eventually he's going to get tired of the swapping. And he's like, you know what? My game is good. Or just let me handle this and stick with it.
I would think about just at least letting the Kunkka be in the safe lane versus the Slardar, and Troll in the off lane versus the Doom. I think that's a lot better, because if the Slardar would have that long lane to chase down the Kunkka, that's gonna be a problem in general for you. But we have seen the drafts right now. Is Virtus Pro too greedy with these two support skips?
Too greedy, maybe not too passive. I do think that they still have an initiation problem here. In terms of who is going to make the first move, it is most likely going to have to be Kiritich, and that means that you are throwing your carry into the teeth of the enemy very early on, unless this Doom goes like a very utility-oriented build, right? Which He should, if you look at who the other two cores are. Even then, once again, if they have the upper hand, they can keep it. But Falcons just seems to have more options for themselves. That said, Falcons does have a laning problem to fix now.
That is true. Or it looked like they were gonna have easy lanes, which is no longer the case. Their mid lane, they're gonna lose. Puck versus BA. Also, you're very fast with the Doom, which means that you can outrun the troll and be overall fine. What I do like about the Virtus Pro lineup is that there's different ways to play it. You can play it super passively, right? Just farm, get even double Midas, Doom, and the Slaughter, maybe even on some of the supports. But let's get into the game. Let's get into the game and find out what kind of approaches Virtus Pro are actually gonna be taking here in a game where they are facing elimination. If they lose, it is over for them.
It is over, but I do think that they gave themselves a very good shot here, because Falcons has been very reliant on their laning stage to do well, and we've already seen with the Dudley boys that if they don't, it gets pretty hard for them pretty fast, because every single one of their cores, as much as like Malrine and Amar are active players, they are still on the greedy side. They do play these heroes who want their items, and in this case, you're looking at especially the Kunkka is going to be really sad if he doesn't get anything.
I'm looking at the dead snaking though, and the annoyance of the Enchantress. Oh, I was thinking no way. Actually, he went for the Nature's Attendance. He might actually live through that one.
Yeah, I think he does, but holds the point, and we will never know.
Bottom lane, there is some fights on the Doom now, but should
slapped
be
around.
able to live. And we're not getting any laning shenanigans from what it seems. It's gonna be Kunkka laning like a man on the top lane. It makes sense. Amar saying, yo guys, they think they can threaten me with a Slardar. That is my hero. I know what it does and how I can deal with it.
Yeah, and if, especially if his team is fully aware that he might struggle a bit and they might need to adapt to that, then it's okay. Like, the worst thing is not losing a lane, it's losing a lane unexpectedly. You never expect to win 3 lanes, regardless of how good you're feeling about your draft, right?
I've had teammates like this. I don't know if you have during your coaching career. If they would be Slardar versus the Kunkka, they'd say, Slardar versus the Kunkka, I'm gonna destroy him, I'm gonna rip his head off. And then if he's playing the Slardar versus the Kunkka, then he say, he picked the Kunkka versus me, I'm gonna freaking obliterate him. This hero does nothing versus a Kunkka. And
Yes.
I feel like Amar is that type of guy. I don't know if you have personally worked with people like that.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them, and from time to time they're actually right, but you also have to, as a team, you have to know your guy.
Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. So talk to me about the mid lane. Malrine, last time he was also a Puck versus a Dragonite. Didn't do well in lane, but crushed it later on. Is TA better or worse laning stage wise when it comes to dealing with the Puck?
I absolutely think she's a ton better. You can take a bunch of these hits, you get a lot of harassment in, you don't get these waves pushed in against you if you're playing it right. And in general, it's very hard for the Puck to deal enough damage against you, especially once those refractions are stacking up, that you can shove the TA out of the lane. The only advantage that the Puck has is nominally on the runes, but of course you can make up for that with the involvement of your supports.
And currently we're seeing the Puck struggle in the mid lane. When it comes to CS in general, in the side lanes, top lane is going okay for the Kunkka, the bottom lane is going okay-ish for the Doom for now. He's not struggling though. We'll see if that does continue as well.
And I think one of the reasons that Amar is so confident here, like we're seeing it sort of illustrated, is that as far as the support matchup is concerned, FNG can do absolutely nothing against Snaking. He's just gonna like weekly be chasing him around, but as long as Snaking keeps the camp there unblocked, and he's already managed that, then the Phoenix can't really... You'd have to body block it with like timed dives and everything. Like, those are the kinds of shenanigans you have to get up to. Look at how low
Actually-
the Phoenix is right now.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that they didn't want the Treant on the top lane. It feels like Slardar and the Treant can collapse on you if you're Omar, and there's not much the Snaking can do about it. But here FNG, he just does absolutely nothing, and it seems that Sage doesn't do anything on the bottom lane either, as he just watches his carry die, and now he's gonna be dying as well. Crit goes through them, gets a double kill, and we are already seeing into the future. Kiritich dies to Amar, and FNG will be dying as well. They're being destroyed. Sure, he gets a kill before he goes down, but it's a disaster, a laning disaster for Virtus.pro.
Oh, that's wild. Like, the bottom kill, sure, you're a Doom versus a Troll. You're mostly relying on not getting shoved out of the lane and being like, okay, I'm a Doom, I'm going to get farmed eventually. Anyway, you're not going to necessarily bring things up against a Troll unless he mismanages and you get to walk at him with the steady damage of your AoE, right? But there, clearly noticed over pushing his advantage, and then on top of that, I have no idea how the kill on top happens, frankly. I don't think that's allowed.
Because Amar, he told his teammates that he knows how to beat the Slardar with the Kunkka. That's how it happens.
Sure.
He,
and then Snake says, yeah guys, he knows.
yeah, he knows. He just showed me. It's easy. You come in, you hit him, and he dies. I mean, it only makes sense. If you're an admiral, it means that you've been on the sea quite a long time, and if a fish beats you, that's...
Hey, I've seen some swordfish, man. They can duel.
True. I don't know what this
But like
Slardar
this-
is. That deep sea fish, right?
Yeah, anglerfish. And have you played the Outer Wilds? Cause that'll help you with respecting anglerfish.
Gibbs, we need to get one thing straight. You always ask me about these games, and there is only one game I'm loyal to.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
sorry.
cheat.
This is
I
like
do
me with the
not
TV
cheat.
shows. You always ask me about the TV shows, and I'm like, TV? Do you mean YouTube for boomers?
Yeah. Video games? You mean Dota? Right? There's only one.
There can be only one. Yeah. Submarine holding his own in the mid lane here, but cannot stop the TA from farming. Wonder if we're going to still see the Maelstrom build up as well. There goes the Slardar again. There go all of our fears for Falcons laning stage. Finally, I don't want to be a doomsayer here, but Harry, this looks really flippin' rough.
Yep, it is. And speaking of Doom, it's not looking that much better for him either in the bottom lane. That fishing rod of the Kunkka seems to be working amazing, as he's just making sure Slardar dies over and over again. He's stopping the CS chart as well. It's not like he's being pushed out of lane and then he's finding openings. Kiritich is over diving or something. Nope, he's just playing it better as well. Squadix will play it better than Melrine as well, who will be dying there to the TA. So at least something, a saving grace or VP, somebody to look up to.
Yeah, and luckily the TA is the kind of hero where you can adapt your item build, and if you're ready to take risks, you can have a pretty decent impact with her later on. You just go into the blink dagger fast and start pushing your burst damage into any of the fights that might be happening. And the real deal is, of course, that if Falcons read that, they know that, because it is sort of a desperation move, then she can be punished very heavily for that indeed.
Okay, now I understand how at this point the Kunkka is winning. You have the phase boots, you have level 5.
Yeah, at this
but
point...
this point should never happen.
No, but I'm telling you, that's snaking. Snaking has made all of that possible, and now when you're at this point, yeah, you have all of the armor, you have the move speed advantage, you have double bracers, Kiritich is a level behind on you. What fish?
Yeah. No fish, as there is now a boat as well, so if Kiritich is not careful, Amar can easily take him down. Maybe not alone, but again, you have been mentioning snaking quite a lot, as we're gonna be seeing the Phoenix try to steal the rune, and we'll be successful at that. Nobody's coming to stop him.
Yeah, well then, they know. Yeah, that scan hits, and you see Snake immediately turn around on the map. He's like, oh, well, I'm late, aren't I?
Yeah, you're late. But Crit, well, luckily for Falcons and their supports and their levels, he's not gonna be late to the bottom lane. He gets there and has fingers just slightly faster than the ones in the Treant.
And with the Treant now moving as well, like Notice is not going to be able to do much on his own, so his supports rotating off are going to cost him. And the advantage still Squadix. Like Squadix now level up over Malrine, having a really good time for himself, moving into Dragonlance. Yeah, so that is going to be a bunch of early HP and damage for him. I'm hoping to see him leverage that, because with Kiritich, like if he's going for the Echo Saber build up here, for example, then we're really not going to see him for a while. He needs to catch up, and he's not good at catching up.
Oh, this is not good. Squadix is losing armor rapidly from the side. A Satyr Mind Stealer is coming, and it will steal his mind along with the other creeps as well. It is actually going to be these 3 creeps that get the kill. One of them will be the one finishing off Squadix, the one hero over at this pro that was having a good time. Sayush has me as well. Me as well as Taking. We'll get him down as well as Kiritich comes over. He will be pulled back by the X-Malrine. Is dropping down. FNG gonna be silent. That's only level 3 Phoenix. That's not a Phoenix any longer as Malrine. He'll be the one controlling size. Kiritich, let's come over. He wants Snake King dead. Where's the bash? There it is. And he will be able to drown Snake King in the river. So at least something going their way. But overall, Falcons are gonna be the only happy team coming out of that engagement.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The fact that they get to shut down the only hero on VP that has had a good time so far, the only guy with any confidence, is really very important. And yeah, they're showing off that their supports are completely free to move around the map right now. It's really only going to get worse. Got phase boots on both of the side laners. Ton of armor, hard to bring down. Skinner is well on their way towards his Battle Fury. And I'm wondering where Malrine's going to go, because I thought maybe he was going to go into, for example, the Witchblade instead this game. Just because his laning stage was a little less good, and it does also do wonders versus the TA. But he could still go for the farming build as well, like the laning stage is completely recovered.
You mean hero farming, just like in the previous game, get a Mjolnir and Dags and just kill everybody.
No, but the hero farming kicks in later than normal.
Crit? Squadix is very good at using his side blades. It was shown in the mid lane versus the puck as well. And speaking of, they're going for another smoke. Squadix. Is he the target or is it somebody else? Okay, they are looking towards bottom.
Yeah, and approaching rapidly. A FNG still level 3, not again.
FNG is gonna die. He's not that strong at all.
Oh, it's gonna take him forever to get to level 6, and I imagine that the Treant is having similar struggles as well. Those two ultimates, both of those heroes are nothing without their ultimates. It's going to be so hard for Virtus.pro to teamfight until they get those two up to the appropriate levels. But right now the cores just need everything they can scrape together in these lanes. There's nowhere for the supports to go. They're not good at rotating and killing. There's no easy targets for them to rotate to and kill. So what can you do? I think you stack and you wait until your core is going to take the stacks and you get your experience that way.
You just kind of explained the support's worst nightmare. Literally.
I think they just did.
So Virtus.pro, their supports are currently in a nightmare. At least Sayush is level 5, but that
He's
Phoenix
doing okay.
not even close.
That soothes me a little bit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, I'm liking what Falcons are doing. It's a 2k gold lead, but it's definitely not representing the difference in strength at the moment because of those level 6s lacking. So that means that you can pressure the mid lane tower despite the enemies having a TA. And Amar comes over to assist as well. You are level 4. You are gonna stay level 4 for a very long time. Kiritich comes over. Corrosive Haze at the ready. He does mark the puck and will be defending the mid lane tower for now.
Yeah, and that's two cores now sitting on top of each other. In reaction to was really just a move by two Falcon supports in their mid lane. I guess Amar came over for a little while, but as soon as he sees Kiritich appear in the mid lane, he's like, ha! See you at the top lane, buddy, and I'll be there first.
You will. Though ever since the Corrosive Haze came out at level 6 on the Slardar, it hasn't been that easy for him to stand his ground versus him. So you always have to be careful.
And he is getting back right now.
Doesn't have the boat, will get slowed down. The block grenade connects, has the blade mail, stands his ground. Let's see what you're gonna do. Run away like cowards. As Amar, just his item choices and understanding how to deal with one of his favorite heroes is really coming in handy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like burst damage. Right back at you.
A really rough situation for Virtus.pro. I'm looking at their heroes and I'm thinking, how do you make plays and nothing is coming to my mind, right? You have the potential of doing massive amounts of damage between the TA and the Slardar, but bringing them together just makes it so easy for Falcons to ignore you.
Exactly, and how are you going to get the opportunity without Falcons literally handing it to you on a silver platter? Because neither of your supports are going to be actively creating chaos, creating engagements, locking people down. Again, these are reactive supports as well. They're reliant on their cores to walk forward and then coming back in to back them up, literally. And instead, there's nothing to back up because all of the VP cores are running around the jungle trying to mop up what camps they can.
The puck is becoming more active. Hayes, Rune, and Malrine there. Sayush has been found. Of course, he doesn't have the shard just yet as it is only minute 13. You can't even buy. The living armor is there, but so is the X, the Torrent, and the damage from Falcons. Amar, Tidebringer, always going to be saved for him to be the one to claim the kill. So Treant dead, and with that, the top tower will fall. Yeah, Kips, it's hard to analyze here. I understand you're thinking about ways of Virtus Pro to do anything. At least FNG is approaching level 6. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's finally see an egg in a game versus a Weaver and a Troll. Oh, yeah.
That's a Doom. He has the living armor. Oh, actually, they missed the boat just to show that they don't need it, but running into a trap, this is a dangerous situation. The Doom, oh, he's not gonna use it, the time-lapse just in time. Now dealing with the traps as well. It was only a bait to get bonus kills. Stage, he has the ulti. Bait for who? They're gonna be bringing down the Weaver. Squad X thinking about staying in this fight, but it might be better to just get away. Malrine has been marked. Kiritich, he knows exactly where you are. The coil will be used, meaning that Malrine might live. Not gonna be happening, and Falcons, they've overextended, so maybe those are the types of plays that VP need to capitalize on. But how many of those do you get?
I don't know. Maybe if you don't punish them like too harshly, just only a little bit, they won't feel punished enough to tell each other like, hey, let's stop doing that, right? Because if you completely smash their faces in, then they're gonna learn.
Okay. Kiritich is in the face smashing mode right now with the blink dagger, so it's time to find some people. Skitter, he doesn't have a wand on a Troll. Troll is a pretty dumb hero, so let's see. If they see him, he's also dead. They see his career. These careers, they're freaking traitors.
Everything away. Jump.
Yeah, Skitter is gonna get destroyed. The egg gets used to make sure that no TPs come through, and the damage will be over there to the minus armor.
Yeah, there we go. The Kiritich understanding, like, the fact that he goes for the blink dagger here, that we're not waiting for him to go in long enough to actually get somebody to make plays to go in. He's going to be risking his life every single time that he does this, but there is no other choice. He's going to have to fight his way towards a big Ibby, because farming, you're going to lose the farming battle versus Falcons every single time. So Battle Fury on the Troll, there's still the Maelstrom up on the puck again as well, plus the Kunkka has a ton of natural farming capabilities. You can't sit back any longer.
This sounds weird, but this game, it's going better than the previous one for Virtus Pro. And I'm saying that mainly because their offlane tower didn't die. Just like in the previous game, you rely so much on the Ancients. And because that is alive, your TA will be able to farm. So no matter how much behind the Slardar falls, and he could because he went for the Blink No Midas, the TA is still gonna be the main damage dealer for the majority of this game.
Yeah, she is, and that's a role that, you know, they're both going to be very well aware that she has, right? There's no way as the Slardar you get to do anything here but create opportunities for the TA to capitalize on. That is the deal now, and she's going to get farmed. Doom has his Midas now as well, so he is going to get farmed. Hoping to see
middle tower is under attack.
Probably a blink on him as well, because once you start dooming, for example, this puck, you can get the fight.
Kunkka has been caught. No more. He does get the boat out, so now it's gonna be a little bit tougher to kill him. Notice gets sent back by DX, and Amar has the movement speed necessary to run himself away. The TP from the puck, very low on mana there, so I don't know if he can fight actually.
Yeah, in general, like the entirety of Falcons was sort of sitting on top of each other there. They must be feeling very confident by the minus on FNG.
Kunkka is coming back with full HP, full mana. He X'd himself though. You don't have a
no Kiritich there.
silence, unnoticed. He's fine. Squadix makes his presence known. Kiritich has been caught by the torrent. Nobody coming over. The puck is coming over. Malrine takes so much damage from just one hit, and they will follow him until he's dead. Kiritich gets the kill. Now fighting the troll. The bashes are coming through. Squadix in the back lines. He does bring down the Enchantress. Kidder, he needs to run. There's the silence. The Doom now silenced forever. You can't get your ulti off. You can't get anything off, but Squadix can get the damage in, and even with a catastrophic laning stage, Virtus.pro are showing the power of the minus armor lineup straight into the Roche. Nothing you can do about this.
I mean, the mistake has already been made, right? It's the positioning here. Malrine went all the way over to the bottom side while the rest of his team was posturing top, and then he has to come in at this awkward point in order to get vision, see if he can create the engagement, and he did not expect to get blown up right there. Neither did the rest of his team. They were positioned for him to attract the attention, get the vision, and then they make decisions based off of that. And
No, I don't really know what the
no
plan
puck.
was, right? For Falcons. You don't have mana on the puck. What are you doing there?
Yeah. Well,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
lose some more heroes.
See, Troll has the ulti. They need the entangles. Breaking the coil there from Kiritich just ensures he dies a little bit faster. That's a mistake you didn't want to make. But either way, Virtus.pro are in the best position they have been in this series.
Yeah, and with the TA now absolutely by far the most farmed hero in the game, you've got a really huge threat online that as long as Falcons don't have eyes on her, every single time the amplified damage comes out from the Slardar, then that player is going to be afraid. No matter who it is, they're going to be afraid. And that's really going to influence their decision making and their positioning, and rightfully so, they
Dire's
should be
bottom
afraid.
tower is under attack.
13-11 in terms of kills, Falcons are ahead, but in terms of gold, in terms of the
Radiant are
current control of the game, that is not the case any longer. Going into the later portions of the game, and I'm not talking now about 5 minutes from now, but 10, 15, 20 minutes from now, who has the edge? A minus armor lineup, or Falcons, you know, with their AoE and this troll? Could be a problem. Egg will get popped, and the silence on the puck, that's a little bit too deep, Mallory. Now he's gonna be taking damage. He can't even take the egg down. What a bait from FNG.
What in the blazes? Yeah. Mallory also, that's a little uncharacteristic, because that's not the first time he's just gotten silenced like that. You do have to understand that he's gonna do that to you.
This is looking easy for Squadix. It's not even a contest. After a disastrous laning stage, Virtus.pro are fighting everything. Actually, Squadix is finding everything. He's not even making use of the corrosive haze. He's just doing it himself.
Yeah, and here they go again. One by one by one. Look at that damage.
They don't care about the blade mail. When you have the refraction charges, the blade mail
Radiant's
doesn't hurt you
middle tower
whatsoever.
is under attack.
Yeah. And now we are in the position where suddenly the supports of Virtus.pro feel really good, right? I've been saying like, oh, they can't do anything as long as the supports can't go in, but right now these cores feel very comfortable that they have the DPS to go in, and these supports make it very hard for Falcons to counter engage. They're not even thinking about saving anybody currently.
There's one big item though coming up, and it's the Manta on the Troll. If we look at one item that is the god of all items in this game in particular versus Virtus.pro, it's the Manta. It literally deals with everything.
Of course, you only get to pop it once, but it's very important. And the other thing that I think is going to be really necessary, but I'm not sure anybody wants to build yet, is you're going to have to buy an AC in this game. Like, it's either that or your supports get a bunch of Aeon discs or something like that, because if you don't do anything about the armor, Virtus.pro will just continue blowing people up before you have any chance to do anything about it. Like, your other option is, of course, Weaver Axe, but I have no idea how far Crick is at the moment. I'd love to see what he's building, actually.
I'm looking at Falcons, and I'm thinking, who the hell is gonna buy an AC? I'm thinking more along the lines, you get the Ags and Shard on the Kunkka, and then maybe a Lotus Orb, and maybe a Lotus Orb on the Weaver. That I don't know if anybody really wants to get an AC.
Yeah, working versus the Amplify will do a ton as well. I should be saying Corrosive Haze.
Yeah, you should. It's not Sprint, Crush, Bash, Amplify Damage. Now they actually had names. Somebody put their minds to naming those spells now.
I don't care for him. I did.
Yeah. The initial ones were better.
Agreed. As we do have Snay nearly done with the
Radiant's
Hurricane
middle
Bite,
tower
so
is under
if
attack.
he lives, he has damage to contribute. And I do think we can say the same of Crit. Yeah, so he is going to go for defensive build here in the sense of that he is going to be bringing the Halberd. Very good
Radiant's
versus
top
the
tower
TA.
is under attack.
This Ash is caught, but Crit is gonna be going over a trap here. If he's not careful, die. He still has his Shikuchi. Slayer goes in with a 3-man crush, and now the damage from the TA will be insane. The time lapse, can he get it off? Not gonna be happening, but the ulti from the troll, it's still super strong. Swadix, you have to be careful. The root is there, and he won't be able to get out of it. Luckily, he has the Aegis. 4-step snaking, he's saving his carry. It is a 2-for-2, but it is only an Aegis that was gonna expire anyway. Snaking, nice dodge there with the Sproink in the end.
still
FNG
chasing.
does more than enough damage, and the puck just dying some overtime damage. Troll is sticking out. He will be able to survive. He's so fast.
No way.
Tries to slow down Notice. Nice dodge there on the trap. No silence on the puck. Will be able to blink himself away. Hit. Nice dodge. Ballerina is doing everything he can, and he's dodging every single hit, finally allowing him to live. We are seeing just what this guy is capable of.
Absolutely, but at the same time, that's after you lost 3 of your heroes and you took down Kiritich, you took down the Aegis. It could be worse, but the fact that they found that spot an appealing place to take the fight, it's incredible that they're getting that punished harder, frankly.
Oh, the Weaver didn't even
Look at how
have the
narrow
time
this
lapse.
is. Squadix get to hit everybody.
Yep. So easy. And also the side blades were coming through as well, as they were pretty nicely lined up.
Dire's bottom
Though
tower
still,
is under
I think
attack.
this kind of shows that the troll can still be a problem to the TA.
Yes.
If you get on top of her, the refractions aren't going to do anything.
Exactly, and the troll is still a really very good pick versus the Slaughter there as well. It's as long as you can keep the Doom at bay, right?
For sure. Coil
gonna fight.
to Kiritich. He breaks the coil because he has the BKB, so he'll be fine. Now Crit had his time lapse, be able to survive. The X has connected, and it will take that Kiritich into his death. So again, he's the one that dies. Now you don't have that stun. Squadix has to be careful. Still has the refractions. The side blades not going to be doing much. Nice dodges there from both the Weaver and the Puck. X has been used on the other side of the fight, and Notice will have to pop his BKB. He has the Octarine Core as well, so it's not going to be that long of a cooldown.
No, not. The Doom is already up again, so they could fight there if they wanted to, especially because they have both of the ults on the supports, but they were just not quite ready for Falcons to be so far forward all of a sudden.
Yeah, Falcons are, despite being behind, the ones applying pressure. And it makes sense. Virtus Pro being able to engage fights, it's not that easy for them.
No, it's not, and as long as you have eyes on the Slaughter, there's really no place you can go as that's the
Crit?
end of Crit, surely? Yeah.
Very much the end of Crit. The Torrent Storm coming through, focusing on the egg. And the bow is going to be there as well. Overgrowth just before. And the Endo Snaking gets the kill. Skitter has the Manta. Actually, that stop on the attack, if Snaking wasn't focusing on the egg, it might have been it surviving. Has the Kiriki Pike, pushes Kiritich away. The impetuses are going to do a decent amount. It feels like Virtus Pro wants to stop, but they're slowly covering this ground towards Falcons.
They have to be careful. Falcons, again, could get their troll on top of your TA, and then you are going to lose the fight, especially because you have neither of their reactive support ultimates at the ready right now.
Lucky for Virtus Pro, the Roche is gonna be pretty much the longest respawn time.
Yeah. And I think you're saying that because you're feeling this fight coming.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, but either way, you are in a situation where you don't have your ultis. You have the Doom, however, and are surrounded by traps, so that's gonna help. Crit, thinking twice about coming forward. Kiritich saw the enemies for a second. The ward has been placed. They found the TA. That is a huge kill if you can get it. But the troll needs to get on top of him. The swarm is still there. Nice stop there from Kiritich. He's not allowing them to come close to Squadix, who will only be versus the troll, meaning that you don't have vision. Gets the blinks to the side. That's no coil for you.
No coil for you, but that's once again BKB's down.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He actually has
Structures
Urs back
are
up again,
fortified.
so that's something, but Kiritich's BKB is rapidly nearing depletion now.
Dire's top tower
See.
has fallen.
Their ultis are gonna come back soon, Kips. So Virtus Pro, they have bought enough time. Falcons, they want to make something happen. The double silence will be there. And look at the hit coming in onto Snake. He does survive. Nature's Attendants will keep him alive. Troll Illusions coming forward. Still the traps protecting Virtus Pro. But now they definitely have their ultis. They are back. Sunray, Buck not gonna be too phased by it, but he has been marked. They see him clearly.
Yeah, and I think we're actually going to see Falcons disengage here now. They know the ultimates are back up. They still haven't found any openings. Well, at least if you stop Kiritich from blinking, you can continue to disengage. And they're fishing, right? Because they don't have any information about the Roche right now. And they would want to take a fight outside of that pit. But it is so hard to get enough information versus all of the traps, versus the Treant who's sitting in Vis in all of those nooks and crannies, and really all you can do is risk crit by running him in and out again, and I'm frankly pretty impressed that he hasn't died doing that yet.
The pokes from Falcons were amazing, but the nerves on Virtus Pro even more so. Just staying close to those traps, making sure that you're fine. And Falcons, a really good call to just get yourself out of this one. You understand that your enemies are gonna be set on the Roche. You've wasted a lot of their time, so you just deal with the other lanes. And TPs are coming.
It's working, yeah. And they read that one correctly too. They've knocked hard enough. The door's starting to budge. And it actually dislodges VP, so now they have to smoke, because they have to either get a pick off now or be back at top earlier than the Falcons can take position, and they found Stay again.
Let's see how many hits it's gonna take. 2. It's still not enough. The Lincolns has been broken, and the Doom connects to the Troll. It's a disaster. The fight is over. The Torrent Storm is doing nothing through the BKBs, and the egg was used on the high ground. With the Springs, they're trying to get some kills, and Malrine is still doing some damage. Kiritich dropping low. He's still gonna be able to survive. The coil is only onto the Doom, and Crit, he can't do enough damage to finish him off. Now it is time to run. Kiritich is low, however. Crit, on the other hand, is dead.
And really what they're lacking now on Falcons is a second physical damage dealer, which is something that we saw them do with the Weaver 2 days ago, which was why Crit had such an impressive score that game. But yeah, as soon as the Troll's taken out, they have absolutely nothing else to do, and you just need to grab whatever pickoffs you can and leave. And Kiritich there, the Snake nearly got him. That is a little close.
That is a damage dealer that you can rely on later on. As the BKBs of Virtus Pro will get low at some point, the Torrent Storm, the boat are gonna be much more useful, and it will allow this Enchantress to do more. Though for now, Virtus Pro, they did get what they wanted. They got a good fight to go their way. Roche, Aegis and the Cheese in their pockets. This is the type of gameplay that you expect when you play a TA lineup.
Yeah, and maybe a little slower and a little bumpier on the right than you would have wanted, but there's a Hex on this Phoenix now. Like, it's almost wild to think that FNG was still level 3 at 8 minutes.
And there's the Lotus Orb. Damar will go for it. I guess it was to be expected. Even though AC might be an overall better item, I still think the Troll is dying inside of the Doom, so the Lotus Orb can somewhat help you out with that one.
Well, I think you're completely correct with that. I think that in any normal situation versus a lineup like this, you might want to use it, but since the Doom is also in play, the Lotus Orb is automatically a superior option. And yeah, there's a double Mithril Hammer lined up for Crit. They are looking for more damage. They are looking for somebody else to be a threat so that they can't just focus down on the Troll over on the side of VP as they are currently. Yeah, you know, Slay, you had a nice life. You've got items.
Yeah, and Crit trying to run away. He had used the time lapse already. Now he'll be marked. That is pretty much gonna secure his death. He burns down before the TA attack comes to him. Only supports dying, not that big of a deal considering they took down the tower. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be relatively happy with what they have accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, now Falcons get to show off how well they know to split this map out. And how well they know to throw bodies into the arms of their enemies in hopes to delay them arriving at their doorstep. And so far, yeah, because Malrine here he is fishing for engagement. He's looking where people are. He needs information.
He has that Aghanim Scepter. Once you get the Mjolnir, that's when the damage really starts kicking in. He has found the tree and dodges the overgrowth.
Not
He has
the
been
Hex.
hexed though, still doing the damage even through the Hex, because it's a pack with an Aghanims. Now he's getting burned down, gets the silence to the side, but he needed the orb and the phase shift and just unable to get it off.
And that death is not really far enough forward, so the wave is now coming to
Radiant's
push up
bottom
against the
tower
towers,
is
but it's
under
Aegis in hand, Daedalus in the
Radiant
other.
structures are
It's going to
fortified.
be knocking now and down pretty fast.
It's an 11k gold lead. Virtus Pro, they are the ones controlling the fate of the game, and we still haven't seen the troll have any kind of impact out of the laning stage. When does Skitter start doing
Radiant's
something?
bottom tower has fallen.
The answer is maybe never. He just needs to be big enough of a threat that the rest of his team is free to do whatever they want while Virtus Pro deal with him. Like, you're up versus Doom, ton of burst damage, the amp. It's hard. Like, of course, if somebody else is enough of a threat, or if VP make a mistake and decide that since the troll hasn't done anything for a while, they're not focusing him anymore, then he's going to get an opportunity. But as long as they step on him, he will stay down.
I'm thinking maybe you just get a blink and jump on the TA user.
He's doing it so well, isn't he?
Kiritich is taking a lot of damage. You
Yeah.
need the TA to finish this guy off, or he's gonna finish you. Of course, when you get into Snake's face, his damage output is not gonna be high enough. He actually got close to the edge, so another Sproink would take him downhill. But
Yeah.
very nice approach from Virtus Pro either way.
It is, but it's also once again so deliberate from Falcons. Like, he's under his own ward in the enemy jungle. He did.
There used to be a puck there, Malrine.
Yep.
He got his ulti off. He's doing some damage to the FNG, not nearly enough. I'm liking the no hesitation approach here from Virtus Pro. Currently, Falcons, they need 5 Lincoln Spheres. That is how you need to play this game. It's impossible.
Radiant's top
could
tower
be,
is under
yes.
attack.
In general, right now, as if you're Virtus Pro, you know that if you jump, you are threatening with, for example, those 2 support ultimates. You're threatening the follow-up from the TA. It's unthinkable that Falcons are actually going to respond to you, and it's very clear that all Falcons are doing is throwing bodies down the lanes in order to keep the waves out.
You would assume this TA is gonna start falling off, but no. Once you get level 25, then the troll, even if he gets on top of you, it's not gonna be that big of an issue. Kiritich, he finds the Kunkka with Axe being there, Corrosive Haze as well. They use the egg, nice force stuff to the side. He'll be fine for now. Removes the Corrosive Haze, reload the sword. Kiritich knocks himself immediately to the top of the BKB, and now he's gonna start doing the damage, but the ulti from the troll. Where's the Manta? He needs to get himself out of this route, but he's not doing anything, just dying. The ulti was already popped. The Yules will keep it in place until he is ready to die. Squadix will be the executioner, and now he wants to execute Snaking as well. With Hurricane Pike, he keeps himself away, and actually does dodge the enemy hits as Crit is destroying the backlines, gets a double kill. It's a 3-for-3 Falcons. The way that that started, it didn't look like it was gonna go this well.
No, it didn't, but the Doom was, I think, down just for that fight, and then you get Scare in a decent enough position that he demands a lot of attention, and that's where the fact that you have a second DPSer now on Crit actually pays off. This is the way they're doing it. So many resources, so much time wasted on Amar here, as well as the fact that the first ultimate barely does anything. So that's already one of the 2 down, and of course the root comes in. Very good flank from Notice here as well, but it takes time. And
Skitter
time,
had Manta on
vision is really
cooldown.
all VP needs. Sorry?
Skitter had Manta on cooldown. I think that's something that you cannot allow.
No. No, we just got the demonstration.
And you got that buff on the troll that you can actually use your items inside of the ulti. Then you don't have the item to get yourself out of the overgrowth. I think it's unacceptable. He has to be getting those hits in once the ulti is out.
Absolutely.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay, so talk to me about the supports of Falcons. Are they gonna be the true carries here? Because it's looking like Snay and Crit are really the ones doing the damage.
Yeah, but this is one of the things that you especially pick the Enchantress for, right? She is at some point going to scale into a true damage threat. And Crit didn't have to, but once again also very deliberately chose to go the damage route. And this is a very fun tactic up first of all, the secret guy.
It's back time. The dust was used, and he'll be taken out. Skitter comes over there. Think about fighting without. The guy is just gonna be doomed. I don't think this is what you wanted to do. The puck though finds the call, gonna be doing a solid amount of damage, finishes off Kiritich. It is a 1-for-2 with Amar coming over. Squadex gets the silence off. Amar Lotus Orb a little bit too late. The Torrent Storm is doing work, and there's the damage pulling them in. The boat is coming through as well, but the Wind Waker will keep the Doom safe for now. He's gonna have the blink away. They'll survive. FNG coming in, has the Hex and the Egg. Snaking is gonna be coming forward. The Hex on the puck and the Egg is gonna be used. They have a solid amount of attack speed, but they don't have the HP to stand next to the TA. Those side blades, they even connect on the Kunkka, and now you understand just with what kind of a beast you're dealing with. Squadex is having one hell of a game.
Absolutely, but the fights are starting to get scrappy, aren't they? And I think that it's a weird situation for Falcons to be taking that fight because Crit is already down. But if he isn't, if you think that somehow he's going to live through, then that actually makes a ton of sense. Because Virtus Pro, they have a lot of burst damage, but it's all single target, and they're still all focusing it on the troll. But now the time you spend taking down the troll, and it is going to take time because of him getting his ultimate off, and because of things like the boat coming in, then there's several other damage threats in the meantime hacking away at you, and at some point somebody's going to kill you.
Speaking of getting killed, Crit is dead. The Doom is level 25, so now the Doom does apply mute, meaning that your items are no longer available. Meaning that once you do Doom Skitter, he's not going to be able to pop his BKB, not going to be able to pop his Manta. Doom and the Overgrowth are now too freaking strong, so Amar, he might have to use that Lotus on his buddy.
I think it's time for that, and the Aegis once again into the hands of Squadex. Roshan, of course, the best damage for bang for your buck as far as like single target damage goes. And I think we're just going to see Falcons continue this game of can we make sure that the Aegis fight is not going to be in our base, because it wasn't last time either.
Nope, it wasn't though. Now if you lose the fight outside of your base as well, you could lose their access because the push from Virtus Pro is insanely fast. Double Hex there, or the Phoenix hexing himself. Amar pulls himself out. But look at Kiritich in the backlines. He has marked himself as well through the Lotus Orb. Doesn't really care. Just pops the BKB to remove it and continues to apply the damage. Amar is your main teamfight hero.
They really do need him. All of his damage mitigation and the fact that he forces all of these BKBs to get popped so that afterwards the mobile damage dealers and Falcons can work around the enemy cores.
Malrine, that was dangerous, and he does have that Scatix gap. Squadex is showing just how powerful the TA can be. With level 25, so many refraction charges that you have to go through. It's too freaking hard.
It's insane. So much time left on that Aegis as well. I can't bring it out. Snake though, listen man.
Squadex? He's gone. He had the meld there, could have saved the Aegis, I think. He accepted his death, Gibbs, right? At that point, you're just looking at the at God killing you, right? It's like a tsunami coming your way.
Like, oh, I guess I made a mistake. Well,
Yep.
At least the Aegis fight isn't in Falcon's base.
Get it down, Snake. That's a target that you want. Oh, you need 10 hits to kill me with your impetuses. I need but one. And Skitter is running away. He doesn't want to get one shot. And Crociates will be there. And the Overgrowth will make sure that your Manta doesn't help you whatsoever. The boat is coming. And Amar, now he's going to be drinking the rum. I want some of that as my teams. They're not really doing too much. The Doom was on the puck. And it's going to be Amar taken down as well. Malrine has a buyback. He's going to have to use it. And the damage needs to be done now. But it is a 4 versus 2 scenario. As the silence connects on Crit, he is going to be able to get himself out. The creeps are missing. And that is the only good thing going for Falcons currently.
Absolutely the only one, and that was much more chaotic than these previous fights have been. And I think it's a lot of it has to do with them just stacking disables. Look at all these hexes doing work.
Blink out. he's waited for. The Wind Waker will connect, even if it plays a little bit longer. The silence, and of course, the damage of Squadix, the one who has carried his team on his back to the third game of the series. Virtus Pro are not gonna be eliminated so easily.
No, they are not. And all of the adaptations that they made during this game are exactly what they needed to do, right? The switch into making Heritage the main focus of the team, early blink over, or sorry, excuse me, Squadix, early blink over on Heritage in order to make that happen, and then really moving their game into a place where they could threaten enough with their supports and those big ultimates that actually it was really hard for Falcons to take any good fights. And Falcons had so many different choices for how to work around that, but none of them really seemed to be a one-fits-all solution.
Yep, it just wasn't the case. And Kips, we got ourselves a game 3. It was very hard to predict that Virtus Pro would be able to win this one after a catastrophic laning stage, but they got out of it. And I mean, the Phoenix got level 6 at minute 13, and still FNG had such great impact in this game. So just quickly, what happened? What happened with Virtus Pro? Was it their gameplay, or did Falcons drop the ball slightly?
I don't really think that Virtus Pro dropped the, or sorry, excuse me, the Falcons dropped the ball necessarily. I think that Virtus Pro really took the risks that they needed to at precisely the moments that they needed to. Like, that was we were seeing Squadix getting picked off already. We were seeing the Ancients not quite being threatened yet, so maybe what you were saying there did indeed have a very high impact as well. And I think the fact that they took over the tempo at a point where they were technically still behind was exactly what they needed to do. So yeah, I'm impressed.
The next game is going to be the last one for either Virtus Pro or Team Falcons in the 25-year anniversary show. It is very hard to predict who's coming through. We of course know there are some geniuses in the chat there, so you can go to pinnacle.gg/odds and put your money on one of these teams that you think are gonna win. And while you're thinking about it, we're gonna go on to a short break, but we'll be coming back with game 3 shortly.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Game 3, baby, let's go. This is the 25-year anniversary show here at Pinnacle. I'm here, Freak. Joining me is Skips, and we thought, after the laning phase of Game 2, that we are not gonna be getting the 3rd game of this series, but we were so wrong. Virtus Pro, they are not gonna be taken down so easily, Kips, and they will show just how powerful they are and why they did so well in TI this year. Team Falcons, yes, 2 days ago, they won Game 1 versus the Dudley Boys, and then they got reverse sweeped. Is this scaring them right now?
I think it should be. Like, I said in the previous breakdown of the previous game that I think Virtus Pro did a lot right, but if you look back at it, I have definitely also think that Falcons made a few mistakes, specifically in the first fight where they get confronted with the full power of the Heritage Blink Dagger for the first time. The mispositioning, the fact that they're missing a couple of their ults. Like, VP is showing that Falcons can't afford to drop the ball in places like that, and that they have what is necessary to punish them, and then to take that punishment all the way to the finish line. So now is the question for Falcons, like, are they going to start playing defensive again because of that? Or are they going to stay with this more aggressive, active style that they've deliberately chosen after the Dudley Boys beat their more passive lineups? I'm hoping for the latter.
Mostly hoping that they don't get tunnel vision like they did in this game, right? We have an aggressive lineup, we won the early game, let's just fight even when it does not suit us. So maybe choosing fights just slightly better would be okay for them. We're still coming back to that one key fight in this game, that they used the boat and they didn't have the man on the puck, and they decided to walk up the high ground and take a full-on engagement, which ended up in Virtus Pro taking over the game, taking over Roche, and well, everything snowballed out of control from that one. So I don't know, I like this approach to their gameplay more, but it's obvious that they're not the most comfortable with it at the moment. So hopefully they can get more comfortable. But you think if they're gunning for the victory, it's better to play it safe?
No, I don't think so. Like,
no?
Even if you play it safe here, you gun for the victory here, then I think you're taking time away from yourself where you could actually be making progress towards winning the other tournaments that are going to come after this one. Taking a step back instead of evolving further is almost never the right decision. So I think that they will, and I hope that they will still continue to go with the aggression. Let Malrine and Amar take the lead here and just make sure that you sometimes disengage after they've found you a fight, because clearly it's not always the right one.
So, let's say as a coach, you have a team that is consisting of strong players that have established themselves, but it is a solid tournament, right? $100,000. Okay, not solid,
No.
amazing, right? Do you, in this kind of a situation, think more about the future tournaments, or do you think it's better for your team to put it all on the line and win this one tournament to get yourself the motivation to continue working together? Like, how do you view as the best approach for Falcons in general for the future of this lineup to be?
For Falcons specifically, I don't think that their minds are on anything than winning the really big ones. This is a great tournament, right? But it's not worth making too many like adaptations in, for example, your core philosophy for. It's all meant to be part for the journey building up to the big victories later. And I think if you're, say, for example, Yellow Submarine, you go all in to win this one, because that one is going to boost you. It's going to feel so good to have some more like financial stability at your back. You're going to be way more attractive to sponsors, etc. But Falcons are already in it. I'm sure they've got themselves great contracts. They've got themselves secured for the foreseeable future. They've already won a lot in the past. Every single one of these players except for Melreen. So no, I definitely think that if you're the coach here, you insist on this being part of the journey to learn to play together rather as like a goal in and of itself.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, and really with the portfolio that the players do have.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sometimes even not giving your all in a major, or focusing more on growth in a major would be sometimes understandable. So
Exactly.
I can get behind that. Looking at the bands, Virtus Pro, they have found the golden three, right? You're not letting go of those.
No, but that means that Slardar is in this game again, when I was pretty sure that he was gonna be out. But Falcons take out their own Weaver right there. Do not hand it over to Virtus Pro, who are going to go with the Grimstroke, who has been left by the wayside a lot in favor of these newer found picks, right? There's been a lot of Chen, there's been a lot of Truant, and Grimstroke has been a little neglected.
And pretty weird at that, right? Because the heroes that are making a comeback are the ones against whom the Dispel will do well against, and there it is. I think Virtus Pro anticipated this. That's why they went for the Grimstroke. He's gonna get that shard pretty early, and it is a item or a spell item combination that saves you from this Slardar, at least somewhat.
Absolutely. I mean, you get the heal against him, you get the purge to take off the amplify damage, and you can pop it as fast as you want to now. You don't have to sit there and wait 3 seconds until it goes off. You can just immediately purge whatever you want, and you're going to get an AoE stun on top of that. So the Slardar is always going to have to be careful who he jumps. So if the Grimstroke's not near, or excuse me, if it's not the Grimstroke, you're going to most likely have your first target denied to you. And then once you're in, of course, the leash is also very annoying to a Slardar who'd ideally want to be slithering either in and out of fights or focusing down together with another physical damage hero who's going to be dealing a lot of damage, and you're most likely going to get leashed together.
Okay, Gibbs, I just understood something. So on our Twitter page, the Pinnacle Esports Dota 2 production, or our social media team, they did put up our predictions for this tournament, and I put Falcons as the favorites to winning it, meaning that if Falcons lose here, I don't look too good. I know that you have put a different team, but now I understand that my ass is on the line here as well. So let's go Falcons. Shadow Demon Slardar, that's gonna be their duo here, and you have an Inkswell, but there's gonna be a Demonic Purge. In the previous game, we saw the Slardar TA burst people down. Is there a hero like the TA that can combo with the Slardar that provides a similar amount of burst? I don't want to say just as much.
Yeah, you know better than to do that, right? The answer is that especially if you want a ranged hero, the answer is no, which is the big benefit of the TA, right? And like, of course, if you're gonna go double melee, you can look at, for example, the CK, who I think is criminally underrated right now as a potential source of combo. But of course, he is also melee, and he does not fare all that well versus a Grimstroke either. So it feels a little harder. If you want to go ranged, I guess the closest you can get is Muerta, question mark?
You want the... I don't know if you want the Muerta, like, oh, I've reduced their armor. Sure, I'm gonna destroy them with my magic damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does make sense. But yeah,
Well,
Muerta does delete
she
people
clicks decently
anyways.
hard, but you're completely right that it's not her specialty at all. Like, what else could you do though? Venge? Wind Ranger? It all seems to be
Lifestealer.
pretty far out of the... Yeah, but we were talking range.
Yeah, we were talking range, but you know, Lifestealer now, when I see the Lone Druid, I had to mention it.
You do, yeah. Like, as far as non-ranged heroes go, the Lifestealer would be really nice, though... Tusk Snowball save is going to be up versus you as well. Like, finally, when I look at these first three and I look at the support duo here, there's actually like a ton of options for Virtus Pro. Like this flexibility that I was talking about, where you can do different things than just the one. They've got that covered now. They've got several different kinds of saves. The Tusk can do things without getting any items up. Falcons have Pangolier Phoenix. So this is the first time I think that we're going to see them have full-on the team fight advantage.
So I really would hate to be a support in this game. If I get marked by the Slardar and this Pango is swashbuckling me,
Yeah.
I'm just dying. Plus the Fusel, which is the item that you're not gonna skip, is physical damage as well. So good luck surviving through that. I think this might be the right approach, right? Poke, poke, poke.
Yeah, and it is ranged physical burst. They are correct in the best possible kind of way.
Yeah. Or in the most unexpected way as well. Though Virtus Pro, they get themselves a puck, and really when we look at the Falcons lineup, killing the puck with these heroes, it looks rough to do.
Absolutely. Like every single move that you're going to be making, I mean, are you going to hope for like a tick perfect stun after a disruption or something like that? Or bashes from the Pangolier? Certainly not from the Slardar.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe you mark the puck and then he's afraid to go in and out of fight, as he's gonna be taking way too much damage from just a random swashbuckle hitting him in a fight. That's how I see you dealing with the puck in general. But overall, it is an amazing puck game, and Squadix is on a roll. So if I'm Falcons, I'm a little bit afraid.
Yeah, I'd certainly be respecting this puck pick, that's for sure, because no matter what happens, he is going to always be on your back line, annoying your heroes there. And you do have the Slardar. You are fairly single-minded in the way that you're going to take fights. This is not, we're going to damage them all at once, take several out at a time. No, we're going to do this one by one. First we slap this guy, then we slap this guy. The puck's going to be doing the same in the backlines.
So Virtus Pro, they banned out the Naga. I understand I would want to get rid of the illusion-based heroes for sure. PL not really that much established in the meta currently, so I'm guessing that the other ban might be a Terrorblade. Is that the type of hero that you're looking for, Falcons, or do you have something else in mind?
I think that they're ready. Like, their lineup is definitely suited to a very late game oriented kind of hero. Range as well. I'd be a little concerned about the puck once again, I guess, but there's no real burst damage to follow him up just yet. At least all your armor is going to be doing a good work. I would not mind seeing a TB, no. But VP might just ban it out right here, unless they want to get rid of the Lifestealer still.
Yeah, Lifestealer also looks amazing. It is rough to say. The lockdown of Falcons is very limited, and then if you pick a Lifestealer, you're opening up a lot of possibilities for Virtus Pro. So
Agreed.
I don't know. It looks great, but on the other hand, it doesn't. It's rough to say if you really want to go for that route.
It's really weird. And especially because of the availability of the puck and the Grimstroke, it's very hard to recommend the kind of melee hero that does not have any sort of like reach, or at very least a way to stop getting locked down by that. SB as well.
Are we gonna see something weird like a Kiritich SB? Notice playing the Lone Druid, or is this Kiritich on the Lone Druid?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Have they played the Lone Druid though? Like, I've cast Kiritich so much, and I do not remember him as a Lone Druid player.
No, me neither.
And it has been some years as well. So no Lone Druid in this tournament. It seems that they have not picked it. So this is something that Virtus Pro were saving for this exact moment, Kips, when they're one game away from elimination. So Falcons, you're in trouble though. I don't know, with this type of a lineup, killing the egg is kind of impossible.
Yeah, then again, they're also very hard to bring down themselves on Virtus Pro, especially if they are ahead, and we're going to see Luna.
I like that. This is a solid Luna game. You have night vision, so noticed he will probably have to go for his night vision talent if he wants to match it. You have the Shadow Demon on your side. What I'm scared a little bit for is the laning stage of the Luna here, right? FNG rotates, Sage notice, they should be able to bring her down multiple times. So that's where my fear for this hero comes. But obviously I've definitely made it clear that I'm a big fan of this hero nowadays.
Yeah, we've had our fights over the Luna. I do agree that it's going to have a rough laning stage, but if they can get it through, you can stand your ground here. You do actually have that save and that backup that will allow you to stay in the fights. You've got the disruption from the Shadow Demon. You're going to have the Demonic Cleanse as well. You're going to have Sunray there helping you stand and deliver. And with all of that put together, I do think that the amount of damage that VP can do to you in the initial engagement is sort of limited. You're going to be bringing some burst from the support side, especially from the Tusk, right? And the Grimstroke does a decent amount as well. But once you're through with that in the actual right-click battle, I don't think that Virtus Pro has the damage to stay in that fight. So that's what the Luna is going to have to do. She's going to have to live and turn.
Okay, so Kips, from all the things that you have said, I agree with everything but one thing. We never had fights. We had constructive discussions with a difference of opinion. That is what we have had, and that is completely fine. We only spread love here because we're Dota players, and Dota players, they love everybody. They talk nicely to their teammates. They never flame. We are seeing a couple of people on Reddit saying, "Oh, I'm the best teammate in the world, but my behavior score is low." And yeah, that's just the case because everybody is so nice. Then even if you're just not as nice as everybody else, your behavior score is gonna be dropping down, unfortunately.
Yeah, but where's the disagreement?
In the Luna, because you said we had fights over the Luna, and we never had like that. That is the thing that we disagree on, right? Though we do agree that this game is gonna be awesome, that this day is gonna be awesome, and that this tournament is already awesome. There it is, Malrine wishing good luck to his enemies, thinking you're gonna need it. But are they really, Kips? Looking at the draft here, any favorites? Who's going through?
I think this is the closest that we've seen so far, where I'm a little, like, in my brain I have to put the pieces together for how the Virtus Pro draft is going to work, right? But they have tower consequences, they have a team fight, and they have plenty of initiation to start off fights with. So as far as like the basic stones of their draft goes here, that all looks perfectly in order. And the same goes for Falcons. I think that the laning stage that you brought up might be a very big decider here, especially as far as the Luna is concerned. Whereas for the Lone Druid, the bear might suffer versus that fish.
Okay, the Falcons were so surprised that there was a Slardar there, but with the body blocks, they might be able to get a kill. The puck is gonna come over to slow them down. Notice, he still looks very much that Crit will get the kill. It wasn't the kind of a scenario where you're just letting your mid laner last hit him, as he could have potentially escaped. But overall, if I'm looking at these two drafts, I'm definitely on the Falcons side for a couple of reasons. First is my prediction, but then no, we're not talking about that. It's because it's easier to execute, it's easier to read what you actually need to do at every single part of the game, and Amar is on one of his signature heroes. So plus Slardar has been looking amazing in this playoff, so I'm definitely leaning Falcons here.
Yeah, I think I said it to you before the draft, right? Like, surely nobody's going to get to play Slardar again. Well, guess what? They are.
They are. They definitely are. And Slardar on the bottom lane, he might not be the biggest physical damage amplifier, but once he gets his level 6, that is gonna change. For now, of course, the Tusk will definitely hold that spot, but this top lane is gonna be rough for Notice. The Luna and the Phoenix, these two are not to be underestimated.
Absolutely not. And if they can keep him down, then the potential of the Luna getting actually punished is a lot lower, because Snaking and Skitter are always going to be able to take out Noticed when he goes in, and then the fact that the two supports are still there to clean up doesn't matter as much. And I'm saying two supports. We are talking about a hypothetical scenario here when the other one comes over from the bot side.
I've influenced you. You were saying Skeeter, now you're Skitter.
I made that change yesterday already, actually. But yes, I do listen to you sometimes.
Yeah, you do. That's nice. That's nice. I'm glad that we have such respect between each other as colleagues. As these two teams,
it's a lot of hard work, but I tried.
It is. We try. But we're seeing that these teams definitely respect each other, and they should, right? Falcons, so many huge names on their side. VP, maybe if you would look at these players a year ago, you would think, oh, these are some new professional Dota player wannabes. Now they are they're a legit powerful team that everybody should be afraid of.
Exactly, they are the real deal. And we see on the bottom lane right now just the Tusk and the Lone Druid sticking closely together. I think that if you don't do that, the Slardar is going to get too many hits in on the bear without feeling threatened, and you're going to have trouble actually maintaining the pacer in the bottom lane. Instead, as long as FNG is here, you can threaten the return kill.
Definitely, it's very hard to go here for, I guess, for either of the teams. There's turnaround potential on both sides, and very rough for anybody to engage on the top lane. However, there is turnaround potential from VP, but when Falcons are the only ones that are applying any kind of pressure whatsoever, it's hell. Charge, Lucid Beam, not gonna be happening. He pushed Skitter away, and Beam Swell will connect as well. There's gonna be a lot of damage onto the Luna, especially with the Blood Grenade. You don't have the Fire Spirit. Where's the Bash? Notice is hoping for it. There will be a slow from the dive, but this cow is gonna stop. Now they're turning around into Snaking. The Bash, now it comes. Doesn't matter. A kill is a kill. Seyush, he's the one to finish him off.
Excellent, and there is the kill thread. It did require the Luna to overstep her bounds a little bit, but sometimes you're going to get rewarded for your enemy taking those risks. And I guess we haven't really talked about the mid lane yet, right?
Nope.
Like, we are looking... Oh, well, not at the mid lane, as Amar. It's gonna catch a ton of hate.
And the entangle just after the tag team stops. That is perfect. Crit also is gonna be caught. If the entangle connects on him as well, he's gonna die though. The bear, very low attack speed currently, so lucky for Crit, he'll be able to live.
Squadix here doing very well versus Marine. Marine just not quite having enough pick. You're in a melee versus range matchup. You don't have a disarm anymore these days or any of those kinds of shenanigans. You're just going to look to clear the creep wave out and not take too much damage in the process. Which, with the constant damage coming out from the puck, is not that easy.
I still wouldn't hate the approach of going for the lucky shots, right? Because Puck is a low armor hero, so that can hurt him. He does have a Blight Zone, however. The Inkswell on top lane connects on Skitter. There is gonna be a dive to slow Notice down, and there's the bash. This time around connects. They need one more hit. Seush is threatening with the Stroke of Fate. Skitter way too fast. Good footwork there from him, but he can't get close to the creeps, and that's the most important thing for a carry.
Yeah, and here I thought that they would need the third support to come in, that they would need FNG to come on from the bottom lane, but VP demonstrating here that clearly that's not necessary, and if Amar has one of the bullshit offlaners, they got themselves another one.
Ayush will get pushed out top a little bit, but actually snaking it is he who's in trouble. They stopped Icarus dive. Beautiful response. The Fire Spirits are still there, so you don't have your attack speed, and that's gonna allow the Phoenix to survive. But that just means that the Luna doesn't have the help of the Fire Spirits now.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like either somebody is deathly low or actually dead on this top lane of Falcons the entire time, and we haven't had a lot of kills yet.
Not really, not really. It's just that people are getting low, but in the end surviving. Virtus Pro, in the first 2 games, the start of the laning stage at least didn't go well for them. This is the first time that it is. So they're most likely gonna be happy with how things are developing at the moment.
Absolutely. They aren't really keeping Amar down on that bot side though, but at the very least the Puck is definitely beating the Pangolier now. And this used to be different, right? It used to be that when you have the Pango versus the Puck, he's going to get your laning stage, but at least after that, as the Puck, you're going to be able to prey on him, stop him from rolling, etc. And now you have the advantage in both aspects, and it's really just all about Pango getting as much out of it as possible, and then team fighting, well, taking the initiative before you can come and find him. So Falcons not quite in the spot where they'd want to be.
I have a question, Kips. Okay, we're gonna have to hold that thought. The Skrit is being targeted, but his movement around the shards is perfect. Why? Because he is a god on this hero as well, so FNG won't be able to do that much. But once the Slardar is level 6, is it rough for Kiritich to go on him with the Spirit Bear? Does the bear just get demolished?
Yes.
Okay. So a quick and easy answer makes sense. Now when I saw the 6 armor on the bear, it really does make sense. Do you buy the phase boots then on the bear? Is it the,
I think you do. Yeah, but well, no, you don't have to go for the bear.
Oh, snowball save? Okay, it's gonna allow him to live a second longer. Sure. They give the kill to Malrine. I like this. It is pretty important for Malrine to kill his former teammate. Not because of that, because he rotated and wasn't getting the creeps in the meantime.
Dire's middle tower is under
excellent.
attack.
Really fast
Radiant's
rotation,
bottom
unexpected.
tower is under
Virtus
attack.
Pro caught completely off guard there, and you know, responses would need to come from this top side.
And let's see, Inkswell, he got the Fire Spirit off, doesn't matter, notice, he goes like, rah, but still
Level
gets
6
the
now.
hit in. And Skitter, he's all alone. We saw one rotation of the mid laner, now there's gonna be another one. Squadix is here with the coil ready. The question is, do you even need it? Skitter, you're not worth of Squadix's ulti, and Skitter will be taken down, so both of the carries lose their lives pretty close to each other.
Yeah, and rather painful for Falcons that they don't get to strike back there, even though that kill takes so long, but you don't have your big reactive ability, which is of course the ult that you spend on Maureen on the bottom line. And that leaves Skitter all alone. He does TP back to the tower, but I would be surprised to see him do anything else than just mop up a wave and turn tail into the jungle, because with level 6 up on the Spirit Breaker now, his time of showing on the map is over. He cannot afford to do that anymore.
That's rough. Skitter is... I want to say he's not having the best tournament out of all of the Falcons players. I think he has been bullied the most.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, I mean, I think he wipes his tears away at night with money.
Makes sense, makes sense. That's what you do when you win DI. Oh no, you are killing me. What am I to do?
No, but it is genuinely annoying, and I think also that in he has been playing on the same lineup for quite a long time, and his function has been very defined, and he is the one who's really like having to potentially adapt to the other two now, which is hasn't happened in a while.
We'll We'll see what he's to do here on Skitter. Of course, Luna is a fast farmer, but this is
Radiant are
a pretty
scanning.
catastrophic laning phase overall, as Virtus Pro are in a smoke. They are coming from the bottom lane, and Malrine would be a perfect kill, being the highest net worth on the map.
That was exactly what they wanted. Well, there's a purge.
He got
It's
it off.
level.
He got off the Rolling Thunder. That was way too early for Notice. And now both of them are going to be in trouble. Actually going on to crit. They don't want to get stuck there on the side. Notice is taking so much damage. He's going to have the Nether Strike if need be. And there's the coil finishing off Snaking. Notice
break
uses the ulti. And there's the break on the coil. But Notice has put himself in an uncomfortable position. So Crit gets the kill. That's going to be a 2-for-1. Phoenix dying. I don't think you care much if you're Falcons.
No, absolutely not. Like, Crit already being there with the level 6, VP did not count on him to be able to be right there, that spell at the ready, and the snowball is really not a save, but just a stay of execution.
Yeah, for sure. I just think Notice went too early though. Marine, they get going on. The shards are there.
saw the swashbuckle.
He have swashbuckle. He will have it now without the coil.
Yeah.
He should still be able to survive. But he has been charged, and he hasn't gone too far away from this one. Both him and Crit are low. The charge is coming through. Malrine is out. You are way too slow, Notice. You need to be faster with your charges. Crit will pay with his life. That is still a nice kill to get.
Yeah, absolutely. The continued aggression there is something that I don't want to say now puts them in a winning position in that entire kerfuffle on mid, but at the very least, they got out of it what they wanted to. But I suppose Falcons did as well. Snake stacking. Skitter is in the jungle taking camps with the SB showing and not getting any core kills out of it. So
he's going for an Echo Saber on the Slardar over the Mask of Madness. Do you think Echo Saber is better now? Is it the Harpoon that makes it the better choice?
yeah, I think so as well. The fact that you get skill more as well as having the extra stats here, right? Mask of Madness is, I think, for when you don't actually expect to be fighting with it all that much, but more farming. And I think the Echo Saber is just a better choice for your offlaner as opposed to a carry.
Look at Falcons, they didn't want FNG. Well, your greed will be punished. Greed is not good, as both of them did go through the twin gates, but
Radiant's bottom tower
Falcons,
is under
are they
attack.
coming through as well? Yeah, they will. Swashbuckle there. This time around, FNG will get caught. Snowball, he saves himself, and Dingsfall, this is very dangerous. The disruption will be there, so he probably will be getting his ulti off. Gets to the high ground, Rolling Thunder, gets on his top. The egg will be used onto the low ground. Nobody focusing on beautiful shards, as the Soulbind was used as well. And now Kiritich in his true form will die despite being super tanky. Notice he is the strongest cow in the world, but he has already pushed out Malrine once, and the second time with the charge you can't do it. Rolling Thunder, Malrine finally got it off, and that's a beautiful swashbuckle just to execute his enemies. Squadix has no teammates, and this time around his team is a little bit heavier than what the case was in game 2.
Absolutely, and the fact that they don't get the right connection right at the start there is absolutely disastrous. Crit once again in a phenomenal position. This man is... The 2 fights he's been in has been absolutely perfect.
It's so weird seeing the lone druid pop his ulti and get annihilated. And this is so cool, right? The charge is stronger than the Rolling Thunder, but well, that is a pretty pathetic charge when you're purged.
I'm not gonna lie, Spirit Breaker has been very annoying. He deserves it. That was good to see. It hit me in the villain spot, you know?
Back team doing solid damage. Amar is dead. It's just a matter of time. Squadix gets the kill. He's the only one in his team that is having a good game. Everybody else is suffering. And to see the Luna ahead of both Kiritich and Notice, it's a definite showing of what's going on. Charge. Okay, Notice he doesn't like crit. That is the only thing that I got from what he just did.
Yeah, well, and he's correct to remind Crit, but I think actually if you're Crit, you're pretty happy with us, like I am in his
For
head.
sure.
Because yeah, the charges have not been working out, mostly because Crit has been behind the perfect person every single time. They want Malrine, they're not getting Malrine, the Rolling Thunder goes off every single time. And once that happens, the VP have no good ways to reset the fight in their favor anymore.
Malrine has that diffusal blade. The damage output is gonna be massive, especially when the Slaughter is there. And he's just making sure that everybody is low on mana on the side of Virtus Pro, applying pressure to the tower. When you have the Orb of Corrosion, getting it down, it really isn't that hard. As Virtus Pro, they go for a smoke. And again, it is Amar that they're looking for. It is a pretty fast smoke. This could work.
Yeah, this could work. He is in the camp of death right as we speak.
Shards, pretty good, but that's deep. It is very deep. It's time to run. FNG, he understands it. Look at the physical damage. Just getting on top of him. The call just to save FNG's life. Run, Captain, run! And he will be able to do so for now. Nice dodge on the swashbuckle. That's gonna be it. In the end, they just force out TPs.
Yep, that does mean that once again though, they don't get kill on the Slaughter, which is the hero that you can shut down the most. No actual farming amplification, as here we go again. You get no charges.
He's not stronger. Now he's not stronger with the charge. You need to push him to the side. Soulbind, however, will stop the Rolling Thunder and the egg covering for Falcons. We see the sun for a couple of seconds, but then we are back to nighttime where the Luna reigns supreme.
Absolutely, he's going to actually get charged on again. Or no?
Well, you notice that Lisi goes to the Slaughter. The disruption is there. Demonic Purge ready as well, and he is gonna be taken down easily. That Inkswell not nearly enough to save his life. FNG gets himself out, but at a cost of a core. That is not good for Virtus Pro. He lost the tower, he lost the core, and Falcons are the ones in control of this game.
Absolutely incredible, and it's the way that Falcons approaches make it very easy to see how reliant VP is on that Spirit Breaker pick to do all of the creating of the engagements for them, right? FNG hasn't really been, because they want him to save after the engagement has started, but since Crit is over on the other side, Notice never actually gets to create the engagement in the first place, and now what do you do exactly? Their only avenue towards dedicating these fights has been cut off, and everybody over on Falcons is currently getting all of the space and all of the items they need.
Notice, demonically purged, he's gonna have a charge soon. He's threatening with his ulti, but his empty threats don't work on anybody any longer. They know that this cow is only talk. Falcons, they get another kill on him and another tower, increasing their lead even further. Virtus Pro, this time around, they came out of the laning stage well, and it is not working out.
Absolutely not, and especially this Lone Druid. The deal with Lone Druid these days is that either you are ahead, you are an absolute stats monster, and you don't die whatsoever, or you are behind, you do not deal enough damage, and you're not tanky enough, and then you sort of fall over without doing anything.
Aquatics, they see him. It doesn't mean they can do anything about it. I agree with what you said about the Lone Druid. That's why Kiritich is going for a different build. He actually wants a Radiance. I don't know when the last time is that I saw it, but how do you feel about it?
Been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, and especially because he is so reliant on the stats usually, it feels passive. It's, yeah, you're gonna farm, interrupted every single time. I don't even care. It's beautiful to see a Spirit Breaker getting dumpstered like this.
Oh, dodge the crush, FNG. Well played, bro. You're gonna live for a second longer, but not much more than that. And the thing is, we're seeing Notice getting destroyed, but I don't understand these moves of his. Is he just trying to get some people on him, get some TPs? Because none of those charges made a lot of sense.
I think he's feeling the pressure. Because he is the only one who can really do anything in this game. Like, you're going to... The Puck wants to follow up. The Lone Druid wants... Everybody wants to follow up. He's the only one that wants to go in. And I think he's just resigned himself to the fact that if he doesn't make things happen, nothing happens. So maybe he was fishing before and he's slowly started to move into, alright, I'm just buying time now. But yeah, he feels some form of pressure to do these things.
Okay, Gibbs, as my analyst, I try not to throw you under the bus too often, right? But now, considering that I really don't see how Virtus Pro need to play to come back into this game, I need your I need your knowledge to help me see the light at the end of the tunnel for our Eastern European team.
Dire's middle tower.
So the real problem is, because there's a Luna over on Falcons right now, we've already established that VP hasn't been able to get a good fight and most likely will not in the future either. The real problem is that VP has not been taking out Hold That Thought.
Radiant's courier has been
Yep, you have been interrupted once again, or maybe saved by the bell. Snowball to the high ground. FNG will survive. He
There's
dodges the
Amar.
damage of the demonic purge as well. Immediate smoke. They are not done fighting Falcons as where are they going for? Oh, okay. The classic punching bag.
Bell as well.
Yep. No,
He
this is
heard
fine.
that bell, and they're coming for his Tormentor.
I really like these smokes that allow you to get at least something. They're gonna
Yep.
take some damage from it. Look at how
So-
fast.
So the real deal is that these fights last so short that you don't even get to do any split pushing in the meantime, especially not because all of these other towers are still up. This is the first engagement for FNG.
Disruption saved. Luna, that's a hero with an Aegis, not one that you can kill so easily. Rolling down resist in the backline, though the Inkswell finishes off Grid beautifully done. Squadix, he wants the Phoenix as well with the silence. They might be able to finish him up, and he tries to get rid of it. Not gonna be happening. You didn't lose 2 cores, however, and you have killed 2 supports. Well played. Now it is time for punishment to go your way. Seuss will get the TP out. Crit has died, but yeah, I actually thought it was Crit FNG on the Tusk. Crit has played too many Tusks in this tournament, but the captain of Virtus Pro will die, and Seuss is the lone survivor. This time around, not even the puck. That was as perfect of an engagement for Virtus Pro that you could hope for,
Yep.
and you still lose.
Exactly, like the most important part there is that VP understands, okay, if we want to get a fight where Notice actually gets to do something, FNG needs to go in first, and he knows he's dead when he does that, right? But that's the only thing that actually manages to get the puck over onto the back lines, delay the Rolling Thunder for as much as you can. But at this point you're already so far behind that you don't have the damage to follow up, and one of the things that I'm looking at especially there is the fact that the Lone Druid didn't go stats, did already go into the scaling. The Radiants definitely didn't do anything for them during that fight.
It's the Luna is maybe missing every 10th hit, and that's about it, which again didn't do anything. They get a silence
That's
on the
a nice
Phoenix things. Well, that is nice. These are the types of kills that you need.
Yes.
The thing is, with the current situation in the game, Gibbs, how many of these do you need? Like 20?
Yeah, roughly. Your hope is that maybe after you get a kill like that, the rest of Falcons are too busy getting other items and you maybe get like a tower or 2 down. You need these towers to start falling. It is imperative to give you more time to not have creep waves in your face so you can actually make moves, to have more dark space on the map that the Falcons need to cover in order to back each other up, where you can hopefully get pickoffs now that your puck has that blink dagger and you have Notice coming in. Like, he is still scaling, he has a Midas. This is one of the insidious things about the Spirit Breaker, right? You're going to, yeah, no, that's just a wave goodbye.
Yeah.
But the Spirit Breaker will eventually always get to the point where he is a split pushing monster. Just because you get that Midas, then you keep on feeding, doesn't matter, you'll get the Octarine, you get
Dire's
the
middle
BB.
tower
It is
is
going
under
to happen
attack.
at some point.
Radiant's bottom
But he doesn't have a lot of space to work with right now.
It won't happen now. He wants to charge away the bash. Oh, he actually charges onto Amar. You have maybe sentenced yourself to death. No, he has baited Amar into his own. He needs to use the crush, and with that puddle,
though.
he's gonna be pretty much
Dire's
fine.
middle tower is under attack.
Like, now that he's got the Agony Scepter up and the puddle is here, they're going to need the entire team to take him down.
Dire's top
No
tower
joke.
is under attack.
So, and even then, it is a question how fast you kill him.
Radiant's bottom
Falcons, they
tower
might
is
not
under
be as
attack.
fast and moving around the map as VP, but they're not slow by any means.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Absolutely not. And look at how far forward they are now again.
They want to death.
Radiant's bottom
This is
tower
also the
is
strength of
under
the
attack.
Shadow Demon Luna. You're gonna be sending in those illusions, and God forbid if you're Virtus Pro that you lose your tier 3, you need to make sure that you don't. The thing is that you don't have a
Wow.
clip. Your tier 3 is pretty much gone.
Absolutely, like these glaives are gonna start bouncing. What is even a Luna illusion just forcing everybody back, looking to see cancel TPs, and these illusions are just going to keep on coming in.
Top tower is under attack.
Okay, at least you can somewhat deal with illusions with the Radiance. That's one good thing about it. But Skittle doesn't care. Oh, the bear has been caught, has been marked. The bouncing glaives are killing it. So much for your Radiance.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
barracks has fallen.
And there's no counterplay there really. Your blinks are getting disabled by that Luna illusion in the back. You don't have any vision on the enemy backline, and you can also see how confident Falcons is by the fact that they're now using the disruption to actually create those illusions instead of waiting, for a charge to come in. He's no longer holding that in reserve. He's like, you know what? You can get a full charge off. It's fine. I don't think we actually care.
I've hyped myself up for potentially the most one-sided game of the series, because literally Falcons are not being threatened whatsoever. They're taking their time to end this game. They're taking their time to control the map. But in general, Virtus Pro, there's nothing they can do once the Luna illusions are in their base.
I guess top tower's down now. Like there will be a little more space to breathe for VP eventually. They have some split pushing opportunities with the puck, with the Radiance on the bear, but it's all very so. No, mid's gone as well, and they just get the puck while he's on one of those missions.
That's a problem, right? Because Puck is your guy. Yeah, he's supposed to be unkillable in this game especially, and we laughed like, haha, who's gonna kill you? The Slaughter. Yeah, the Slaughter is gonna kill you. He jumps on him, he goes for the Slither and Crush, Bash of the Deep, bye-bye. Puck doesn't have the HP necessary to survive those two.
Yeah, I wonder if this is like, if you can ever get to it like a tanky Puck can, like you go for the Shoulders Guard.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sure. I guess if the game lasts for a long time, but it doesn't seem like it is gonna be lasting for a long time, Kips, because Falcons are they're coming for you. They're coming for your base.
But the fact that Crit gets the last hit on it, like, when's the last time any of you have seen like a support get the last hit on a tower in a pro game? Because that almost never happens. They're almost always all the way in the back, even when they're pretty sure nobody's going to come and counter engage.
Having those Luna illusions, it's always nice. And look at what they're doing. They're just using the Manta and then the disruption illusions, not allowing the enemies to leave their base. The only farm that Virtus Pro are getting are those illusions.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
just don't see.
Dire
Go
are
on.
scanning.
No, I'm thinking out loud, but as you can hear, there's so few avenues for VP here to counterplay. Like, because normally I would say, okay, well, fine, Falcons has to dive too deep then. But the problem is that Falcons have a siege engine. They have the Luna, and if you can siege and you are in a superior position, you do not need to dive.
Radiant's
It's
top
very
tower
hard
is under
to
attack.
overextend if you don't feel the need to. Like they could, either Malrine or Amar could drop the ball and do something completely unnecessary, but they've played with Lunas more often.
They really wanted to go and get the revenge on Team Tickles. Doesn't look like that's gonna be the case, and Squadix, he does get himself away for now. He's playing with his life a little bit, wants to finish off the Phoenix. Eels is there, of course, to protect him as Amar. The egg has to be used. He was afraid of being killed by that Puck. So Squadix, this is what he needs to do. The problem is if they even touch you, there's a good chance that you're dead.
It is, but this is the first time we've seen his shenanigans properly by a bunch of time. That's good.
That's definitely good. Okay, so now back to some easier questions, Skips. So during this game, how do Team Falcons prepare for their next series? Because this looks pretty over.
You let the coach do that. If you think about the next series right now, you're doing the whole practice of the wrong.
Makes
One
sense.
game at a time.
Okay, one hero at a time as well. Notice he did bring down Crit, so it has come to a point where at least these Virtus Pro deaths are giving them something. It is not slowing down Falcons, however. So, quick question: do you fight this Roche? Is it a possibility for Virtus Pro to even engage there?
I think that the reactive abilities of, like, there's a Phoenix in the pit already. Like, for many lineups that's going to be a problem. If that egg is placed correctly, you're just never going to be able to hit it at all. So that feels like a suicide mission. Like, you literally have to hope they make a mistake before you even go in. Never mind how well you play.
Yeah, I'm thinking If you don't fight the Roche, you lose.
Oh,
If you
the
fight the Roche,
flashes,
you lose.
bro.
Squadix, run! Oh, no BKB on Amar, but he has a harpoon. He has found it in the depths of the sea, and now will be using it to hunt down the puck. Squadix stands no chance versus Amar.
Brutal. And that's just a 1v1. And nobody else was involved. The entirety of Falcons is walked around, chasing down. A split pushing bear. Has an Echo Saber now, so at least he actually does some damage of himself now. And Amar is a menace to society.
Is he 1 versus 5ing them just now? I think if he has a BKB, that he actually runs into those 3 remaining heroes to try to get a rampage.
Yeah, and would he be wrong?
No, he wouldn't.
No.
Everybody wants a rampage. Why would you ever be wrong wanting a rampage?
No, like, especially if you're that strong, right? He is one oversized fish right now.
Yeah. Speaking about
Happy
being
today.
oversized, they're going for Roche right now. Want the Aegis, want the cheese. I've just noticed Roche is much faster when he's traveling than when he's chasing you. There it is. The smoke is there. You just want to get to the enemy base as fast as possible.
It's time to finish this one, and it looks like they're actually just straight up gonna fish for a kill over on the side here first. Not grabbing some blade just yet.
Everybody on VP needs a little bit more time for the item. Tusk, he wants an Aghanim Scepter. Puck, he wants an Aghanim Scepter. The thing though with the Tusk, he doesn't have a blink, so I don't know how much that Aghanims means even if you get it. But Grimstroke has a Shard. It has an Aghanim Scepter though, so the Dark Portrait, that could be a good way to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, up first is your strategy. That's a lot of damage though.
A lot of damage into Luna. They're gonna be taking him down. It's only the first line. The Grimstroke was lost. And FNG dropping low as well, still alive. The bear doesn't have a resummon. You have to make sure that this bear survives. He's actually sending it in. The clay bounces will kill him. And it is gonna be. Now the puck caught Amar. This time around, he needs no harpoon. He just needs one hit. It's more than enough to finish him off. And with that, the path to the championship here at the 25-year anniversary show for Virtus Pro will be done. It's very hard to imagine them getting back into this one.
Absolutely. The Dark Portrait was there, moved there, turning the Luna against the rest of the team, but between the fact that she still has an Aegis and of course the fact that it's not just the Luna show here, you have a ton of damage over the other heroes to deal with. They have to go in here.
Going on to the Grimstroke, they want to slow him down, and Amar will die. Actually, he won't just yet. The cheese is on the Luna. Amar will get taken down. Kiritage gets himself a kill, but Mega Creeps have been claimed. Falcons, they have gotten what they came for. We'll be using Diag. You cannot run forward towards that one. None of your heroes do well with it. Malrine, nice blink away. Not going to be caught the coil. The backlines, Malrine, he got the Rolling Thunder off just before it connected, meaning it's not really going to be that big versus him. He does finish off FNG, and Team Falcons, they leave with pretty much victory in their hands.
I'd say so, yeah, especially if you... like, the problem here for Virtus Pro is that you can count on the Dark Portrait, or you can hope that you could get a kickback with the Tusk, right? And they chose to prioritize the Dark Portrait. Like, he got to it first. And you'll never know if the kickback would have maybe actually given you a way to separate Falcons from each other. Then again, if you look at the mobility of the cores, you might just also be bringing the problems closer to home. I'm not sure.
I'm looking at Virtus Pro players. They are, they seem to be laughing, but on the other hand, don't look like sincere laughs. Like, haha, yeah, we're not doing too well.
We're kind of done for, huh?
Yeah.
Sucks, bruh.
Definitely sucks. Look at that Dark Portrait illusion go. The strongest hero on the side of Virtus Pro for sure. Not a compliment at all.
If you can't beat him, join him? Something like that?
Yeah, it's we have to have the transfer command like in Dota 1. Just to trade the players.
Pretty good. Which one would you trade right now to make it? Never mind.
considering that they're mega creeps, you have to have the Luna. And, that's a dead lone druid immediately into a smoke. And Team Falcons, they're not hurrying. We can do this all day, Virtus Pro, because we also have some more time left in this tournament for you. You can enjoy the last minutes in the 25-year anniversary show. Amara has been caught. There will be the Savage Roar. They push him back. Kingswell is there, but the Disruption will save him. Coil, under the 4 of them. That's going to be a lot of damage coming out from the Fox Aquatics. Is trying to finish them off, and actually with a charge through the 3 of them. Now it's going to be Crit going down. He's still alive, as they will slow down Otis in the end. He gets the kill. Kiritish, he just bought back a couple more hits from Alreen. He wants to take it down. Won't be able to do so with the Swashbuckler. However, will be able to do so. Kick the ball. FNG, he's good at football, but to beat Falcons, you need to play Dota better than them, and that was not the case today. FNG will call GG, and Amar will try to destroy Seush, who just buys his Ghost Scepter to keep himself alive for those 2-3 seconds longer that he had left in the 25-year anniversary show. And then there was 3 Team Falcons, Team Tickles, and the Dudley boys, who are waiting in the grand finals.
And I think Team Falcons here, on one hand, showing that they're fallible. Like, the more you look at the other 2 games, the easier it is to blame one of their mistakes for losing that second map versus VP. But on the other hand, if they don't drop the ball, they still look just as indomitable as the names on that lineup would suggest to you. And I imagine the Team Tickles has been paying a lot of attention to that previous map, because they have their work cut out for them right now.
So after what you have seen from Team Tickles, from Falcons in this tournament, coming into that series, are Falcons the heavy favorites? Are we gonna see the grand finals that pretty much everybody kind of expected, or is it gonna be a potential Team Tickles in the grand finals, right? Because they did beat Virtus Pro 2-1, kind of the same thing that Team Falcons did right now.
Yeah, and it did also look pretty good doing it, but I have to say that Virtus Pro didn't look nearly as strong as the Virtus Pro that we got today. Like, make no mistake, VP leveled up in between those matches. So, as far as like the prediction for the next series goes, I think that if we get a close one, it is going to be a 2-1, with, once again, it really depending on whether or not Team Falcons slips up somewhere, and Team Tickles are definitely the kind of team that can take advantage of that. Make no mistake, they're dangerous. But as long as Falcons plays their own game, and they're going to be faster this time than any of the last times around, I think they should be just fine.
Virtus Pro wasn't an easy opponent, meaning that Team Falcons, they might have gotten fatigued. Team Tickles, fresh and ready for battle. So because of that, we're gonna be going on to a bit of a longer break. Allow Team Falcons to prepare for their lower bracket finals. They did lose versus the Dudley boys, but now in the lower bracket finals, they have a shot at making it to get their revenge. We'll see if it's gonna be allowed. For now, we're taking that break, and then the lower bracket finals will come.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
A very long tournament has led up to this, the lower bracket finals between Team Falcons and Team Tickles. I'm Eric, joining me is Skips, and we're going to be bringing you the lower bracket finals and of course the grand finals tomorrow. But before we even get into the teams, before we get into the draft, before we get into anything, Kips, who's going to be fighting for the grand title versus the Dudley Boys tomorrow? Who do you think has a better shot, Tickles or Falcons?
It's gonna be the rematch, man. Tickles are really going to have to go above and beyond, not just because like I think the quality isn't quite there for Tickles if you compare like the lineups, but also because I think Team Falcons, if you wanted to steal the way that the Dudley Boys beat Falcons, which is a favorite trick of mine, right? You look at what they lost against before, you do that yourself. The problem is that Falcons have clearly decided to play a lot less passive, and they've been showing that off, especially versus Pro just now. So I don't think there's actually a clear recipe for Team Tickles to follow here. And if they do try to follow the recipe, they might just be very sorely disappointed.
One thing I have noticed here on Team Falcons is that when they start losing a little bit heavily, that they haven't been able to come back. Obviously, they haven't been losing too many games anyway, so we don't have that wide of a game pool to research, but that could be a problem, right? If they have issues coming back.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, their laning stage has been probably the best we've seen in the tournament so far, apart from, you know, the Dudley Boys. But it is correct that their losses seem to follow directly from hard times in the laning stage. That said, Virtus Pro had a really good laning stage against them starting off, and they did manage to hold onto that. So maybe there's not even there a good way to get a grip on them.
Okay, that makes sense. We're seeing here the players of Team Tickles, Yulnit, Lorenov, Force, Narman, and the Kalis. Recently, these guys lost a best of 5 versus Bait. If they win this series, they're gonna have a chance to win one best of 5 this December. And we'll see if they will be allowed to go to the grand finals, because their opponents, they are not to be underestimated, Gibbs. But we talked about the qualities of Falcons, but what are the qualities of Team Tickles? Where and how should they approach the series in general to give themselves the best shot at winning?
The best shot at winning. I think they have one of the high priority picks for them for sure should be the puck. We all know Lorenov for the puck. We've seen what he can do with it, and I think puck has in general be a very successful hero this tournament. So for me, that's one of the big things that I want to see if they can get their hands on it. Was instrumental one of their wins over VP as well. And I want, in general, to see them be able to maneuver around Falcons. I think they're maybe a little stiff yet in the execution, and we've seen some really good combo plays, especially come out from Tickles, like that Enigma game, for example. That was some good stuff.
So we saw the approach to ban from Virtus Pro versus Team Falcons, and it was Mars, it was Chen, it was Razor. Do you think Team Tickles take a page out of that book, considering that Virtus Pro did win a game? Or do you think they will have their own idea of how you actually beat this team?
I mean, the one thing that hasn't been tried yet is to actually give Amar to Razor. So maybe that's something that we're going to see coming up, but that sounds like a dangerous experiment to me. And maybe it's better to work with the information that you already have. I would probably see if I could have enough carries in my pool that I would try playing against the Razor. Maybe see if you can pick the Slardar up. Burst physical damage, always been a big problem for Razors in general. He is not very much of a hero until he's properly stolen all the damage. Blow him up early. Looks great. So I'd say that you have at very least an untried, like a completely untried angle there.
Okay, so nobody has allowed Falcons to get the Razor. Everybody has banned it out. We don't even know if they're that good on it, right?
Exactly.
If the rest of the team can play it that well.
But it is Amar though. Like, it's maybe he has like a little bit of rust to shake off because he just hasn't had it in his hands. But apart from that, I'm not actually scared that it's going to lead to too much problems. It's just more like, hey, do we have lineups that the Razor would work well against so that we can, like, you know, we expect them to want to have it, we can give it so we know what's going to happen, something like that.
And with the draft being ready, we're gonna find out if Team Tickles have the guts to be the first team to leave the Razor in. They see the Slardar as a bigger problem. Considering that there is no stats on the Razor and that Falcons have been destroying everybody with a Slardar, I would agree that Slardar looks like the bigger threat.
He does. I mean, it's as simple as the absence of information right now, right? But maybe they do feel good enough to get that information. And Falcons do know enough that they do not want to be facing the physical burst of the TA. Fantastic hero for especially Lornoff as well.
So Falcons, they ban out the TA, they ban out the Nature's Prophet. Tickles have done well with the Nature's Prophet. Okay, it is time to target the Mars. So it is Slardar, it is Mars. I would ban the Chen over the Razor, but maybe they want to pick a Chen for themselves, so who knows.
Yeah, I think that is a viable angle as well. We haven't seen Falcons face the Chen yet. I think they've only gotten to play it themselves so far. Yeah, sure looks like it. And that is another way to try them on tempo, which Falcons, again, they are... I have been leaning on the term, I think, item dependent as opposed to greedy. Because I don't think that their style is particularly greedy, but they do have a habit of picking 3 cores that all need their first item in order to properly start doing anything. You'll almost never see that, you know, Primal Beast, the Atlantic style, okay, I got 6, we ball. Like, that's not really the kind of thing that Falcons are going to bring to you. So let's see if the hyper tempo of a Chen would do something against them. That would be a good attempt as well.
Let's see, Tickles. Do you ban the Razor? Do you ban the Chen? Do you pick any of those? That is the question. But one of those two are going through this first ban phase. And it is gonna be the Razor that makes it through. Phoenix pickup, which is a decent hero versus the Razor, as he cannot... we can't say anything good about his attack speed. And now the the question remains: do Falcons even pick it, or are other teams just a bunch of cowards that don't want to let the Razor through?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that you have to do now, of course, as Tickles, is not draft yourself in a corner where it ends up being a good pick anyway, because sometimes that's what you do. But no, Falcons are just straight up saying, you'd ban this, wouldn't you? So they're taking it. They took, well, the bait, but that's always the question, right? How big is that fish that you got on the line? Are you gonna get pulled overboard?
I really hoped for this to be Falcons that they don't even want to play the Razor.
That would
Right?
have been so funny.
That it was just every single time that they see it banned, they just laugh their asses off. But seems to not be the case. So unfortunately, that little story that I created in my head is not gonna work. And I'm not gonna lie, this this Razor model here in our drafting hood, that's too much lightning around him. My eyes don't like this.
I think it's because it's like actually flashing like real lightning. Because you have no problem with all the Phoenix Fire.
No, I'm loving the Phoenix Fire, but this lightning, I'm not looking at the right of my screen. Like, no way.
Alright, well, I'll inform you of the rest of Falcon's picks then, alright?
I mean, I can just put something over it. Wait, okay. Easy, Kips, no problem. I can look at the right of my screen. I can use my phone, I can use my wallet or whatever. Just put it over and I'm gonna know what's going on. I like the Tusk Band though. That is a crit hero that works really well with the Razor in lane. So I'm really glad they got rid of it. I think it was a no-brainer.
Yep. Great laning synergy with the Razor. Great dodge for Phoenix egg popping, for example. Some good stuff. As the Falcons take out the Weaver themselves, by the way, which is also something that Crit really has been rolling on. But then again, I imagine that Team Tickles would probably fancy that themselves as well. They picked it up twice in their series versus Bait.
Speaking of crit and rolling, I'm expecting an Earth Spirit. Let's go, crit Earth Spirit though. His best Earth Spirit days were before the change, and I think he did it to himself. Remember when they changed the Earth Spirit? The second they did that, crit. I mean, they changed the smash was the stun, and they changed the roll to be a stun.
I was about to say, which one of the about 300 changes?
Yeah, the main one, right? When it was no longer blink stun. Yeah. So he immediately wrote on Twitter, "The hero is dead." It ended up not being dead at all, but maybe he got into a mindset, oh, this hero isn't good enough. Before that, I really loved this Earth Spirit. Even after that, he was amazing on it. But I'm hoping we get to see it still.
Yeah, you've been on that train, haven't you? Like the old school going in phosphorus. Well, you're going to get one from Dugalis. I was wondering if perhaps he'd be looking for the tiny. The toss back is also a decent way to break any kind of Razor static links. But instead we get the clockwork. So gets to be able to divide up team fights and lineups. So we get good synergy with the Darkseer. So Ion Shell onto a clockwork. Decent protection, of course, for the Phoenix as well. Planting down the cogs in the middle of a fight. Lots of good things about the synergy here in general. And I think that's really what we're going to see as a difference between Tickles and Falcons. Tickles are going to look to play and team fight their way out of this one.
So what's the Falcons carry that's good versus the Darkseer? Something that they have played is like a Sven. I'm actually very surprised that Tickles picked this versus an Enchantress. I understand it's not a Chen, but if for some reason there is a Satyr Banisher in this lane, the Darkseer is going to cry.
Isn't he already?
You know, no. Enchantress is annoying, but you have a clockwork to protect you. But if there's a Satyr Banisher, then it's a lot different.
I mean, a Dispel is a Dispel, right? If it's Enchant or the Satyr doing it to you, you're still not going to be zooming.
Very true. Falcons, however, they're not going to be going for the Sven. They're going to be going for an Alchemist, which is a decent hero in terms of shoving out the wave with the acid spray. I'm not sure about it though. It is a hero that builds a Radiance, so in that regard, the illusions from the Darkseer are still gonna be somewhat useful.
Oh, exactly, and that's TB up now, which is you're a Skadi builder. You've got a ton of armor. You don't necessarily care about like the half amount that the Alch is going to be doing. Of course, like Razor plus Alchemist is you have to be Terrorblade level of armor in order to still say like, no, I don't care that much.
Yeah, for sure. But I always love the Terrorblade versus the Razor, right? Because you start running towards the Terrorblade and he rips you apart so much that even if you get some damage off of him, his illusions are still gonna smash your face in. So
Absolutely.
I'm overall liking the Tickles lineup. A little bit concerned about the lack of lockdown, right? So sure, you have pickoff, you can go around the map, you can stand in front with a Terrorblade, but what if you need to be starting a fight pretty far away from your teammates, which the Clockwork can do, but how do the rest of them connect, right? It feels clunky.
It does, and they take out the puck themselves. So are they going to be looking for, let's say, the Pangolier instead then?
I would like that. I think Pango is really good. When you see the line, you know that you're not going to be picking the puck for yourself, and you are really bad versus the puck. So it makes sense that that they get rid of it.
Yeah, because a lot of the other picks that I'd say, okay, you look for something low economy, something that can roll with the Darkseer, let's say the Primal Beast, for example, they do get kind of wrecked by the Razor, so I wonder.
Very true. Very, very true. We'll see what Tickles wants to get. They're gonna have to reveal their hero before Falcons do. That's why the Invoker and the Lina were banned out. Those are heroes that are very rarely countered in the mid lane.
Agreed. So what other options do we have here? We have seen the Kotl ad from Tickles as well, right?
Yes.
But only versus the Lina.
True, but doesn't mean that they can't play it here. It does look like a good keeper game in the sense that you build a Spirit Vessel. There is a Kunkka, however, which I wouldn't hate. Do we have 3 universal heroes? If you get 1 strength one, there is an opening for a Melrine Timbersaw.
Yeah, which is why they have just taken it out of the equation.
Yeah, they banned it. Okay. Then Kunkka, let's go!
Yeah, could be really good. It has a chance to be a little bit on the passive side, and especially in these fights, if the Razor gets a link on you, you become, well, mostly a water park. Is that the worst outcome for a Kunkka? But in terms of like lockdown and playmaking capabilities, it's still a little on the soft side, at least for the lockdown.
You could still go from, like Queen of Pain, Ember type of heroes, which are not ultra popular right now. But you're putting yourself in a position where you might get countered laning phase wise.
Yeah. And a position where you are in mostly a soul initiator kind of situation with a lion on the field.
So I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind an Ember really. Poke and prod, and then commit when need be, with the Darkseer being there to assist you. The spell that you're afraid of the most is the Hex.
The more you talk about that Ember, the more I like it for the information and the chip you get out of it. Same as like the way that the Kotl would feel really good this game.
And if you really want to, though, I guess that's probably gonna be the Clockwork's job. You can still get a Spirit Vessel on an Ember as well. It's not unheard of.
No, absolutely not. I mean, it's the tried and true fast Ember Spirit build, right? Now that Blade Mail isn't really an option anymore.
Pickles are really taking their time.
They are digging deep. Like we're going towards like the really obscure picks right now.
You know what we still have in the pool? It's a Dazzle, right? And considering you have a Terrorblade, I would not hate it, but they're just gonna go with the
primal.
Easier to execute thing, I guess, and does benefit from the shell, from the surge. A lot of reasons to get it, actually.
Yeah, the lockdown as well. Like this is the reason why I mentioned it before. I just thought that they would not risk it in a game versus a Razor, where you also could still get counterpicked on the next pick here. But maybe they're yeah.
That's a Malrine hero. Or actually, is it? No, it's not good. I was thinking maybe they give Malrine the Razor because he does play it, and they give Huskar to Amar because he does play it.
Yeah, he does.
These two actually have same hero pools. I think when they were together on a team, Creepwave, that they were just trying to see, okay, who's gonna play Razor better, who's gonna play Timbersaw better, and then they ended up having the same heroes that they're really good at. But no, we're gonna be seeing a mid lane Huskar currently undefeated for for Team Falcons, but a lot of the heroes that they have played are undefeated, as they've only lost 2 games so far in the tournament. Overall, I really like what they've prepared here for us.
Yeah, this Huskar pick is definitely... I'm having a hard time seeing how you do anything against that if you're on the side of Team Tickles, except scale. Getting him dead is going to be super hard. You want Scotty on your Face Void, excuse me, on your Terrorblade. I'm not sure how much you can do against that Huskar before that, and that's quite a long time to be walking on eggshells.
Did you see the Kalis and his watch in the back? Like, you know, the ones that you buy and then you just connect them to the, or glue them to the wall in a way that you want, and then you need to do it well. He just, look at that, 9 is at the bottom, 8, 7, like it makes no sense.
That's kind of wild. Oh, he's feeling good.
Yeah, he
confident smirk right there. I do think he's right to feel confident here, because as far as, like, you know, cheesy gotcha picks go, that is a really good Huskar pick, and it's very unlikely that Tickles are going to have a good answer for it. And I do feel like that's what we've been seeing, Tickles trying to mostly answer what is going to happen over on the side of Falcons. A little bit of things going for themselves as well, of course. They have really good internal synergy for combo plays, but you're going to have to nail everything in a row in order to get that Huskar down.
There is this question of, have you gone too greedy with 3 cores that all of them do need farm, but we'll see how it works out when we get ourselves into the game, which is now the lower bracket finals start. And Amar, of course, he does have the Razor Arcana. Look at how cool that icon looks.
That does look really very good. Usually I'm not a fan of the different icons. Like, the one I hate especially is the Juggernaut, where it just looks like a Leshrac in my top bar, man. Get it off my screen. But this one's rather rad.
Really is. Though I've never seen a Juggernaut Arcana look like a Lesh, though I'm gonna pay attention next time, and maybe I get to see what you mean. You know, maybe it is one of those now you can't unsee it type of things.
It's got the same color, the same sort of pose, trust me.
Okay. I trust you, Kips, but
Glance value.
I'm looking at the Stickles lineup. How do you kill a Huskar? I guess a good thing is that you have a lot of overtime damage, so toggling the armlet is gonna be tricky. And that is one thing when I'm looking, Stickles can punish Mallory.
The battle begins.
The question is, how low is he going to get anyway? Your physical damage is, because you're going to want to be locking him down with the Primal Beast, right? But it also means that Primal Beast is not the one necessarily slapping him in the meantime.
No, you don't get it. This is a Huskar player. Huskar players, they play on 10% HP. Like, they play on 2%. Like, I'm doing so much damage, bro, and then I'm gonna armlet toggle, right? So they don't need to do it. Malrine is gonna take care of that first 90% by himself.
Yep. So that mid lane matchup that we see right there, that one's going to be pretty tough for the Primal Beast. He's going to be taking a ton of damage, and you can't really afford to go on Malrine, because he's just going to push you back, disarm you, do a bunch of damage over time to you, and that means that this lane for Lorinov is just about surviving and getting the levels, which is, you know, as far as a Primal Beast goes, I guess you're one of the better heroes to be in that situation, because you really do only need levels, but you'd like some more on top.
The Razor is gonna be super annoyed by the Phoenix, though. I guess in that lane you're not gunning for kills with the Razor, you're just gunning to stop the Terrorblade from farming, which currently Amar hasn't really been able to do. Mid lane, yeah, Malrine is winning. That's to be expected. Once you get level 4 on the Huskar, that is when you are a real nuisance, and when you're actually going to be threatening Lorinov's life. Level 1 Burning Spears, once you get them on level 3, they don't really do damage.
Exist for now.
Well, let's talk a bit about the kill potential of the side lanes. Is there much of it? Because I think we've had a lot more potential for action and kills in the previous games.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those situations where the clockwork, normally a solo kill threat versus you have a support, right? As long as the Ench has either the heal or a creep with her, she shouldn't be in that much of a problem at all. And then here over on the side, maybe there's a possibility for kills on Olmit eventually, once you've got enough points for the Razor, and you get to lock him down with the Lion. Because the Phoenix can't really stop you from walking at them. But that damage trade is harsh, and the kill on the Phoenix should never happen because of the dive, of course.
Okay, this upgraded Razor Arcana has better animation than the normal Razor, like 100%. Crit, he's in trouble. Amar will try to save him. One more hit from the Terrorblade will come through despite the stun. He only gets the kill, and Amar will be pushed back as well. So that's gonna be the first blood, though. There's also one other hero that's being murdered, and that's the Primal Beast, because he has 5 CS.
Yeah, we don't usually see people getting tripled up in the mid lane, but clearly the Huskar has double the amount of denies that he has last hits. I was talking about how at least the Primal Beast only wants levels, but he's not even getting those.
Nope, there's 11 denies, make that 12. So tripling or quadrupling him in CS now, and
yep.
12 times more denies. So Lorenov, he's not playing a game. This is I don't know what it is. This is the Dota player brain working when somebody's getting destroyed this much. Is just hella funny.
Yeah, it has indeed crossed over from a tragedy into straight up fun. And there's nothing he can do about it either. He is completely helpless, and and rotations aren't necessarily going to make that better for him either. And those are not really going to come in because both of his side lanes need to stick with their cores for now.
Oh, Lorenov, at least Primal Beast crit will die again, but at least Primal Beast can have the potential to cut the waves and take them into the jungle. Remember how it was played earlier, but it's just not as powerful as it used to be. And he's only level 3, so that's yes. Another issue that you have.
Oh, Norman helps him out a little. All the little bits do help, and the Darkseer is in an okay place. Like, Ench is, of course, making things really hard for him, but at the very least, the fact that there's an Alchemist opposite him in the lane doesn't mean that there's not too much kill threat or anything else going on here, and Skitter is not necessarily stopping Force from farming.
Still, you do want to slow down the Alchemists, which currently they are not doing. They're just shoving the creeps towards this tower. And you would think, oh, the Primal Beast is gonna rotate, but when? Like minute 15 when he gets level 6?
He's gonna be rotating in his grave at this point. It's just... there's nothing for him there.
Okay, he went.
And that is exactly what you picked that Primal for, right? We were talking about playmaking ability, we were talking about Lockdown, a hero that was supposed to get things moving over on the side of Tickles, but right now if he tries to make anything move, all he's going to do is fold in half.
Yeah, at least he did manage to pull that one wave into the jungle, farm the camp as well. So the CS isn't looking that bad, but I'm kind of scared to move on to the net worth. We'll see once our observers allow us to do it. It's gonna be like 1,500 difference between the two mid laners.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll take it.
No question about that. Level 6 for Malrine versus level 4. What a shellacking.
This is the worst that we have seen, and this is the thing that what we have seen in this tournament overall from Team Falcons is that they completely trashed the laning phase. Dudley Boys and Virtus Pro have somewhat stood their ground. The other teams, they stood no chance in terms of that. As Lorenov, he does bottle the water rune, should be able to live, tries to get himself away, and the Hex crit didn't have the range.
And that is, he's going to have to hold that to jump away every single time, as well as Norman also catches a couple of stones. Yeah, both of the supports are here with the catapult wave. This tower is probably going to fall, isn't it?
Most likely is. When you understand just what the difference is between the mid laners in strength at the moment, you just bring in the supports, and it doesn't matter the difference in supports at this point, even though Team Falcon supports are pretty powerful themselves. The core difference is just way too vast.
That deny was so unnecessary, but he's just completely in the zone, denying every single thing that he sees.
Yeah, he has more denies than his mid lane counterpart has CS. They're gonna bring down this mid lane tower. I think this is gonna be a relief for Lorinov, because
Frankly, yeah.
he gets to see creeps.
He'll be very happy to meet him again after such a long time. Of course, the problem is that since the side lanes of Falcons aren't exactly getting pressured right now, these supports can just sit mid still. Now, Lornov's even walking into the base right now, straight up.
And Skitter is farming some big stacks there. Alchemist, even a better game than the Huskar. Of course, you get that bonus goal, but with such nice stacks and everything, it's gonna be even better for Skitter looking forward. As they do smoke up Malrine, so it's time for him to make a play. Nope, he says, I am gonna be staying in this mid lane and stopping Lorinov from playing Dota.
Yeah, which is fair enough, as long as Lorinov doesn't play Dota. I don't think Tickles plays any Dota.
If he has to be in the mid lane, it's a problem. And he has to be in the mid lane.
8 minutes, exactly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're sweating, probably from the heat coming out from the Huskars burning spears. So he's just continuing to farm. So what's the play, Kips? Do you still have to go for movements as a primal beast? We're seeing that he's trying to.
Yep, I think that this is exactly the right way. You're going for Skitter. Skitter is moving on the Radiance build-up, so pretty slow on the Relic there. It takes a little bit of time, because you know that the support was this way.
Is he dead here on Skitter? The TPs are coming in. Malrine coming over to assist his buddy. There is still a healing Lotus on Skitter. He will use it now. It won't be enough for him to survive. Nauerman going for a TP out. He will not be allowed to escape. Amar gets the kill even in the fountain. The Burning Spears would probably finish him off. So overall, it is a victory for Tickles.
Yeah, absolutely. All of your cores get off scot-free. All of the cores of the enemy move over to your lane. So that's a couple of TPs that are down now. You know, even though you can take the Twin Gates here as the Razor, it's about as good of a move as you could have hoped for, honestly.
Pretty good one. The Terrorblade is being chased down, however. They're taking his damage, and very soon they're gonna take his life. Nice Hurricane back. The winds are not blowing in favor of Team Tickles. And the supports of Falcons, they're a very powerful force. He's burning down, has 3 wand charges, shouldn't be able to offset that regen with the Seeds of Serenity. It's not gonna be enough. It was close.
Oh, good try. Good try there. I guess that is the one threat we're going to see the Kalis try to snipe that armlet toggle.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Speaking of life Tickles, they're not gonna have much of it if they come close to this Razor. There's only 4 kills on Team Falcons, but they have a 5k gold lead and 3 of the cores stopping the network shard. Plus, you're versus an Alchemist. This hero is untouched, and he will be untouched because you have a lot of things to deal with if you're Tickles. This is slowly getting out of hand, Kips.
Yeah, and where's your damage supposed to come from? I mean, I know the answer, right? The answer is the Primal Beast, and it's... The hero does so much. But what you pay for with is, of course, with his scaling. Like, unless the Primal Beast is snowballing, he is going to fall off. He's not going to be a threat. He's going to die when he goes in. And that is exactly the problem that Team Tickles are going to have right now. They could have been getting both the damage and the initiation out of him. Instead, he has been completely shut down. And what that means is, I do think you're literally waiting for the Skadi already, and they're going to make a couple of attempts here, like the smoke.
Going through the portal into the hands of Malrine, who was in the hands of Lorinov but didn't even get smashed into the ground even once. Narman with an attempt to run away. He's burning from the spears, dying from the blood grenade, and in the end Snaking gets a double kill. It is looking so easy. Straight to the Roche pit after 2 kills. It's not only a free Roche, it is free 2 kills as well.
Yeah, and I think we can really see why we saw Amar smirking like a cartoon villain. Because this does really seem too easy, right? And you know what? In the previous game I said, alright, you never think about the next map yet. But if you're Team Tickles, I gotta imagine it's sorta on your mind already. Because working purely to get yourself towards the Skadi now is... Yeah, you're probably going to get it before Falcons hit the high ground, but are you going to get anything else? Are you going to have damage by that point? Who is supposed to supply that? You don't have a support to upgrade either.
This is one of those situations where you're playing a mid lane matchup that is unwinnable and you are not sure what to do. What I did like there, we saw Laurenov on the camera for a second. He was giving some instructions to his team. So to me that says he hasn't given up, right? Though does he need to give up here to get smashed?
Never. I do think that that is correct. Like he knows that even though his game is hell right now, he is the only one that can do things, and so he's answering that call. Even though that's very hard to do when you're just not feeling strong, which he is not at the moment.
Definitely not. The Dark Series having the best game out of all of the 3 cores, but you needed your final beast to have a game. You kind of put a lot of emphasis on him. In that drafting phase. It was your last pick, but it wasn't the last pick overall, and you had your concerns about it getting countered. It got countered in the worst possible way. I can't think of him having a worse game than this, right? Getting 5 creeps out of 10 waves doesn't happen.
That was absolutely insane, and you gotta feel for the guy, but this is war.
This is war. Team Falcons, they have come to win it. They did go to the lower bracket. They probably thought this was gonna be an easy cruise for them. The Dudley boys proved to be a strong opponent. Virtus Pro, they took a game. Team Tickles, they are taking a beating. But it doesn't matter. Team Falcons, they always win game 1. We know that. Then it becomes scary.
And, well, here another attempt dodged. Sometimes you literally gotta count your wins as well. There is an Aegis in the hands of Marine currently. He hasn't gotten to necessarily use it yet, though. Yeah, Onit does need to keep on running.
So 9 kills. Okay. We had a pretty interesting series, gives where people were dying, killing, hitting, everything was happening here. Not so much, and as I say, Skitter has been targeted. He's inside of his ulti, won't matter, gets a really beautiful stun before he goes down, and now Amar is 1 versus 3. That doesn't mean that you will trying to finish off Force before he goes down. Not gonna be happening, actually. What killed him? Was that the creep that just killed Force?
Radiant
That's possible, or was he close enough for a lightning strike?
No, because it was definitely Dire that got the kill, right?
Yeah. No, so I think that was just literally the creep right there. Well, that is the best possible scenario, Dan.
Awesome.
Because, yeah, like, sure, you get that kill, but the fact that the reaction is so anemic that it's literally only Amar who comes here and literally nobody else, that's a little on the greedy side from Falcons, I have to say. And Team Tickles are going to feel very happy with that indeed.
Yeah, for sure. I thought it was going to be Malrine who comes over, because he'll definitely have an easier time at least bringing down the egg, as he does have the attack speed to do so. But for now, he's focusing on the tier 2 with the Aegis he wants to do it. Skitter this time around, he will be protected, has the unstable concoction. It will fly over towards the armor, who with the 4-step gets himself to the high ground. Unfortunately, Snaking is already waiting there and will greet the kill with a smile on his face. Laurenov, onslaught away. Amar won't even be using the link there. No reason to do so.
Absolutely none. And I guess that, you know, Falcons are prioritizing just having Malrine on the front lines right now, taking away buildings, which is, yeah, Malrine is the strongest hero in this game by far, has been since the start. He's got a full BKB. That means that the wall doesn't touch him either. Nothing in this game touches him. So, you know, chop down towers 1 by 1. Sure, maybe Tickles takes 1 or 2 of your heroes away, but by the time you're done with their towers, I don't think they have any like information to do that with anymore.
They're gonna get 3 BKBs at roughly the same time. So Team Falcons, they've gotten 2 tier 2s down, with those BKBs, they're gonna be able to farm towards the next Roche, and I doubt that Tickles are gonna be able to do anything about it. But with those couple of kills, they have bought some time. Maybe a couple of more minutes for the Terrorblade to get the Skadi. Not today. Very nice save there on the stun from Crit. You don't want to use your Sunder. You don't even have your Sunder. Yolnit knows, if I get caught, I die anyways, so why not increase my...
If you get caught, you're a goner. Just farm harder next time. Blink over on the Lion, so there's several engagement options right now apart from just straight up walking in. Decent vision and decent farming here from Team Tickles over on the enemy side. Like, they are trying to make a situation out of a no situation, but once again just getting flanked, and Lornov's, I guess, probably the best way to face tank it. See, he has an escape.
That was just a couple of hits from the Huskar at half HP. They will be finding the Clockwork, has the force tap, very nice thunder. The Aki wall will be amazing, and they're all inside of the cogs, all inside of the wall. This is dangerous for them. Malrine has been caught. The BKB will not protect you. What a turnaround. That is the hero that you really wanted dead in Amar. It doesn't look like he's escaping either. He doesn't have his BKB. Has the Plasma Field to slow down Lorenov slightly. Still, Skitter will come over. The tier 2 is there to protect you with the onslaught. Lorenov will get himself away, but Skitter is not done. Comes in with a blink. He has so much farm, and he has so much damage on Snake King though, because he's the one doing the damage from up top. Yolnit this time around, he has the Sunder, but he is not gonna be chased down at all. It will be a 2-for-2. A solid fight for Tickles.
Absolutely, but it does get handed to them like a nice little Christmas gift. Everybody wrapped up in those single cogs right there, and that means the supports just fall over. They really didn't expect even a possibility of a counter engage there. And that means that you don't actually need Lorenov to deal damage to Marine, because he is already low by the time he gets to him. That's awesome.
The definition of overconfidence, right? That's
yeah.
That's pretty much what it is. Thinking that you can go into the wall versus a Clockwork. The Khalis will get caught, and yeah, he can't die away. Also, that's a hook shot forward, so Crit will be able to escape, but can we say the same about Narman? He's fine. He knew he was gonna be okay.
It's fine. For now, we have seen Crit make plays on a quarter HP before. So really all he has to do is go in, disable somebody, turn tail, and watch the fireworks fly.
Doesn't have that much in terms of damage, however, but in terms of catch, he sees force. He needs some help here. He wants the kill. Snaking doesn't have mana, meaning his impetus is not going to be doing anything. And Malrine, he's going to be thinking twice about fighting, or is he? He is being pincered from the side and get the Hex onto the pile beast. Has the Blade Mail. Malrine still jumps in, pops the BKB. Will get smashed into the ground again. He's dropping low. Doesn't care. Stands his ground. Will be fine. Not for long. The heals are keeping Lorenov alive. He needed that Sunray to continue on him. But the Phoenix focused more on killing heroes still. Bring him down is great. And this time around, the hook shot on Armand. Oh, Snaking. Even in death. I got you, bro, Crit. I got you. You will save him with a Hurricane. Beautifully done.
I have to question Malrine's motivation a little bit here. I mean, like, you're feeling powerful, you're feeling strong. I'm guessing that it's just simply like, where is the rest of my team? Like, shouldn't we all be feeling strong and playing out to take, you know, the last outer bits of jungle away from Team Tickles? But the rest of his scores were not in the vicinity, and it gets you plays like this. The Team Tickles are scaling here. They have the greens over on the Darkseer, for example. They are a lot harder to take down now if you don't get easy pickoffs like this.
We saw in that fight that the Phoenix, if he used the Sunray, the full one on Lorenov, the Primal Beast probably would have survived. So his Sunray didn't do anything to the line at all. So that was pure greed, but it happens. Sometimes you forget about it. You get a little bit ahead of yourself. Even with, you know, speaking about getting ahead of themselves, Malrine has literally shown us what that means. But despite that, it's still a huge lead for Falcons.
It still is, and he's always been getting kills with these overplays. He's still making decent progression towards his Aghanim Scepter, although I think he could have probably finished it by now if he hadn't thrown his life away twice.
Probably. Finishing items, Skitter. He's gonna be getting it. He has a lot of money. Our viewers can have a lot of money as well if they go to pinnacle.gg/odds, because we have some amazing ones for them in this tournament, in some other titles, other games as well. 25 years of Pinnacle, that is what we're celebrating. But 13 years in esports. They are going for Roche. Smoke from Tickles. This is a big one. You have a clockwork.
Yeah, the Razor is only just wandering in. And Crit's actually waiting behind the portal. Oh, blocked.
The jetpack gets purged off, so your technology is no good here with the Hex. They also found the poor Darkseer finger, and the damage from Amar more than enough. 2 heroes dead just like that. The TP out from Phoenix, it will be successful, but this is the fight, this is the engagement that Falcons have been looking for such a long time. Lorenov gets stunned up by the unstable concoction. It's a long stun, not long enough for the other ones to connect.
Yep. Now I think we're coming to the point where this Terrorblade is going to have a Skadi, and we're going to have to see Falcons take high ground into the Skadi. And they have plenty of options for diving it, they have plenty of options for sieging it as well. You can always put the Razor on that high ground, of course, if you want to. I'm gonna see what approach they would like to take, because this Aegis is definitely for base taking.
Most
I want to
definitely.
take the outer 2 towers still first, though, yeah.
So let's see, 17,000 gold lead. Sure, it's an Alchemist game, but it is still too much, especially when you look at it. Lion is ahead of the Primal Beast. Poor Lorenov just can't get a game to go his way.
No, I know a Primal Beast doesn't have a game, right? He's close to the BD now, though.
He just jumped in, he has the Aghanim Scepter, so the Darkseer is taunted, and actually vacuum wall onto the 5 of them. This is a problem, especially because there's gonna be an egg right in the middle of it. Ballerina is trying to finish it up, that's too deep. He's gonna be losing the Aegis, but they lost the Alchemist already, and now surrounded by enemy heroes. The Terrorblade, he's gonna be very, very strong and have so many losers to play with. Now you fight me, Terrorblade, no problem. I'm gonna do it right now. He will burn a little bit Yulnet, but he has the Skadi. The cold is on his side too. Again, it is Team Falcons, or it is Malrine who pulled them into this. And why didn't they use all the stuns on the Darkseer? What the hell?
I'm really confused about especially the positioning of that fight. Once again, Team Tickles manages to, I don't even want to say lure, like it's Malrine that lures everybody into the position where they are right below that high ground. The Darkseer once again behind the trees. Beautiful positioning from Olnit as well. And that just makes it impossible for Falcons to fight, but they really just did that all to himself.
Yeah, they did. Though Crit was right next to Malrine and Force was still taunted, and he used the stun somewhere in the back instead of stunning the Darkseer. That is also one thing to keep in mind. If the stuns went on the Darkseer, I think he dies, and then it's a completely different fight.
Yeah, but that's a rough if. As far as I'm concerned, you should not be on top of each other. There is space to spread out around that tower, spread your reaction. Surely you're tanky enough to take a couple of tower shots there instead of presenting yourself to that high ground.
You have the Aegis, right? You could have just taken the tower, even gone high ground. If Malrine is in front, very hard to deal with. Lorenov will get jumped, has the BKB, of course, the taunt goes through it. Lorenov will be fine. Doesn't have that much mana to work with. Clarity and the bottle will help him through though, and now he's working towards the Aghanim Scepter. That is a problem. The Huskar hates getting broken.
Yep, that is the thing that's going to make him killable, and we've seen the overwhelming amount of magical damage that Team Tickles can put out in these fights. Do not underestimate Phoenix Darkseer in these team fights. And
especially when you have 5 heroes in cogs all the time for some reason.
Yeah, that's been pretty cool. Listen, Norman is an absolutely fantastic Clockwork player, but he has been getting a couple of more players than he really deserves to have in there.
Okay, Narman, Gibbs just says you don't deserve it. You might have gotten 5-man cogs, but nope, no, you can't have it. Anyways, though, Falcons are still gonna be going for a push. You're going into all of the ultis of the enemy, so let's see if Team Pickles mount up a defense. This is taking a bit too long. They're smoking up, and their tier 3 is already smashed.
Weird side of the map as well, because if they're taking the gate here, sure they're gonna come from behind, but it's still a lot of distance.
Just stay in front of Malrine, he's gonna dive. Why are you going from the back?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Let's see. They
Oh,
are coming.
those
The
Falcons
scan
are
was
actually doing
used.
it right this time.
No, they know where the enemies are. The ward will be placed. They jump in onto the
Shot.
clockwork. The follow-up stun is there. Lorinov protecting him with the BKB. The stun, he doesn't care about it. The stun ray going through everybody, and Lorinov is dying. Malrine will run himself out. He still has the cheese. Doesn't want to use it, obviously. The two heroes of Tickles have gone down. Snaking with the TP will get himself to a safe position. And the rest of Team Falcons, they hold the high ground. This is a problem for Tickles because you have no Metamorphosis to fight with now.
Nope, that's a really big deal. The TB, we all know that he's not good at the mano a mano. And never mind the fact that you need to be spreading that Skadi around. You want to be hitting both the Alchemist as well as the Huskar in these fights.
But they're not going to be going for a push now. They did retain the cheese. I get that the idea right now is Roche is very close to being respawned, and we should just wait for it. Is that the play for Team Falcons, or are they going to try to poke at some objective before the Roche respawns?
I mean, if they hadn't been getting severely punished for those pokes before, I think they would be going for them, but no, I think the call for discipline has been made, and they would do well to hold to it right now. They're still in a very commanding position in this game as far as the item lead goes. You're still... Lorinov is not going to have his Aghanim Scepter just yet, and you still have plenty of damage to deal with his team fights, even though it's starting to get scarier to go into the pit first.
The lead's pretty huge, but we have seen in a couple of fights that it doesn't really matter if you get the big vacuum wall, especially the Narman being always ready to catch them all in, to entrap them, and with that kill them as well. But
and Force has been doing this all just with positioning behind the trees before. He's going to have a Blink Dagger at some point pretty soon, and then that's really not up to, you know, oh, but maybe Crit could have had. No, he's just going to be out of reach.
Phoenix has a Glimmer Cape, not something that we see too often, but it kind of makes sense versus the Huskar that you want to keep your teammates alive. Huskar will have the Halberd, however. That's 5 seconds of the Terrorblade not attacking, and that can be a huge deal in these fights.
Absolutely, like the physical damage of Team Tickles is still pretty much all in its hands, and yeah, that is just still a weakness of their lineup, just because Lorinov hasn't had the ability to scale whatsoever. Even though with the terms of like utility and tankiness, he's definitely back to properly contributing. It's still not the same as him having a game. Like the fact that he's barely crept up above crit should tell you enough.
So we've talked about the break of the Aghanim Scepter of the Primal Beast. He still doesn't have it, but the Terrorblade has the Silver Edge, so that is a break for the Huskar. He's gonna have to be ultra careful. Luckily for him, still has the cheese.
Yes. The question is how much it matters if they can't keep... I mean, on the other hand, Onit doesn't have a BKB, right? It should be fairly easy to immediately counter-engage on Onit if he gets the first hit off onto Malrine, because that means that he's fully in the front lines.
The smoke from Tickles, but they don't want to go too far out. They want to slowly gather some info on the map. The thing is, Falcons are aware that the way that you lose this advantage now is if you lose the fight before the Roche Pit. In the Roche Pit, you're probably going to be ready, and then it's going to be fine. But if you lose a fight somewhere out on the map, it can secure a good Roche fight for Tickles in the future.
It could, yes. And the problem is that Team Tickles has just held that position as hopefully like an anticipation, right, of Team Falcons coming through there. But that was not the case, and that means that they're now... actually, Falcons are going to take their time. Another smoke. I think Tickle still makes it to the ward spot and to the Twin Gates first. That's a little lucky, but very necessary for them.
It's big. They're on the high ground, and around that high ground, everything is a choke point. So if Falcons, they just go straight up. Could be dangerous, this courier. Oh, the couriers, they're such traitors today. What the hell? Lotus Orb on Narman, he's protecting himself. Amar doesn't want to come forward. This is way too dangerous.
Absolutely. The nightmare fight is getting vacuum cogged on the low ground below where Onit is going to be raining down Skadi upon you. A Lion on the flanks though, very handy. That does mean that the creep wave is now going to be pushing towards the Radiant side. Tickles are behind their own creep. Yeah, this is
gonna have to
exactly the
come.
right move. Falcons just follow it. I say, right, you
Roche
can't
or
do Roche.
Rex?
Yeah, I mean, they can't take Roche all that fast. So,
Yeah,
hello,
not really.
Tickles. You want that Roche on? We
Radiant's
think you
bottom
don't do
barracks
damage.
are under
Oh,
attack. Radiant's
ding dong.
That shard and crit really didn't help.
The move
Link
in.
out. That hookshot didn't do anything. They're going for the Husker. They want to finish him off. He still has the cheese, so Malrine will use it. But it's not really going to be doing all that much with that initiation. At least they bring down Snaking and the wall is there. And Team Falcons, they've set themselves up for success on the road. The buyback. Snaking wants to be a part of this fight yet again. Without the vacuum, without the wall, without the Phoenix egg, you're in so much trouble. But the Terrorblade, he has to be hunting now. It's now or never during this halftime of the metamorphosis.
I don't think you get a choice anymore. Like, you have to risk it for the biscuit here.
Okay, that's a hero that is caught. He might be in the air.
Alright.
A flying fish that cannot live, and crit will take it down.
Okay, no biscuit anymore, guys.
Because there's no biscuit to be taken. You're not risking it for anything. You're just gonna be giving away your lives.
No milkshake anymore either. This
This is.
Falcons are stealing all the snacks. No biscuits, no cheese.
Is this third Roche? Right?
Dire's middle tower
This is
Third Roche, yeah.
yeah.
We already had the cheese, Malrine just used it. I'm just surprised. Like, it's 33 minutes in. It is a pretty early one force. He got himself a shard, so there's gonna be even more overtime damage on the ground. That surge does slow people down quite a lot.
It does, and I don't think we've seen any sign of the boots of bearing appearing anywhere on Falcons. It's just
Okay, Crit's girlfriend is gonna be happy. That's a big bouquet.
It's all about the finesse.
So Gibbs, I have across my years understood that girls would like chocolate more than flowers. Like, am I right?
Yeah, I think that's like generally a good rule. The flowers are a little bit more of a, like, it's an occasion sort of thing. Like, if you're taking her out to a fancy place, the flowers are better, but otherwise chocolates. Yeah.
Oh, I understand. Oh, I get it now. So the flowers to show other women, like, I got flowers and you didn't. Ha! Right? And you cannot really show off the
Wait.
chocolate.
The flowers are something to show off. Yes, you are completely.
Yeah.
Wow. Sorry, you just blew my autistic mind right here. That is what I would do. I would display those somewhere proudly and be like, hey, that's the flowers. Hey. That's why women have vases.
Yeah, makes sense. That is.
Never
that is
seen
true.
a man with a vase.
True. Like, imagine if I would go and buy a vase. Really weird.
Oh, it's for your girlfriend.
Anyways, the gold lead is 24,000. Considering how exciting this game is, you're getting some dating advice here. When to buy the chocolates, when to buy the flowers. You would now you know, and you will never again have to wonder about it, as we're getting some cheat codes here from Kips. But Team Falcons, they've had a cheat code in this game, tripling literally the enemy mid laner in terms of CS, and it still hasn't given them the victory even 36 minutes in.
No, but it might be happening very soon right now. That's Satanic over on your Razor as well. They're still going for Marine, but that's the Aegis. Aegis out.
That's the hook shot down the drain, meaning that you can't get that close, Narman, even if there's a big vacuum wall. Tickles, they are slowing this push down. They won't be able to stop it, however. Onslaught, Lorna going in, pumps the BKB. Will be smashing the Husker into the ground. The missile blade from Skinner. It's stop his Dolores Orb is protecting him at the moment. He got the BKB off, but he is taunted, so he can't get himself out. At least the uproar is there. And a beautiful stun from the line. Still the four steps are gonna be keeping them alive. Amar is keeping them at bay. Still has the Satanic and the BKB. He is pretty much unkillable. They have forced out the metamorphosis. Now it's time to bail. And once it's out, you can just end this game. You can end it right now. 45 seconds on the sidelines for the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, and did you see the difference in positioning in that fight versus how they went in earlier? They do know how to fight versus the Clockwork Darks here. They were holding their discipline very well in the first go, and now Orien's getting harassed just a little bit, positioning himself aggressively just to deter any kind of counter go. But that was night and day.
Yeah, for sure. They're probably gonna have a key word for back. It's gonna be Malrine, right? Because when he attempts to go for Malrine, okay, guys, I'm just gonna be going for the Araxis X on the Terrorblade. Malrine is fine. Now he can armlet toggle, has that 600 HP, and you do not have any HP on your Araxis.
No, at least you get the benefit now of Falcons having made that dive on the top side earlier, because you still have a tier 2 there. So, small blessings for Team Tickles, but they are small indeed.
I can understand why Malrine dove like that through this game. If I was this Huskar, I would also be asking myself, like, why are you even playing this game still? I won. Why are you not calling GG? He doesn't understand that Tickles, they have thick skin. They're not gonna be that easily intimidated.
Absolutely not. And I'm impressed with how far they've been taking it so far. That's X on the TV.
And a beautiful stun from the line again. Beautiful. That is an egg positioning that you're going to be super happy with. And the Skinner is on the high ground. He won't be able to bring down the egg, but they will bring down Amari. He doesn't get his cheese off. He doesn't get his satanic off. Malrine, though, finds the clockwork in his cogs. Who is stuck with who? Well, we're going to find that out pretty fast. There is a buyback on the Phoenix as well. So you could have 5 heroes here, Pickles, as they're going for a fight. Malrine gets the disarm of the Terrorblade, turns around, the taunt and the stun, plus the finger. Malrine uses the inner fire as well, and everything is burning in front of him. This Huskar might have made a couple of mistakes going too deep in the enemy base, but when it comes to an open field, he is a god.
Yeah, and Malrine also gets that Berserk potion. We haven't really seen it in use too much in recent times, but that is a massive boon for a Huskar and his attack speed.
He'll be buying back here. Probably they will buy back on the Primal Beast, which is probably gonna put both of the supports of Team Falcons above him.
He is familiar with that position. Good vacuum.
Awesome vacuum, but there is no clockwork, meaning that you can't get on top of him. Snaking does die, does allow Lorenov not to be behind both of the enemy supports. He will catch the Huskar before the life break connects. That can actually happen. Okay, now we know. If he had gotten the taunt off, it would have been a bit different.
It would have been, but shoulda, coulda, woulda, at least Team Tickles is still making them bleed for every single time that they overextend themselves. And here, once again, tier 4s are dead.
As Britney Spears would say, you gotta work. Team Falcons, they're gonna have to do it if they want the victory in this game. And so many things are not being popped by them in a situation where you're 30,000 ahead. It would be easy. Like, okay, I'm gonna press my ulti, my Q spell, my get one item off, and the fight is over. There's no way the enemies can win. Though Team Tickles, they are getting some of these opportunities, and they are capitalizing on them perfectly to keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, Team Tickles are really... They had to play it patient a lot with the 2 racks falling, because they don't get the opening there. Like, a lot of the bad goes that are possible were not made. Their discipline is admirable here, and yeah, a lot of that is just down to... Is it their discipline, or is it Malrine saying like, now why are you still playing like it's that? Tickles knows now that there's something to get here. They have learned.
So
Shiva's coming in, excellent item as well. The slowed attack speed huge versus this entire lineup. Armor as well.
Sure. So the Alchemist has level 25, which is nice. He went for the regeneration in Chemical Rage. Obviously on level 20 he went for the base attack time. But overall, we're not seeing the Alchemist just really lay into somebody. We're seeing Team Tickles just slowly approaching the fight. If somebody gets caught, they just get deleted.
Yep, and the reason for that is mostly, I think we will see him do that again if, like, for example, both the Clockwork and the Darkseer are dead. But right now, the lesson that we have all learned, I think, in this match is that if either of his 2 cores are wailing somebody and he comes in, it is the perfect target for Norman to come in with the counter engage. So they're simply just not giving us, like, fine, we can't leverage all 3 of our cores at the start of a fight. That is okay, we will wait until that hook shot is spent, until everything is a bit more spread out, and then Skidder can, hang and bang. But before that, we'd rather not give you the opportunity. Thank you very much.
We have 2 refreshers on the board, one on the Phoenix, one on the Huskar, and also a Ninja gear on Force, meaning that this Darkseer will be able to find even better initiations. As long as that tier 2 on top is standing, Kips, this game is not over.
Yeah, this man has been so sneaky, but this fight might be the one where it ends. The high ground position this time in the hands of Falcons.
Yep, and not a lot of buybacks on the board. The illusion of the play coming forward. Now smoke goes for the jetpack. And now it's actually gonna be the Husker that is caught. They have the force step onto the side. He'll be fine. Beautifully done. As Malrine does finish off Norman with the overtime damage. Juliet is trying to lay into the Razor, but his damage is being taken away. There will be a Hex in the backline. Malrine, he gets the taunt on him. He needs to get a Thunder off. A lot of stuns are there, but who is gonna be his Thunder target? Juliet for now. He's gonna decide to run away. The Husker has been broken, but not dead just yet. There's the finger, and the Lotus are protecting the Terrorblade, not from Amar. He has the damage necessary to finish him off, and it is time to write those 2 letters and admit defeat, because game 1, lower bracket finals, is over.
It is, but I am impressed by Team Tickle's tenacity here. They felt very keenly that Falcons was going to give them an opening, even if there was absolutely no reason for Falcons to do so, and Falcons obliged. There are chinks in that armor, and Team Tickles held on way longer than, you think, okay, the Skadi high ground defense with the TB, but they take that fight outside of the base, and they get a whole lot of mileage out of it. So altogether, if you're Tickles, as far as complete and utter draft losses go, they held themselves really well here, because this game was looking over at minute 3.
Yep, at minute 3, literally, when you had 3 CS and the enemy mid laner had 25. It is pretty brutal. But overall, it was the overextensions of Team Falcons, the overconfidence that they got from that laning phase that led to a game being, you could say, relatively exciting, though it was passive compared to what we saw in the previous series. So looking forward to game 2 and potentially game 3. Do you think that this is the type of a series that awaits us? A little bit more passiveness, not a lot of kills, everybody just farming?
Especially if Falcons gets themselves another lead in the laning stage, I do think so. I think we've seen Team Tickles play very patient games as well, but they do want to do something with their spell synergy. I think we see that time and time again, that they're really in on creating proper team fights and synergizing those spells together, using their heroes together. And if the Falcons get ahead again, they're going to be playing individual, they're going to be farming very effectively, etc. So it all depends on who gets the upper hand in the next laning stage. So really all I want is to see Falcons draft well for the lanes. Team Tickles. We know Falcons will do that.
Yep, we know they will. This game, it looked over even before the laning stage ended, but this far into the tournament, we have to expect that every victory will be hard fought, and Team Falcons, they really did work for this one, but in the end, they got a very well-deserved victory. Still, 1 or maybe 2 more games await us today, but only after the break.
Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
We saw a signature hero for Amar, his Razor, but we also saw Malreen's signature hero Huskar demolish the enemy mid laner. I'm Herifrick, joining me is Skips. We're probably looking at least, we're probably looking at a grand finals of Team Falcons versus the Dudley Boys, but Kips, going into this game 2 here, can Team Tickles beat Falcons? What needs to happen? How you need to draft? How do you deal with them in the laning phase? Just there's so many questions that they need to answer if they are to win this series or even at least one game.
Yeah, it's true, and really the 10 minutes in between is not enough to solve that, but you can certainly give yourself a chance to play. I think the easiest way to do this is to just take it all the way from the beginning and say, alright, we need to get to play. That means we need to get a laning stage. And maybe you need to even say to yourself, right, fine, if this happens again, we just literally swap out the lane, toss somebody else under the bus, because it's clear that if we rely so much on this last pick and then it gets countered, we don't have a game anymore at all. They need to get to play. So as long as you put all your focus on that, you can certainly hope that the rest of the training that you've had, the rest of the time you spent together, the rest of the things that you as a team collectively know about Dota, that you actually get to do something versus Falcons. Because we haven't seen Team Tickles do anything yet. Like, if I have any hope here, because you sounded pretty despondent already, right? You were a little bit like, well, it's already in the finals, is a done deal. We haven't seen Tickles yet. That was a draft loss and a half. So if this team gets to do something, we don't know where their limits actually yet lie. We might still see something from them. I'm holding on to hope here, Harry.
This is why you need friends, guys, colleagues, or whatever to help you, lift you up, give you the energy, show you that this series isn't over. Team Tickle still have a shot, and it starts off with the drafting phase here versus Falcons in game 2. One more question also. We saw the Amar Razor for the first time in the tournament. In my mind, it wasn't amazing. It was okay, did its job, but overall the focus wasn't on that hero whatsoever.
Yeah, of course, the problem is that we said about the first game, alright, we're gathering data here. We haven't seen the Razor yet. The question 1 is, are they going to take it? Question 2, is it going to be a threat? And, you know, the data is a little bit muddled because they got run over by a Huskar, but it looks like Team Tickles is saying what I think the conclusion from us always also would be if we were pressed for an answer, right? The Razor wasn't that big of a deal. We could deal with that. We just need to not get Huskar'd.
It's still getting banned, right? Because Team Tickles now they have 4 bans. So Chen, Razor, bye-bye, right?
It's possible. You could also Chen Huskar.
Oh, Timbersaw
Oop.
and a Razor.
Different plans and a razor. Okay.
You're getting
Chen.
Chen and you're losing. Like, why? Okay, maybe they're gonna allow the Chen then pick a Kunkka. Maybe that's a winning recipe.
I mean, the Kunkka is good. Don't get me wrong, but it's not the same like as giving a team that likes to spread out and farm the opportunity to also press their advantage, like the natural inclination to push after the laning stage.
Okay, so talk to me how much or how proud Amar is now. He looks at these 4 bans. You have to be feeling pretty good about yourself, right?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is though that maybe by this point it's old hat for him. Like, he's seen people try this and fail for basically the entirety of his career. Like, I wonder if he's not just like feeling like an old man right now. Like, fools never learn.
Yeah, I still forget just how young he is.
I know, right?
It's still, he looks older than me and he's like 10 years younger. It's weird. It might be the
It's
beard.
just the beard,
Who
man.
knows?
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's the facial hair.
You think he has a baby face under there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But
Yeah.
like, there is no proof, there is no evidence, and he's never gonna give it to us. And good for him.
You think? You think he will never have like a reveal or something?
Baby face reveal. Why would you do that as a man? Why would you? Unless you win, like, you know what? In the finals, in the TI finals, he's gonna shave that off, and it's gonna give him power. That's what's gonna happen.
I mean, I understand why you wouldn't want to do it as a boy, but you know, as a mature man, like 50 plus years, which he is super far away from, you would want to have a baby face, right? That's kind of the problem. When we are young, we want to look old. When we are old, we want to look young, instead of just enjoying. I actually love I look at myself in the mirror quite a lot.
You know what? If I was you, I'd probably do that as well.
Oh, see, that's what I thought as well. Yeah, I am quite beautiful and humble as well, as there's a Treant Protector on the other side. These two position 5s have been very popular, though we have seen a lot more of Treant, obviously, as teams are less afraid of him. But Falcons getting a Chen, I think their victories with this hero have been the most dominant out of all the games that we have seen from them. So I'm very surprised that Tickles allowed it, and there's the Kunkka.
There is the Kunkka indeed, which is at the very least going to give them a shot here. You're going to be able to clear through that army pretty well. You're going to have the kind of hero that allows you to entrench under a tower and say, no, we're not going to get siege down here. You're going to have to actively move into us, which is something that the Kunkka, of course, very much enjoys with the boat reaction, with the torrents, etc. So Treant Protector Kunkka, pretty defensive start, but absolutely the correct start. And Falcons back in with the Shadow Demon. Did the friggin' Slardar? No, he's out. Okay, good. Sorry, got scared for a sec.
Yep. So nice save for the Kunkka. Really good versus the Treant Protector once you get the shard. So I like it. The only thing I don't like is that you don't have much lockdown, but overall Falcons with the Chen, they haven't even gone for lineups that need lockdown. They would just get to a timing where they overwhelm the opponents with sheer force, and you don't really care about stunning them. Plus, this is pretty solid to alleviate that no lockdown pressure, as the Pango has a ton of it.
Yep. Team fight in a bottle, of course, does not give any hoots whatsoever about any of the Kunkka area of effect control. He's just going to be balling right through. He is going to be a little unhappy about the Treant Protector. We have seen really heads up Treant Protector plays cancelling out the Pangolier, trying to roll up and away, and it is possible for him to get killed because of it.
Okay, so first off, is there a lore behind the Kunkka having an X on his forehead? Is there any lore behind it?
A lore behind the cool scar. I mean, you'd have to ask Slacks. I would say that it's simply just a rule of cool, like, you know, pirates, scars, eye patches, like, and then he has the X marks. To me, it just sounds like design, and you can justify it afterwards with something if you'd like, but I think the fact that it looks cool is enough.
I think it's also X marks the spot where there's the treasure, and it's your mind, your brain. That's what you should be focusing on. Alchemist, though, especially his ogre, has or Alchemist not so much, but his ogre has not been focusing on his brain power, rather on just straight up brawn. This is gonna be the second Alchemist pick that we see in this series. Currently, Falcons haven't shown us their offlaner, but I guess there's not too much that's gonna be able to pressure him all that much.
No, Centaur is out, along with literally everything Amar plays except for, well, Huskar and of course the Sand King. I do think we're actually through Mars Hero Pool this time, aren't we?
Okay, so Tickles are going full-on team fight with a strong Alchemist. This is actually a pretty good way to battle HN. I think they discussed this before the series, right, guys? If we cannot win normally versus them, let's allow them to play their best bet and have a tactic ready for it. And good team fight that you don't want to run into, and an Alchemist who's going to be able to capitalize on farming while Falcons are pushing and applying pressure is a smart way to go about it.
I think so as well. The real problem here is, though, that you have 2 core picks left from Falcons, and they can definitely amp up the greed in this draft if they want to. The question is, of course, if they do. We have seen Falcons picking up more speed, playing these games faster than previously, less of the passivity that we saw in their series versus Dudley Boys. So the question is if they're going to be tempted into that, or if they're going to say, no, we were trying to play fast, we are going to stick to playing fast. In which case, right now, you definitely want to pick up something to deal with the Phoenix Egg, for sure.
I mean, you could go for the Luna if you really want to, but they'll get the Doom. And that is not really a hero that helps you deal with the Phoenix whatsoever. But I think it falls back into the category of we're gonna make the game super long, apply the pressure with our supports, with our Pango, and just farm with the other 2 greedy cores. That could be the approach. I was thinking about the Naga. The only reason I have against it is, of course, the Alchemist Radiance. But if you play it properly, the Tundra style, Tickles might not ever get a team fight.
No, very true. And I think they might also be building up to that, because I was thinking about that Naga Siren as well, and there is already a Darkseer ban here now. They might be looking for either a big time stats hero that's going to skill phenomenally with items, or they might be looking for an illusion hero. Of course, illusion heroes usually big time stats builders either way.
Yeah,
I was more talking about the option of, like, I don't know, a Morphling, a Luna. She's out.
Gets banned out. Terrorblade as well. That is an illusion based hero that doesn't care that much about the Radiance. Is annoyed by the Phoenix, however, but basically any Manta hero here would be solid. You know what I would love for Falcons? That destroys, dismantles the Alchemist in the late game? A Juggernaut, right? But yeah, Violent is out of the tournament, so we're probably not going to be seeing that hero. A man can dream.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that in general, even Violent hasn't really been playing it that much since the Blade Dance lifesteal got changed, right?
Yep, that is true, but still he didn't play it in this tournament.
Destroy the Alk, decent Manta carrier, very hard to lock down in general. Would run circles around the Kunkka, for example. If it was pre-nerf Jug, I'd say hell yeah. But right now, I feel like he's almost back to his white bread, where you need to be too far ahead of him, and yeah, that means they're going to go for the Spectre.
Yeah, just straight up spread the map, find pickoffs, don't care about a team fight, and I like the approach. It's solid. You don't go for the Naga because there's so many counters for you, so even if it does come to the late game, you might not be able to end the game and thus lose there. With the Spectre, you do not have that kind of an issue. If it comes to the late game, you are probably going to be the top dog, especially if you are if you're having a solid game. But Falcons, this is greed galore with supports that initially have led us to believe that they're going to be going for something more aggressive.
Yeah. No, this is the kind of switch up that you can do if you have only 3 picks on the board and the enemy has 4 already. I was kind of, afraid of that. And now really all Tickles can do is actually pick up a hero that can siege towers, so that you can play with forward positioning. And you can play aggressively in your positioning instead of in jumping people, and you just move forward and you say, alright, engage into us or we take your building. Instead of engage into us, wait, they're not coming because they're farming. You need to have an or else. And I think that's what you'd be looking for here. The question is though, how many of those options do we have from the mid lane currently? And the answer is, the offline is Tidehunter, which is, come stop me from taking your tower or else. It's the best it's gonna get.
I like it. I think both of the teams and their adaptation to these drafts were amazing. I think Pickles, they came prepared. A lot of thought came into this draft. You would usually say, oh, that is way too many cooldowns. It is actually not the case with how Falcons want to play. They want to pressure you constantly, so you don't have to use those cooldowns, but actually just threaten with them. And that's going to be, I think, a big part of this mid game and how the game is played in general, is how much Falcons can force Pickles to use those ultis and then get objectives on the back of those cooldowns. I don't think it's going to be easy, and I'm at least expecting a closer game than in the previous one, and I'm pretty surprised I'm saying that when there is a Chen on Falcons.
I know, I told you. But yeah, the Chen has been sort of neutered by the decisions that Team Falcons themselves have made later on. And it does mean we're looking more at Tundra rather than at Creepwave, right? And we're going to... Well, I have no doubt that this is once again going to be a really tough cookie for Team Tickles, but at the same time, they have their opportunities now. At least in, like, as long as the Tide has a good game and he can play forward, they have opportunities to bait reactions. And the worst case scenario, I guess, would be that Tundra just says, hey, we're actually better at split farming than them. It's fine if they take a couple of our buildings. And it turns out they're right. That would make for a very slow, painful Tundra style game.
I don't know if
I'm hoping we're going to see a little more of a struggle than that.
Did you notice, Gibbs, that Snaking is playing in a winter jacket?
I did, yeah. I was looking at that. I was like, huh, that looks like me when I go out for groceries here in minus 15.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
That's, I'm hoping he's not cold, right? Because that's bad. When I get cold, when my hands and fingers are cold, I can't click as fast as I would like to. It's one of those situations where your brain wants to click, but it just can't. Your body won't react, though.
Oh yeah, that's why I have the gamer gloves.
You have to what?
You gotta gamer gloves. You gotta get yourself some fingerless gloves, man. There's several players that actually use them as well.
Oh, okay, I get it. I never just looked at those as.
You're just cold like a man.
True. Imagine somebody seeing me playing that. You know what they say in the gym about lifting gloves. You know what the bro name for it is?
Tell me.
Sissy mittens. So, yeah, that's. So imagine somebody walks in the room and they see me playing at my PC. And it's a good thing. I won't stream, I guess.
No, nobody in Dota lifts, right? We're just gonna forget about like fly and stuff. Nobody in Dota lifts. Nobody would have known that word if you hadn't just. You ruined it.
Yeah. Anyways, the smokes were used, but no fight came through. And look at the wards, literally matching each other.
Mirroring.
The battle begins.
I heard the Alchemist Thunder and the Disruption, but overall, Malrine did pick up the rune. Crit did pick up the rune. So that's is that a 3-for-1 in favor of Falcons?
I think so. Yeah, I was too busy looking at Lorinov high-fiving and thinking about how many times like Malrine and him must have faced off. Like, surely you're basically brothers at this point.
Yep. That's so funny. Brothers fighting. It's so normal.
I wouldn't know. I have two sisters, and sisters fighting is also very normal.
I have a brother, so I was younger, sure. I was usually the one that was on the receiving end, but doesn't matter. I still fought. I fought till the end. You know, just like Team Tickles in the previous game. You get a hit or two there. It doesn't really hurt him, but it's fine.
No, but that's the reason why the younger brother is usually in like terms of like athleticism or any kinds of competition. The younger one is usually better, and this is an actual proven statistic phenomenon where pro athletes are disproportionately younger siblings who have always needed to catch up right from the start, who've maybe been kept down a little bit, overlooked a little bit, have a chip on their shoulder. And there is some examples of that as well, most notably, of course, Sumail and Yawar in Dota 2, but we're also talking Ace and Link. If anybody remembers Link at all, Chessie and Limp. And right now, I think the ones who currently not prove that are happening, because I think Thompson has a younger brother who's not in the big picture yet, and I also think that Double King has not yet overtaken DNM. So, who knows, but generally it holds. Younger brother achieves higher.
Okay, so younger brothers are amazing. That's what I heard, and I'm pretty happy about it. As no kills just yet. Norman is taking some damage, of course. Chen, level 1, he gets a laning creep, and Phoenix with no armor is it's gonna be a problem for him. But let's talk about the mid lane. Now Lornov is gonna get his revenge, right? He should have the edge in the mid lane.
Yes, absolutely. This is his time to finally get to play a game of Dota 2. Very excited to see what he's actually going to get to do with it. Malrine, of course, has some options around this. The problem is, of course, that Pangolier is the best against heroes that deal their damage in bursts, so you actually get to have the temporary damage reduction, get to trade with that, and unfortunately for him, Lornov is just going to be slapping him around, the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. Though they did change the shield crash now, right? It's you get a shield rather than a percentage of damage mitigation, which is it's good, but it's definitely not as good as it used to be.
No, it's not. And you're going to have that constant damage coming in still.
Malrine just got smacked by the tower twice. Crit, on the other hand, will get smacked by the unstable concoction with the minus armor. It did hurt, not enough to deter him from a fight, and now there's no unstable concoction, so they're going for the Collis. Amar doesn't have the Infernal Blade, it seems, so the Collis will be able to walk himself away.
No, and I would actually be kind of surprised to see him pick that up in this laning stage as well with the Shadow Demon. I think you're playing purely on a trading basis here. You're not going to get into a fist fight with the Treant Protector usually. The Leech Seed is just going to do too much, versus you. So instead, you're going for out-sustain and out-farm. You're going to get your greed up.
Has been killed.
I want to say greed, devour up.
So
Hard with the Alk opposite him.
we talked about lane skips and how Falcons very rarely lost them. This pretty much looks like a loss, right? Only the Alchemist is kind of struggling, but Kunkka is winning the lane, mid lane pretty heavily. And the side lanes are at least even, but with a good potential of the Tide overtaking the enemy core, and Alchemist will have more farm than the Doom for sure.
Absolutely. No, I agree, and I think a lot of good is being done on a bottom lane by the Phoenix here as well, because this Chen has not really been up in the Tidehunter's hair at all.
Oh. Wait, what did he say was the problem? So Malrine said bye then?
Yeah, I don't exactly know what it is, but that looks to be like either a headset or a mouse problem. But like, you know what?
Okay.
That technically he is correct. He is the one on Falcons who's had the least success so far. So you know, you can't really say like, oh, Malrine, you're rich. Just buy it.
We measure our wealth in the number of friends we have, and Malrine looks like the kind of outgoing guy. So
Ah,
So, you know.
please, Amar, not with the mantles. Have some mercy.
Hopefully he's not gonna be doing it. But this is, we really have been blessed in the playoffs mostly that there were no disconnects, no problems whatsoever. So I guess we do deserve, or players or viewers, whoever deserves a little bit of a pause. And this time, of course, they can go to the Twitter of Pinnacle Esports Dota 2, and there they can follow it. They can know when we're gonna be live, when maybe some future tournaments are gonna be there. Probably none of them this year, but we're approaching the end of 2023. And of course, Pinnacle.gg/odds, not only for Dota, but this is a Dota tournament, so you can definitely put your bets on this game, on the grand finals game, and some of the other titles that we have for you in normal traditional sports, and of course other esports as well. But you have to be 18 plus, and we do advise you to bet responsibly and carefully, and only put down as much as you're willing to spend. As Malrine, he is really having fun.
I am really wondering what was said just now, because that seems to be a good one.
Even ATF is giving us a big smile. This is, it's actually pretty
He's losing
therapeutic.
it.
Yeah, it's therapeutic when you're looking at people smiling, right? It's
Oh, like, I mean, it was a good one, but not like good enough to get
For
the
crit.
Scandinavian.
yeah, Crit is like, well, what are these guys even laughing about? What the hell? What are Scandinavians not inclined to laugh? Do they lack a sense of humor? Is that what you're implying?
They don't lack a sense of humor, but I think they lack a sense of like facial muscles moving or something. Right up until you get the alcohol into them, of course. Like that's like my time among the Finns, and I know there's people who say that Finns aren't like true Scandinavians, right? But they're still a lot alike. Has really proven that if you're not friends with a Finn until you've like drank with him.
Or maybe raided somebody as a Viking. That also works. A little bit less in modern times, I guess, as it wouldn't end too well. As we do get ourselves back. True. We do get ourselves back into the game, and 4 minutes in, there's still no kills. Pretty passive start. Even more passive than in the previous game.
And this time we can definitely also say that it's a lot about the lack of kill potential over on the side lanes, right? Normally with a Chen lane or with a Shadow Demon lane you can really play up, but none of these are particular lanes that have been picked for the synergy with these supports. These have all been picked for the gameplay style that's going to be played after the lanes. So Tickles already had these defensive supports to secure their lanes, and Falcons has these because they picked them up earlier, but they pivoted out of any early game pressure. So instead, we're going to most likely see the first real moves being made by the mid laners, as most likely a reaction to wherever Force is going to end up, because this is the man who's going to be able to take down towers and actually force reactions. Nobody else is going to be able to particularly do that, unless people are going to start walking at each other.
There's now a Vanguard on the Doom, so I'm guessing he wants to be able to apply a little bit more pressure there on the Alchemist. It will definitely help you against all the minus armor. You want to have some damage block to assist you with that one. As Snaking goes into the jungle to farm, he understands he can't do anything to a Tidehunter, so that bottom tower, it is as good as dead once the Meteor Hammer is up.
Yeah, we're just kind of in time here, but that also means that between the Vanguard and the fact that Snay is now missing in this jungle, Olmit is under threat. There is a legit opportunity to take him down, and actually heroes are coming his way. He doesn't know yet.
Yep. And now he's gonna know that he is pretty much dead. That should be our first blood, especially with the Chen coming over as well. The slows from the Khalis are gonna he's gonna do his best to save Olmit's life. In the end, Crit gets the kill, and the Khalis, he has gone too close. With the Infernal Blade, they're gonna be bringing down the tree as well. That's gonna be so much damage. Leech Seed actually gonna be keeping him alive a little bit longer, uses the living armor on the tower with his dying breath. He finds a way to be useful to his team, and the Kunkka is on the top lane as we see another pause. Tickles, their Tidehunter is really having some huge issues, it seems.
Yeah, that's really very unfortunate, and I'm kind of wondering, because Lorinov, sure, he's got level 6, right? He's got the combo here, but The one that he's currently got in front of him is Amar, and I don't think you actually have the damage to take him down. Certainly not on your own.
Oh, let's see if you will try. There's gonna be an alchemist back in 5 seconds. I guess though you don't have much time to work with. Once there's another disruption, whoever you catch is just gonna be saved. Or enough.
Let's see. Maybe it's as simple as a. It shouldn't be a lane switch either.
It is. No, you cannot do that, right?
No.
Tidehunter wants to push the towers. You don't want to be playing with that. Does Yolnit look to like he's in a spa? Like there's a bath there on the left. Behind him is the sauna. It literally looks like a spa.
You're kinder than the last time. The last time you remarked this, you said he was in a bathroom.
Yeah, but now I'm seeing it more as maybe was this in the back? Did it exist?
The structure in the back existed, yeah, as did the shower curtain next to him. I think the frog in the back behind him is actually the upgrade. Like, you're seeing the frog and thinking like, oh man, this is fancy. I wish I had a frog.
I don't have frogs though. Unfortunately, imagine having a farm of frogs and then just I haven't actually never eaten frogs' legs, even though I did go to France.
You know what? I haven't either. I've had snails though. Like at some point in your life, you're just like, okay, fine, screw it. See what it's all about. Why do people eat this stuff? And the answer is like, yeah, snails are actually pretty fine. But I'm not like, oh no, now I live in Finland. Now I will never have snails again. Can't say I miss it either.
That would be pretty weird. You know, if I was in Finland hunting those sea lions, that would be awesome. Of course, with my bare hands.
Oh, not the seals.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
They are endangered.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, because there's literally only one place where they live, right? It's in the really big inland lake. Like, animal facts. We have a pause. You can't stop me. What happened is that it used to be connected to the actual ocean, and saltwater seals got all over the place. And then when the oceans retreated, the seals stayed, and these are the ones that adopted to sweet water. So they're only in Finland, only in this particular lake, because that's the only place where the seals made it, and everywhere else they didn't make the transition to sweet water all too well. So
okay,
that's the story of the Saimaa seals.
I didn't know that. That's awesome. And did you see them live?
No, I haven't seen them yet. I have not. I've seen live streams. Like there's a ton of these wildlife live streams. Like if you're ever like stressed out after a game of Dota, you just want to chill. There's all kinds of wildlife cams in places, and there is one where they have a cam aimed at a particular like favorite sunning rock of the Saimaa seals. And sometimes they come to the rock and just bask. It's very
Best
cute.
of Dota? What the hell? That never happens to anybody. As you can see, everybody on Team Falcons is laughing. And okay, on the side of Team Tickles, they're a little bit more serious, but that's just because they are the ones that are solving issues currently, so they're mostly focused on that. But overall, everybody who plays Dota always has fun. That's what we see on player cameras. That's what you see if you have ever gotten into a pub and you see just how much of a fun time everybody is having.
Mandated.
Yeah, mandated for sure. So we're still waiting for the issues, whatever they are, to be fixed, which is really not happening at the moment.
We did see Force there for a little bit, but if I'm not wrong, he is most likely playing from the Philippines, right? Like this is the most global team in Dota by far, because we have Force from the Philippines and Norman from Mongolia playing with 3 Eastern European players. So I can tell you from experience that the internet connection in the Philippines, there's not really a lot necessary to throw it off for an entire day. It could very well be that just a thunderstorm has rolled over and now, you know, the lights in his room are flickering on and off. Like it could be that simple.
Could be. We'll see. Hopefully, I mean, Falcons, they're still laughing though. I'm guessing they would want, if they win this 1-2-0, to rest as fast as possible so that they're prepared tomorrow for the grand finals. It is a team that has already beaten them in a best of 3 series. It will be a best of 5, however, like every grand finals that we have had here at Pinnacle. Just to remind our guys, our viewers though, I don't know how they could forget. We had 4 Malta Vibes tournaments, $50,000 prize pool, and of course the top team did go to the exclusive boot camp in Malta. I don't think all of them have used the opportunity to go there just yet, but of course they will be using it as soon as they can, as soon as they need that exclusive bootcamp with a 5-star hotel. But this is our biggest tournament of the year. We're celebrating 25 years of Pinnacle. With that, we're celebrating 13 years of Pinnacle in esports, and that is why we have the anniversary show with $100,000 prize pool. We had 4 groups, we had 20 teams. The biggest tournament of Pinnacle here this year thus far. Hopefully there's gonna be more to come.
I hope so too. And yeah, it's been kind of insane the amount of teams that were involved this time, and how it really clear it is what the different levels are that we have in Dota currently. I guess it's one of the things that, in spite of, the fact that from me as a caster there's a lot less to do, now that there's no DPC, etc., the fact that you get a lot more mixed tournaments right now without the solid division between 1 and 2 really reminds you of, who are the up-and-comers, who are the never have beens, and who are the ones that are going to stay on top. Like, the comparing strengths has been something that's been missing for the past couple of seasons, so getting to see it all play out here and getting to cast a bunch of it has been a pleasure.
So I've heard different opinions on the abolition of the DPC. What are your thoughts? Are you optimistic about the future of competitive Dota, or are you a little bit more on the pessimistic side?
I'm a little more on the pessimistic side, but that's because in my career I've always been vastly in favor of supporting smaller teams and getting stability. Like, the fact that we've seen, for example, Boom play 3 series and then implode. Well, they played an entire group stage, right? But that was it. They lost 0-4, and that's just it. That team is no longer. We're going to have to relearn a couple of the lessons that we knew very well before the DPC game about the chaos in players, about the poaching problems where bigger lineups can just always grab whoever they want immediately as long as you have more money, and where teams will be invited based on who is going to be bringing in more viewers, not who is going to be the stronger team at that time, which disproportionately once again screws over the smaller teams. And we haven't even started at how heavily, for example, South American Dota is going to be struggling. We're going to see NA. Well, I'm glad that the NADCL is up again, right? We also have other tournaments being organized by. We have TDL over in the Americans and SCA as well. So there are smaller cups going on, but especially TDL was already happening last season. Oof, that's a rough one.
You can't open Dota. Yeah, this is the this
Anyway,
is the problem.
To conclude the rant before we get into that, my opinion is that if you only watch the big Dota and the big tournaments, absolutely nothing is going to change for you, and probably the amount of hype and the amount of content that you get will actually be better. But as far as the diversity of the scene goes, the kind of people who will get opportunities and the size of the base of the pyramid, that's going to shrink. And that means that in the long term, what's exactly the quality of the best team in the world if you're most of the year competing against people who can't actually pay their rent with playing? That is the long-term concern. So right now, if you're just a casual viewer, things are looking up. For the players at the top, everything's looking up. For everybody else, I hope you have another job lined up.
Yeah. We'll see how it works out in the future. We we have seen how it went on before, but who knows? Maybe DPC has changed something, though. Doesn't really look that way overall now that it has been abolished.
DPC has changed a bunch of stuff. A bunch of companies that were very into Dota and very committed have been competed out and are no longer going to make their return. And RIP to Beyond the Summit, for example.
That is maybe they make a comeback. Maybe they make a comeback. Who knows? Who knows? This could be an opening for the boys to come back.
Who knows?
I had. Did you cast the last Beyond the Summit tournament with me? I think you did.
Yeah, I did a bunch of Beyond the Summit stuff. I also still did TI qualifiers back when Beyond the Summit was actually the ones organizing them. So yeah, I guess it's also personal to me that those were that was one of the companies that hired me and believed in me, and they fell away, and that's always rough.
Yeah, that's the same for me, Kip. So the guys who believed in us, they disappeared. Pinnacle,
Pinnacle still does.
You have, yeah, they do, but hopefully they stay here. They have been here for 25 years now. They believe in us. Imagine if that would be a problem. It will be okay. So we have really bad news overall when it comes to this game in particular. At least Lorinov does bring down crit, and Unit is there to back him up. But overall, okay, he's putting down mantles. Unit is dead again. The rotation from Malrine, it's gonna be a kill, and that Kunkka, can he even escape? He at least gets the concoction out. Oh, snaking?
That was close.
Very close to dying. Lorinov, he might get him down with a torrent. He has the X. Come here to get slaughtered, my friend. So now you put yourself in a pretty uncomfortable position as the creeps that were persuaded by him are still alive. Not for long. Lorinov, he destroys those as well. But now he's gonna be doomed, and with this disconnection of the tide, probably... Oh, actually, the Infernal Blade onto the creep there to make sure that it dies so it doesn't get the deny. But it is gonna be a 4 versus 5. Force, he cannot buy a Meteor Hammer now. I'm sorry to say this, Kips, but this is... we know who the grand finalists are.
Yeah, if he doesn't come back pretty much right now, the loss that they just had in the top lane was absolutely huge. And you need your Tidehunter in this game. That was such an important last pick, getting some actual tower tempo and some actual... forcing some actual reactions out of Falcons instead of just allowing them to farm it and walk at you whenever they're big enough. Yeah, we're going to see, of course, the microing efforts here, and that's going to buffer the effect a little bit, but ultimately it's... at least you gotta commend Team Tickles there, right? Allnet says, watch me, Amar, and drops the Mantle of Intelligence right in front of him. You have to give that the thumbs up. Like,
yeah, you definitely do. Right now, I mean, if you're Tickles right now, you're not playing for yourself most likely, because the Tidehunter, this is a big part to your lineup. Him pushing those towers, that is the way that you win this game. Without that, without the Meteor Hammer, it's almost impossible. But what you're doing now is you're playing for the audience, because that's what we're all here for. We are here for all the viewers that we have. They're on our Twitch channel, right? So, guys, so that you can be here all the time when Pinnacle has tournaments. Pinnacle Esports Dota 2. Follow their Twitter channel. Also, follow Kips at Kipspool on Twitter, or X, what it's called right now, and me at Harry Freak. You will be getting info when we are going live, when matches are happening. Team Tickles, I'm so glad that they're not giving up. It will be a hard battle, and I'm at least expecting Falcons to go for a few dives and give somewhat of a chance to their opponents.
Exactly. We expect a sporting chance here. And I do think that Falcons has been of that particular persuasion, even if it's not necessarily always intentional. It would be kind of a shame to see them play like, you know, their best, tightest Dota when they know their opponent can't really fight back. That would be a bit of a shame. So surely they're going to go deep a couple of times.
We don't know if it's intentional, but as the Pango who's in the game says, was that intentional? It looked intentional, right?
So looked intentional.
It really did look intentional. Maybe, or it didn't look intentional in this regard, as you're saying. But overall, now it's time to pressure the towers. Channel lineups here, they're definitely gonna shine even more in a 4 versus 5.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the other function of the Tide, right? Either he would be right now with all of the information that you get, he would be pressuring the bot side, and trading off that tower, or you could park him mid and say like, actually you want this tower, but you're not getting it because you have to play into the Ravage. And neither of those options are really available. You're just focusing on getting the Tide, his farm. You're not going to make any big decisions for Force there or risk him because you know there's too much on the line. If he comes back, you can still play this game.
Who do you think is playing the Tide?
I'm thinking that it's Narman microing him because I've seen Narman mostly leave that lane and focus on stacking instead. But it's a bit hard to say.
It makes
The
sense.
other option is of course the True End Protector because like what does a True End do actually?
Maybe it's like what Lizard used to do, right? You play Invoker and you play a Meepo and on 2 PCs. So that's so it might be the Alchemist doing it, or maybe even the Kunkka. Why not?
It's possible. I'd rather they're doing it on the same PC right now though.
Radiant are
Yeah.
scanning.
Anyways, though, the goal lead is just increasing for Falcons. Despite being disconnected for such a long time, the Tidehunter has pretty much the same net worth as the Alchemist, which doesn't show that the Tidehunter is doing well, but rather that the Alchemist is doing really badly after those 2 deaths on the top lane, and now he can't even come close to his tier 2. The Solar Crest is already done on the Chen, meaning that pushing is gonna be even easier.
Yep. At the very least, one thing is going to happen here, which is that we were thinking that after the first initial couple of tower attempts, since most of these heroes from the side of Falcons are pretty greedy, we wouldn't see them push the tempo too much. Chen would go to waste a little bit. Well, when you're not exactly fearing the enemy Tidehunter because they're playing with a handicap, you get to push that advantage a lot further.
Are scanning.
Yulnit, he's gonna be able to farm in front of his tier 3. At least something finally coming his way. As Tickles are in a smoke, going behind enemy lines on the top lane. The Spectre, that's the hero that they want. She's at the death camp exactly where you want him. You want that Spectre dead, but he'll be getting himself out towards the Alchemist. The vision was there. Yulnit giving vision to the Spectre. Saves the life of Skitter, and now you are in a bad position to fight. There is Doom on Amar, doesn't want to use it, going for the Phoenix. He has the egg if he wants to go for it, but the Desolate from Skitter will be more than enough damage to call us. TP out, not gonna be happening. Crit, he stops it. That was a long TP. I don't know where he TP'd, I guess to the bottom lane, where the Alchemist already went right now, so it is gonna be a double kill for Skitter, and 3 heroes of Tickles are just dead.
Rough. Only 2 players dead, most likely though. Yeah, and a double bounty for Yulnit. You gotta take him where you can get him. Yeah, I think if you've played that fight together and in the right mood, either Yulnit is there or he doesn't give the vision, and then also the Tide probably doesn't get stuck over on the other side of the fight. Like you might be able to actually rally around a Ravage if you have that, but it's so bloody hard to coordinate if you have one player playing both the Tide and the other support hero.
That is true. Or maybe it was Yulnit playing him, and that's why he didn't move the hero away from the creeps. Yeah, you know, that that could be the case, as Amar still has the mantle, right? Just it is kind of chilly. We have seen it from Snaking's clothing.
Dire's bottom tower.
Beautiful.
under attack.
I'm guessing that he's going to give it back and bring it to the fountain. Skitter actually takes quite a lot of damage there, but I don't think there's anything he can do.
Amar actually walked into the boat just to show a little bit how powerful they are. The Treant will get denied. Right now, Team Tickles, they're gonna start fighting between themselves. You have a numbers disadvantage and you're killing each other. That's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, but isn't it another one for our bingo? Like, we've had pretty few ones to cross off, but or was there already a deny?
I don't know. Probably production will give us a confirmation, but I think there was no denies. Which would be very weird. Oh, there's the Swashbuckler, tries to get away. Nice disruption, dodges the Ravage, dodges the Torrent, and now Marine going for a Rolling Thunder versus all of them. Gonna be even saving Crit's life. He's dying to the damage of the Phoenix in the end. Will survive as the Spectre does come over, and the Alchemist, he's silenced up. He will be stunning himself. Actually, won't be stunning anything as he dies before The unstable concoction does pop. Now Malrine has been next. He's going to be pushed back. He's not really taking any damage, especially now with the shield crash. The Collis will be the second casualty of war, and Force looks like the next one. He gets banished unnecessarily. Narman could have been the one that you use it on to stop the TP out. His Force still alive. The penitence will connect. Let's see if he will really be punished by the gods with his death. The anchor smash keeping him alive a little bit longer, but in the end he is taken down by snaking. Another 3 kills for Falcons.
And I think that was about the most coordinated fight you can put together as Team Tickles, which is just sad because it's a good illustration of how much damage you're lacking right now. Most of that fight is just Malrine bouncing around, running circles around you. No mana whatsoever on it for the entirety of that fight. Just enough to like blow one stun up in his own face. It's rough out here.
Yeah, and then you see that somebody's playing 2 heroes who's using the Ravage as he's doing it over the disruption. It is kind of sad. So now we can get into some more important predictions. Do Tickles get a single kill until the end of the game? And I mean another kill, because they already have 2, right?
Yeah, Falcons are gonna give them one.
Okay, let's see. Silence of the Treant, the egg gets used, crit. Yep,
not
he's
even
giving them the kill.
Yep.
He's running away. Nope, not gonna be happening. The Doom was on the Alchemist, so there's the kill. Treant will get punished for the sin of killing him, and the poor Alchemist, he will die to the Doom. So much overtime damage. Even the regen from the Alchemist can't do anything versus it. Narman is taking a lot of hits. Malrine gets slowed down. The boat is coming in, and that's gonna be another one. He does high-five the tower, but in the end, he doesn't have the HP or the damage necessary to finish off Narman and survive.
I thought that Onit already had the Radiance before that fight, but instead fight allows him to finish it off. So, you know, that is actually a net win for Team Tickles. I can't believe those words are coming out of my mouth. Because Falcon's just a little overeager once again.
They understand that this game is over. They're playing a little bit for fun, giving openings to their opponents, and Team Tickles, they're still amazing Dota players. We're seeing one of them was pretty good at Warcraft 3 as well. We still haven't gotten a tip on who it is. Probably never will find out. Doesn't matter. Crit. Gonna get X'd. He has a disruption. Will hide himself, but there will be a torrent waiting for him. He gets the blink off just in time. Force slow down. Has to be very careful about what he does or whoever is controlling him. So for now, Tickles, they will disperse.
And the game still sort of plays out like you'd expect it to, with the Doom as well as the Alchemist both farming on the side, Spectre somewhere else, and 3 heroes of Falcons trying to get as much reactions and kills as possible.
Malrine doesn't decide to go for the Tidehunter. I thought he's gonna attempt it. Tidehunter is still pretty tanky, though not as much as he would be if Force was really playing this game.
No, he's not, but you can play for fun, but it doesn't mean you have to play like completely mindlessly, right? As oh no, that's a stun with Amar's name on it.
That is a kill on Amar. He's not getting out of that stun. He got out of it. Actually just uses the Doom on the Phoenix and TP out. The fountain doesn't heal you. Maybe it was better for you to stay close to your teammates so they can deny you. Is the Phoenix gonna live, Kips?
Oh, I'm not sure. I guess he's dead.
He's alive.
He's alive. One tick
Nice.
off.
Yep, pretty close, pretty close. I guess that's why you TP to the base, because your teammates would definitely kill you at that point.
Yes. Escaped Doom. Escaped my cores, more like it.
I know. There was a Sing Sing clip, and they were playing versus a Queen of Pain. All of his teammates survived the fight very low. And then he just went from one to the other. I think he was a Juggernaut. He was faster than them. He was just slaughtering all of them. One of the funniest
Absolutely
clips.
legendary.
Do you do that? I know that you don't play Dota too much nowadays, but let's say you're playing with friends. They're low. They're not gonna die. Do you start punching them if there's a spell on them that allows you to?
No, never. Ever. I'm too... No, I can't. I can't do that ever. I'm too much of a tryhard.
Really?
There's enough people who are going to be trying to throw my game, man. I'm not going to add to the pile.
Okay, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it if I'm playing alone, right? But playing with friends, you're getting denied like 100%. There's no way.
I mean, certainly if my friends are with me, they will deny me.
True,
That's a
true.
guarantee.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
I'm
you try
just not fun.
You try to break the cycle of hate, as
Exactly.
the Roche is gonna be receiving a ton of hate from Team Falcons. They should be able to take him down super fast. They have Manta on Skitter, meaning that Desolate will make short work of the big man in the pit. It's gonna be the Aegis into the hands of Malrine. He's the one that picks it up, and it might be time to end this for Falcons to officially get themselves into the grand finals, where they're gonna be able to exercise revenge on the Dudley boys who won against them in the second round of the upper bracket. They fought their way through the lower bracket. Falcons, they've played a little bit more games, practiced more as a team, and Team Tickles, is this their last smoke of the tournament, Kips?
Very possible. They are looking for a target right now, just making sure that they don't go out without another kill. And they're aiming for the Spectre. This is completely the right target, but surely Falcons might know something's up. Yeah, there they go.
Hand of God used, and God has started the Spectre. The disruption is there. It's gonna allow him to live 2.5 seconds longer, but the Doom is there. Amar comes over into the fight. Gonna be using onto the Alchemist, meaning that you're not healing whatsoever. And Amar now turning around onto Force. That's gonna be a very dead Tidehunter. The second core that dies. Don't know if we can really look at him that way any longer. Lorinov, he has been X, so he should be able to get himself to a safe position. But the Yules!
Not like that.
You are not escaping Lorinov. You could have gone out if you wanted to. You decided not to do it, and there it is, the last smoke of Team Tickles of this tournament. A pretty crappy way to leave the 25-year anniversary show, but bad things do happen, and out of that, at least we're gonna be getting the most anticipated grand finals of this tournament.
I do think so, yeah. And it's a shame, like, Team Tickles doesn't really get to play because of the Huskar counterpick in the first map, doesn't really get to play because of disconnection in the second map, and that leaves them a mystery, right? We still don't know quite what it could have been. But on the other hand, Team Falcons was slated by pretty much everybody who thought about it in preparation of this tournament to be in those finals, whether as the winner or the second place, and it's no surprise to see them go through, regardless of the performance of their opponent.
Overall, how do you think Team Tickles are going to be feeling after this series? Are they going to be thinking, oh, bad things happen, that's fine, let's go over it? Or do you think it's definitely going to leave a sour taste in their mouth? Because this is a pretty bad way to go. You don't get to play game number 1 and 2. I mean, I don't even want to talk about it.
No, I think in this case, it's really just, you're like, man, it's force majeure. There's nothing you can do. The Lord above has decided that today you're just simply not going to get to show it. And I think you probably knew that this was gonna be the end of your run, even if you played good. Like, you'd have to pull off an upset in order to actually continue on. So I would be surprised if they're too upset about this. And I think the exchange of mantles between Olnit and and Amar there is a good indication of the mood there. Sometimes it's what can you do?
Yeah. Not much, Gibbs. We only have the grand finals left. I know that in your predictions that people can find on the Pinnacle Esports Dota 2 Twitter, you have stated the Dudley boys as the favorites. You have watched the tournament. You have watched the series between these two teams. You have watched every single series, every single game. Do you still see the Dudley boys as the favorites, or are you leaning Team Falcons for the tomorrow's grand final?
I mean, frankly, when I picked it, I was first and foremost determined to pick whoever you hadn't picked.
Okay.
But the Dudley boys, I did think they were probably going to come in at least second, so their presence in the grand finals is not a surprise to me at all. But I am surprised that they came in there as the winners of that upper bracket finals already. And that gave me good hope that I actually am going to come out on the right side of history, having backed the I do want to say a little bit of the underdogs here, and the Dudley boys just looked more vicious than Falcons have so far.
Yep, especially in those second 2 games of that best of 3 series, as they did lose the first one. But that concludes our day here, Kips. Thank you again for being here with me. Tomorrow we will return, both me and Kips, to give you the best of 5 grand finals. It will start at 17 CET, the same time as every single grand finals of every single Pinnacle tournament started this year. It's gonna be the Dudley boys versus Team Falcons, and it will be a best of 5, hoping for a 5-game series. But whatever happens, it is gonna be an exciting one. We'll see tomorrow who wins, but until then, everybody, hope you have a good night. Until then, bye bye.
Oh, Esport, you and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way. Sorry. Go on, go back. That's it. That's better. Keep going. Let's bring that down here. No. Keep going. Go. Roll. And cut. Cut the thing. I'm going. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hey, come back. Guys, ladies. I don't know if that's correct. No.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Stay